नविका जी में 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा। जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक
Very good morning to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. First up, let's take a look at the top headlines this hour. Fresh plea in Kashi Civil Court seeking permission to pray at Gyanvapi complex till the district court decides if the Hindu petition for access to the temple and worship can be entertained. From Shivling proof in Gyanvapi to Mandir discovery in Karnataka's Mangaluru, VHP starts ritual to establish divinity. BJP seeks survey to establish the Hindu nature of the structure that has been found. It's judgment day for terrorist Yasin Malik. Yasin's fate to be sealed today. Court to dictate punishment. The man who butchered Kashmiris and Hindus is now being openly backed by Pakistan and its premies. While Vishwa Guru Bharat roars in Quad, Rahul says China spreading prosperity in neighborhood. BJP slams Congress China Bhakti. BJP worker killed in Tamil Nadu by goons for refusing to admit them to the Saffron Party. Opposition cites spate of killings to alleged law and order failure. Gunman kills 21 people, including at least 18 kids, in a mass shooting in Texas. This is the deadliest school attack in the United States in years.
Into action for every parent, for every citizen in this country. We have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act.
And United States President Joe Biden promises strict action to turn his pain into action for every parent and citizen. And the big focus today remains on terrorist Yasin Malik. After he was convicted, after he pleaded guilty of the charges of terror funding, today the court is going to pronounce its order. Is it a step closer for justice for Kashmiri Hindus who have suffered for several decades? Let's tell you, of course, as the judgment come in, these are the charges that have been leveled against Yasin Malik. These are the charges that he has been convicted under Section 16 of the very stringent UAPA, punishment for raising funds for terror act. This is something that he has confessed to, after which he was convicted. And the maximum sentencing being life imprisonment. Section 18 of the UAPA as well, punishment for conspiracy to commit terror act. So the maximum sentence in the case is life imprisonment. That is what he faces. Court, of course, in a short while from now will be pronouncing that. Under Section 20 of the UPA as well, he has been booked. Punishment for being a member of a terror gang or organization. In this case as well, the maximum punishment being life imprisonment. Now, Section 120B, punishment for criminal conspiracy, death or life imprisonment, the maximum punishment that can be awarded by the court today. And under sedition, Section 124A, the max sentence being life imprisonment in this case as well. Of course, this could be under review because of the case being in the Supreme Court. But these were some of the sections under the charges under which he has been convicted. So, what's it going to be? Life imprisonment, death sentence, these are some of the likely punishment that he faces. Any moment now, Yasin will be produced inside the NIA court. That's the breaking news coming in. Any moment now, we're expecting the court to pronounce the punishment for terrorist Yasin Malik. He is likely to be produced in the NIA court any moment now. Sabyasachi and Eshan join us with more details on this. Eshan, the eyes of all, not just Kashmiri Hindus, but the entire country are going to be on what the court decides. For several years, Yasin Malik went scot-free. Now, finally, law catching up.
This was actually a case which started building up after 2017 when NIA Salutes actually raided his residence, collected some material, and after which Yasin was also taken in custody. Remember, there have been several, charges against Yasin Malik by the NIA, who have been trying to unearth the entire module of funding of, creating unrest in Kashmir Valley, and also funding militancy on the ground. And that those seem to be very serious charges against Yasin Malik. Section 15, 16 and other charges are also there for Yasin Malik, who has already pleaded guilty, according to reports, to all the charges framed against him. One has to see that what will the court say, because all eyes are now on court. The maximum punishment, as being reported, is the death penalty. But will there be any, relaxation in terms of, because Yasin Malik has...
Continue to stay with us, Eshan, because any moment now Yasin Malik, is going to face justice, and it's going to be justice for the people of Kashmir for the kind of terror that he had included there. And Sabyasachi is getting us these details. Sabyasachi, it's a very, very anxious wait for the people who have been waiting decades for exactly this.
Well, absolutely, and right now you are seeing on the screen that heavy deployment of security can be seen inside the Patiala court. The Delhi police is present, the special cell is present, and the CRPF is also present out here. And the special NIA court is likely to pronounce the quantum of punishment which is awarded to Yasin Malik. And on May 19, Special Judge Praveen Singh posted the matter for May 25 to hear the argument regarding the quantum of punishment for the offences levelled against him. And the court had also directed the NIA authorities to assess his financial situation in connection with the terror funding case prior to Wednesday's hearing, and he faces a maximum punishment of death penalty, while the minimum sentence can be life imprisonment in the case in which he is involved. And the security point of view, security has been intensified here in the Patiala House Court, and any time soon Yasin Malik would be produced in front of the court, where the final argument regarding the quantum of his punishment will be given. And at the last hearing, Yasin Malik had withdrawn his lawyer as he had pleaded guilty earlier, and nothing was left to be heard during the course of the hearing, and he has been charged with hatching a criminal conspiracy, waging war against the country, other unlawful activities, and disturbing peace in Kashmir.
Absolutely. So, take us through the security arrangements there as well. Clearly, security has been heightened ahead of the court's judgment on that. Stay on with us. We have some more breaking information coming in as well. Minute by minute updates here on Times Now. The Pakistan has backed the terrorist Yasin Malik. Pakistani dalals have hit the streets. Hurriyat giving a Bandh call on the day that Yasin Malik will be given judgment after he was convicted. A Bandh call in Jammu and Kashmir. Shocking information that's coming in. A Bandh call has been called today. Eshan is joining us with these details. Eshan, what is the situation like outside the court? We're seeing security has been heightened, but clearly in Kashmir as well it could have an effect, which is why now a Bandh call has been given.
Well, yes, there's a partial shutdown in Srinagar city and other parts of Kashmir Valley as well. Shops are closed, business establishments are also closed. Now, there was a call given of shutdown on the day when Yasin Malik's this particular day when the court is actually going to pronounce the verdict, and that is why they are seeing several areas in Srinagar city where shutdown is there. We also saw that there are certain security arrangements that the security forces have made in the vulnerable areas, so that if there is any kind of protest or any sort of law and order issue, they are able to deal with it very firmly and very quickly. That is why additional security measures have been already put in place in those areas which are sensitive. But yes, there are parts of Srinagar city which are shut today, including the area where Yasin Malik resides in Mysuma. So yes, we can say that the shops are closed. There is a shutdown, and it's a call that was given here in Kashmir Valley, and that is why we are seeing that shops and business establishments are today closed. But the security forces have been deployed in certain vulnerable areas to make sure there is no law and order issue.
Okay, it's the judgment day and only moments to go. We have some more breaking news now coming in as the court is all set to dictate the punishment for Yasin Malik. Ahead of the sentencing for terrorist Yasin Malik, Pakistan unleashing terror in the valley. An encounter is currently underway in Baramulla. A policeman has also been martyred in the gunfight. Ishan, if you can give us more details on that. On one hand, we have a band call that has been given out, and on the other hand, there is violence that continues to be unleashed.
Well, yes, police says that this was a chance encounter which actually took place in Kriri, which is en route to Baramulla, and 3 Pakistani militants who could have infiltrated this year around, because there are reports of some of them infiltrating this year towards North Kashmir, because North Kashmir has a long line of control with Pakistan, and we have seen that there are reports of certain infiltrations taking place, and this might have been a newer group which would have come there, but police says that they have been able to generate intelligence input. After that, there was a chance encounter in which one cop who was injured was shifted to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. But police will see it as a major success. Why? Because Pakistani militants are very lethal. They are well trained. They have a lot of weaponry with them. So neutralizing them well before they could have merged with other militants and tried to create a ruckus or try to kill more people. So that before that they have been able to neutralize them. So the police is seeing it as a success. But entire North Kashmir belt is somewhere where infiltrations have taken place in the past as well. And security forces are right now trying to figure out that if there have been any infiltration, because forces say there hasn't been a maximum number of infiltration that has taken place, but if there has taken place, since these militants are Pakistanis, so that is what will alarm security forces, and they'll try to make sure that
three terrorists have now been neutralized. Ishan, so Yasin Malik all set to face justice for bleeding Jammu and Kashmir for the kind of terror that he has unleashed, but believe it or not, there's a lot of support coming in, and not surprisingly from Pakistan. The former Pakistan Prime Minister might have been ousted from power, but has not stopped from disseminating his anti-India agenda. Recent example of which is Imran Khan, believe it or not, hailing Yasin Malik, an India beta, and condemning him being convicted for his sins and saying that he is a freedom fighter.
सबसे पहले यासिन मलिक का ऊपर बात करना चाहता हूं कि अदालत में उनको सजा सुनाई जाएगी। यासिन मलिक किसी सूरत उनको दहशतगर्द नहीं कहा जा सकता, क्योंकि वो इनकी बड़ी लंबी स्ट्रगल है कश्मीर अपनी आज़ादी की, कश्मीर की आज़ादी की स्ट्रगल। मैं बड़ी सख्त मजम्मत करता हूं हिंदुस्तान हुकूमत की। इनके अंदर कोई इखलाकी जवाज नहीं है कि एक आदमी जो इतनी देर से स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं और उनको इतनी देर जेल में रखा है, उसको इतनी देर टॉर्चर किया है, उसको अब दहशतगर्दी में सजा सुनाई जाए। मैं सारे पाकिस्तान की तरफ से इसकी सख्त मजम्मत करता हूं।
So Pakistan fanning the fire in Kashmir, responsible for several innocents being killed, Indian soldiers being killed. Nilashish joining us live. Nilashish, is it really a surprise Imran Khan coming out and boldly supporting Yasin Malik, calling him a freedom fighter?
Well, absolutely not, Pratibha, given the fact that Yasin Malik is a known separatist leader. Clearly, he bats for the side of Pakistan, and obviously it seems that Pakistan would support from Imran. And he was then convicted on the 19th of number of charges waging war against India. So of course, waging war against India. So of course, waging war against India in favor of Pakistan. Clearly, that is something that the court will take into account now when it pronounces its order as far as sentencing is concerned. But also, let's not forget, as has been pointed out, the maximum sentence is that of death penalty, but a minimum sentence of life imprisonment is what is expected. Yasin Malik is lodged inside the security area of Patiala House Court at this point. He's not yet been taken out and produced, but we're expecting that to happen anytime soon. The point that will be made on part of Yasin Malik will be that of leniency. It seems that the move to plead guilty on part of Yasin Malik would only be
to ensure that he doesn't get the maximum sentence and instead gets the minimum sentence of life imprisonment. So therefore, that could be the sort of plea that is sought when the hearing comes up before the special NIA judge. As of now, we still await the production of Yasin Malik, who has in fact been lodged inside the Patiala House Court detention area for over about 2 to 3 hours. And what the expectation as far as fine is also concerned is what will be looked at by the judge, because he has asked the NIA court, in fact, he has asked the NIA rather to assess his finances. So they will be looking at imposing a fine as well.
Like you've been saying, time's up for Yasin Malik. Is it going to be death penalty or life imprisonment? Any moment now that order is expected. We're slipping into a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
Welcome back. Let's get you details of a horrific murder that has taken place in Chennai. A Bharatiya Janata Party functionary in Chennai, Balachandar, was killed by unidentified group of men on a city street, and the murder took place between 6 to 7. This has prompted the opposition party to flag the ruling MK Stalin-led government in Tamil Nadu for the law and order situation in the state. They have questioned how the Tamil Nadu government has not taken any action, because this is not the only murder that has taken place. Recently, there have been a spate of incidents, horrific murders, brutal murders out on the streets.
உங்க பையனை வந்து நேத்து
கருங்காலிகளால கொல்லப்பட்டார்மா.
யாருங்க?
கருங்காலிகளால கொல்லப்பட்டார்.
என்ன காரணம்? ஏதா பர்சனல் பகை இருக்கா இல்ல இங்க இந்த ஏரியால யாருக்கு?
அவர் வந்து லீடர் இல்ல, அவர் வந்து பிஜேபியில் இருக்கிறாருமா என் பையன். இவனுக்கு வந்து கருங்காலிங்க, இவங்களுக்கு வந்து போஸ்டிங் வாங்கி கொடுக்கணும்னு சொல்லி என் பசங்க தொல்லை கொடுத்துட்டு அதுக்கு மேல்பட்டு இங்கே வந்து கருங்காலிக்கெல்லாம் இடம் கிடையாது, நெல்லூர் தான் இடம் பிஜேபியில் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி வெட்டி விட்டாப்புல. அது மன உளைச்சல் என்ன பண்ணிட்டாப்புல, என் பையனை ஆளை வச்சு இந்த நிலைமை பண்ணிட்டாப்புல.
இது கண்டினியூஸா முதல்ல இருந்தே தொந்தரவு கொடுத்துட்டே தான் இருந்தாங்களா? என்ன மாதிரி தொந்தரவு கொடுத்தாங்க?
பிஜேபியில் சேர கைட்டு விட்டதுனால வந்து தொல்லை ரவுடிசம். அது அவங்க அப்பனும் ரவுடிசம். அவங்க அப்பா வந்து இதோட கிழவன் ரவுடிசம் அதிகம். கட்ட பஞ்சாயத்து இதுதான் அவன் வேலை, வேறு வேலை கிடையாது. அதேமாதிரி அவங்க 3 மச்சான்களும் வந்து அது ஆனந்து அசோக் 3 பேர் இருக்கிறானுங்கம்மா. அதில் 3 பேருக்கு இந்த வேலை தான். அவங்க 2 பையங்கிறானுங்க, சஞ்சய், பிரதீப். இவங்களுக்கு கட்ட பஞ்சாயத்து தான். கட்ட பஞ்சாயத்து எங்கள் வீடு காலியாகுது, அந்த வீட்டை வந்து காலி பண்ணணும், ஒரு அமௌண்ட் வாங்கின்னு காலி பண்ணணும். அதில் வந்து லீடர் ஆகிறதுனால வந்து எல்லாமே வந்து சொல்லுவாங்க, ஏன்பா இது மாதிரிலாம் பண்ணுறீங்க விடுப்பான்னு சொல்லி இது பண்ணுவோம். அதில் தான் பகையாச்சு.
நீங்கள் உங்கள் குடும்ப தரப்புல இருந்து வந்து போலீஸ்க்கு நீங்கள் என்ன கோரிக்கை வைக்கிறீங்க? உங்களுக்கு என்ன வேணும்?
எங்களுக்கு ஒன்றும் இல்லைம்மா, நியாயம் கட்சியா போதும் எங்களுக்கு. என் பிள்ளைய வந்து இதுமாரி வந்து ஒரு பச்சைக்கு வந்து சாவடிச்சான். நாளைக்கு இது நிலைமை வேறு யாருக்கும் வரக்கூடாது. இந்த நிலைமை வேறு யாருக்கும் வரக்கூடாது. இது தமிழ்நாட்டில் வேறு எவனுக்கும் வரக்கூடாது. இந்த குடும்பத்தில் என் குடும்பத்துக்கு இருக்கிற நிலைமை வேறு எவனுக்கும் வரக்கூடாது. எந்த கோரிக்கை, வேறு எதுவும் கோரிக்கை இல்லைம்மா.
இப்போ நீங்கள் பாடி வந்து இப்போ ராஜீவ்காந்தி ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில்
ராஜீவ்காந்தி ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் இருக்குதும்மா.
நீங்கள் போஸ்ட்மார்ட்டம் முடிஞ்சதும் பாடி உடனே வாங்கிக்கிறேன்?
இல்லைம்மா, எடுக்க மாட்டோம்மா. போஸ்ட்மார்ட்டம் அக்கிஸ்டங்களை பிடிச்ச பிடித்தமா எடுப்போம், பாடி வாங்குவோம்மா. அக்கிஸ்டங்களை என்னைக்கு பிடிச்சி அவங்கள எல்லாருக்கும் நிம்மதியான ஒரு வாழ்க்கை வடிக்குதோ அன்றைக்கி தான் நாங்கள் வந்து பாடி வாங்குவோம். அது வரைக்கும் 10 நாளில் 1 வருஷம் ஆனால் கூட அங்கேயே இருக்கட்டோம்மா.
So the father speaking to Times Now, detailing what exactly happened. The BJP has also been questioning the DMK government over the lawlessness in the area, saying there is a complete law and order collapse in Tamil Nadu. This was a murder that took place in Chennai on a busy street, and in the evening around 6 to 7 p.m. the BJP now questioning the DMK government. This is not the only incident. In fact, recently another murder had also taken place on 18th. 2 separate incidents that had taken place. CCTV footage also showing brutal murders out on the streets. Prapanch joins us live with more details on this. Prapanch, the BJP leader being hacked to death in broad daylight. Of course, it was around 6 to 7. There were several people, and what the family members have said is that this was a busy street, which is why the BJP is raising questions on the lawlessness in Tamil Nadu.
That's correct. One must understand that the murder took place near a fish market. It is a very busy fish market. Chintadri pet fish market is always busy during the morning as well as in the evening. This murder took place somewhere between 7:30 and 8 p.m. where it was a public view, it's an open view, and people were there while the BJP leader was hacked to death. In fact, there were several shopkeepers, there were several customers who were in fact in that particular area who saw the murder. But we could see that there have been CCTVs around in the shops, and that has been confiscated by the police. They are observing the whole footage. They are trying to investigate what had happened. Meanwhile, we are at the in fact Balachandran's house. You can see the people. They are the family members of Balachandran. They are in inconsolable grief here. His father is also here. In fact, everybody wants. They are demanding that the police arrest the accused as soon as possible, because in fact they say that they are in inconsolable grief. He was a very vibrant son, and they want the accused to be arrested. Now, we are also given to understand that there were 4 special teams were formed by Tamil Nadu police to nab these particular accused who committed the murder in public view. And also we have also got information that the vehicles of these accused have been seized outskirts of Chennai. Now we are trying to determine the location. Meanwhile, we are just given to know that the vehicles have been seized. Now it is also in fact not shocking to the family, because there has been already a dispute between the accused and the Balachandra, because earlier these people wanted to initially join BJP, these accused initially wanted to join BJP, and in fact Balachandran has said that people with in fact a history sheet could not join, history sheeters could not join, and people who are accused could not join the party, and this ensued into a dispute. And also these accused persons who are involved in the murder were already allegedly in fact extorting money from the relatives of Balachandran, who had textile shops in the locality. So this has been constant dispute between Balachandran and these particular rowdy elements. Apart from that, Balachandran has also had a PSO, a personal security guard also. He was given because there was a threat to his life, and we are also given to understand that there were at one point in time last year.
So those are the visuals from the spot. Prapanch, thank you for getting us those details. We continue tracking what's happening there. A lot of reactions that have come in as well over the brutal killing of the BJP leader.
देखिए, देश के किसी भी हिस्से में यदि बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता की हत्या होती है, उसके साथ कोई दुर्घटना होती है, तो बहुत ही दुखद है। और राजनीतिक जो मान मर्यादाएं हैं, उनका ये जितने भी दल हैं देश के अंदर, विपक्षी दल हैं, वो सब उसको छीनने में निकल रहे हैं। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी समय आने पर ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और चुन चुन करके सारे बदले लेगी जो लोग इस प्रकार के कृत्यों में लिप्त हैं।
In fact, the killing of the Bharatiya Janata Party leader in broad daylight, Mr. Balchandar, in spite of PSO having been provided, shows that the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders are under attack, and the situation is even known to the state government, and that's why PSO has been given to him. But still, they are unable to save the lives of the Bharatiya Janata Party workers. The attacks on Bharatiya Janata Party is because the Bharatiya Janata Party is growing in Tamil Nadu, and the DMK has to take the responsibility for such a bad law and order situation, and for killing of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They must give adequate security and give protection to the BJP leaders and workers, and see that the BJP workers and leaders and their families and their property should not be destroyed.
We have heard it umpteen times that the Communist Party is not for killings. For any political discourses, ideas are most important. The only important factor is ideas and ideas alone. No physical tussle, no killings can answer any political questions. So we are not for political killings.
All right, Prapanch, the BJP leaders have been talking about the lawlessness and calling it a political killing. There are two versions that have come in from the family members as well, who have said that he had a personal enmity, but they also mentioned a BJP link, that they wanted to join the BJP. That perhaps could be the reason. Any official version coming in from the police officials?
Meanwhile, police have maintained that this murder is because of previous enmity. They haven't said anything else, because here also we can understand that both the accused and the victim over here had been residing in the same area for several years. They have also had a history of enmity between them. Constantly there has been a rift. The accused have been trying to extort money from the family members of the Balachandran and also their relatives. So we need to understand that there has been enmity between them constantly. Even Balachandran had filed several cases against the accused and their associates. So there is a clear link between, in fact, the accused, previous enmity between the accused and the Balachandran. And there have been several cases, because once we even tried to access the FIR that was filed by the PSO earlier, he was also threatened while he was with the Balachandran. He had last year, when he was along with the Balachandran, he was going somewhere. Okay. Meanwhile, he was waylaid. These both the PSO and Balachandran were waylaid. Right, and that murder taking place out in the open in a public area. Prapanch, thank you for joining us. We'll keep a track on those developments, but that's all we have time for in this edition of the Bulletin. Slipping into a short break here, but don't go anywhere. A Times Now super exclusive on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
We are starting with some exclusive breaking news coming in of a radical lit fire that has now been reported from Assam. Remember, this is a sensational new disclosure. It was only 4 days ago that an irate mob had allegedly set a police station on fire in Assam's Nagaon district. Locals claim that the police station was set on fire after one person allegedly died in the police custody. Locals also allege that the victim was brutally beaten to death because he refused to pay a bribe to the cops. But now, in a shocking turn of events, the police has claims that the Batadrava arson incident was a fully planned one and that it was not an act of immediate reaction.
Absolutely. The police in their statement also stated that there was jihadi terror groups that may have engineered the mob attack at the Batadrava police station in Assam. A preliminary investigation into the violence that has also been lodged at the police station in Nagaon district points to a proper planning and mobilization that was being done by an organized group to which terror links are now being cited.
The mob cheering, as the vehicles parked inside the Batadrava police station went up in flames. The fire was lit after hundreds of people marched inside the police compound and indulged in wanton vandalization of government property.
We are here at the Batadrava police station in the Nagaon district of Assam. This district has been on the news since the last few days because of an incident that has shocked the state as well as the nation. Look at the condition of the police station here. This was damaged badly by a group of miscreants on Saturday. And they have, tried to burn the entire police station, and this was one side of the police station that was completely burned.
These charred remains bear testimony of the mob fury. Two-wheelers burnt beyond recognition, and the police file and crime records reduced to ash. The police suspect it could not have been the handiwork of ordinary citizens.
They had come prepared with bottles of inflammable articles like petrol and kerosene, and they were prepared with sticks and stones, and it was not just the spur of the moment incident, it was planned, and we are identifying all these people. Till now 34 people have been identified through analysis of the video footage, and out of that 6 we have already arrested.
The violence erupted on the back of a custodial death of a local fish seller. But many suspect this might be a cover-up to unleash this wrath on the police. Yet, there are indications of a larger plot. Nagaon, which has a sizable population of foreigners, has over the years seen terror modules being busted with Al-Qaeda links across the border in Bangladesh.
There were allegations that the police officials demanded bribe from the arrested person named Sofiqul Islam, and there was allegation that he died in police custody here, and that led to the few of the locals storming into the police station and damaging the police station. However, as per the police, Assam police, as per the DGP, it is not a case of action and reactions. There were certain elements, miscreants, who were fully prepared when they stormed into the police station, thereby damaging the entire police station badly.
ये घटना होने का बाद और इनका दिमाग में आया था कि और कुछ कहीं घटना करने का कोई खबर आया था हमको, सो इसलिए कुछ रेड भी मारा है इसका सिलसिले में.
मतलब टेरर एंगल आप सस्पेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
ठीक टेरर नहीं है, मतलब इन लोग का भावादर्श बढ़ाने का ये एक बढ़िया तरीका समझ रहा है ये लोग. मतलब एक रेडी पोजीशन तैयार कर रहा है जिस पे आके मुजाहिद लोग आके बढ़िया सा एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी मिल जाएगा.
The Batadrava police station fire may just be the warning about the radical threat India faces. Those who crossed over illegally to set up home seem to have morphed into enemies of the state. With Nibir in Nagaon, Bureau Report, Times Now.
Well, you have the pictures there on your screens. You have also been listening to what the SP had to say, saying that they were prepared, they were armed. Because the SP there also hinted that there was a certain module of a Bangladesh-based terror group, Ansarul Islam, which is a wing of the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent, may have been the one that had orchestrated the violence. Now, the attack at the Batadrava police station has also highlighted one of the bigger issues in the Nagaon district in Assam when it comes to illegal immigrants that are slowly taking over one of the most revered places in the Assam Sanatanis, which is now being said as the Batadrava Than, the temple town there. And Times Now has also been speaking to the head priest, who describes that there were Bangladeshis who were allegedly the ones encroaching the land and the ones who were behind the attack on the police station. Listen in.
While this police station became a scene of fire and rioting, Barely 1,000 meters away is this island of quiet and solitude.
Within 1 kilometer radius from the Botodroha police station, we have the Botodroha Than. Botodroha Than is one of the most sacred places of Assam. That is where Srimanto Hongkordev took birth, and that is also a religious and cultural center of Assam. As you can see here, we are in the Botodroha Than. Now the high priest, the Hotodikar of the Botodroha Than, has made some remarkable revelations to Times Now. He has said that illegal immigrant Bangladeshis have already encroached a lot of lands over the years that belong to the Botodroha Than.
Head priest Devanand Dev Goswami opened up and listed the painful changes he has witnessed in Nagaon with the entry of the foreigners.
जिस समय बांग्लादेशी मूल का लोग यहाँ में आया, इस समय ये जो जमीन है सरकार भूमि, यहाँ में वो लोग बासस्थान क्लियर करा और सरकार ने कुछ बोला नहीं, जैसे यहाँ से हटा जाओ ऐसे नहीं बोला। जैसे सरकार का एक ही मत है, जब तुम लोग रहो भाई हमको वोट दो, ऐसे ही चलते हैं, ये सत्य है।
Goswami may have had no choice but to watch the demographics change around him. But after the Botodroha fire, police is finally acknowledging what the locals always knew.
कई सारा जगह लोग जाके प्रोसेलिटिज्म प्लस लोगों को मतलब उनका भावादर्श का लिए आकृष्ट करने का कोशिश इनका जारी है। तो नौगांव में भी आया हुआ है लोग, ये तो सही है। सो ये लोग कितना हद तक ये सफल हुआ है हमारा ये श्योर नहीं है, लेकिन डेफिनेटली यहाँ भी क्योंकि यहाँ काफ़ी रेडिकल एलिमेंट्स यहाँ भी हैं बोल के हमें खबर है।
But what worries the head priest most is the sheer impunity of the mob. He feels a deep criminal nexus is emboldening them to display the strength of numbers.
यहाँ में डकैत है, भूमाफिया है, जुआरी है, मोटोपी है, ड्रग्स दलाल है, ये लोग का एक अंधकार जगत है। इन उनका जो जीवन का जो खतियन ये थाना में फाइल में था, इनका सोचा जे ये थाना जुई लगा देकर
तो एविडेंसेस चला,
हाँ एविडेंस सब खत्म हो जाएगा।
The evidence may have been lost in the ashes, but the illegal encroachments of those in the mob is finally coming under the lens.
We already have information that these accused persons who are basically very criminally minded, their land documents are highly suspect. We have also specifically requested the DC Nagaon to ascertain the validity of these documents and the ownership of the lands of these accused persons.
Invoking the law against this mob can't be delayed any longer if the serenity of this neighborhood is to be remain protected.
The Hotodikar has also said that now he feels threatened about the safety of the people here, because those who resorted to burning the police station live nearby, and now their safety is also at question. So that is the situation right now in Botodroha, where historically the lands have been encroached, and now there is a presence of a mafia, particular mafia Raj in this area. With video journalist Aparup Thakuria, this is Nibir Deka in Botodroha for Times Now.
also now joined by our special guest on this special broadcast. We have Rupam Goswami, who's a spokesperson for the Assam BJP. We also have Rishi Bagri, who's a political analyst. We have Kamruzam Mana, who's a Chaudhary, who's a leader for the Congress. Coming to Rupam first. Rupam, we have been showing our viewers two separate investigations by our SIT team, which once again exposes what really led to this arsoning and violence, and later on also burning of a police station. This cannot be a work of the common citizens there. This looks, and this has been confirmed to us by the police authorities themselves, a well-planned attack.
Now, obviously, this is a well-planned attack. And moreover, I think you have missed that video, how a lady came and she poured kerosene or petrol, diesel, I don't know, whatever it is. Then another lady, he fired these bikes or the police station, because they knows then the lady who poured the kerosene, if she fired, then the fire may catch her also. So this is well planned. And in fact, there was one video which is very viral, where someone on the phone instructed, "Ye jala do, isko jala do." Well planned by seeing the mob and the design. You know, this type of design you can see in like Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh. So definitely there is a doubt of jihadis linked with this attack. And I don't know how far the national media is showing it's rightly. But if you go into the deep, because lots of these jihadis are working in Assam, in different places, you know, Batodroba, which is a birthplace of Sankar.
And that is what is being said by the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, because he said that all of these, especially when it comes to these illegal immigrants, and they have certain links with terror organization, that will be dismantled. Isn't that, Rishi? That was the promise made by Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, also saying even when it comes to multiple arrests with this said organization has also taken place in Barpeta.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I just wanted to tell you, they are well planned. Not only today, they have been planning this since 1971. And you see, the Assam culture is based on the Shankardev and Madhavdev, and this is Batodroba is one place which is the birthplace of Shankardev. At the same time, another important place is Barpeta. You know, initially they have encroached both the structures first. So they have well designed, well planned.
Right, sir. But let me get in a word from Rishi as well, what he has to say, because what is now being said, Rishi, because this is a ground report that we have been doing, and the police there was also taken aback with the kind of outrage that they saw. They're saying it was a mob, and it was an orchestrated, organized mob that led this violence.
No, a mob of illegal Bangladeshi, including the men, women and children who settled illegally in the Assam, burned down the Batadava, the police station of the Nagaon district. And they eventually even brutally thrashed many policemen on Saturday afternoon. I mean, this is what exactly happened when a custodial death of Safiqul Islam happened. You need to understand that Batadrava is a very sacred birthplace of 16th century Vaishnavite poet Saint Srimanta Sankardeva, and is considered very sacred to the Assamese community. So this kind of incident came as a brutal shock to them. Now, what exactly is happening? You need to also understand the present Congress MLA of Batadrava, Shivomani Bora, had on record confessed that she put up names of illegal occupants in the voter list when she was BDO. I mean, this is the reason why the Nagaon district administration demolishes the houses of 5 families who have allegedly involved in setting fire to the Batadrava police station on May 21. I mean, the homes that were demolished belonged to the illegal settlers, and they have settled on the land illegally with the forged documents. So this you need to understand, and already the district administration has ordered an independent probe into the alleged custodial death and suspended the officer in charge of the Batadrava station, and a special investigative team SIT has been formed. I mean, if any officer is found guilty, they will take strong action. But you can't just go and fire the police station. You can't go and do torching the government building just because something happened like this.
A police station anymore. And Mr. Chaudhary, if you can come in here, this is also a battle for existence that the Assamese people on ground are facing. These are illegal immigrants slowly taking over one of the most revered places for Assamese Sanatanis, as we have been reporting. And now we also spoke to the priest, who also describes how this creeping encroachment is taking over their lives and livelihoods as well.
Well, ma'am, the definition of illegal immigrants is a misnomer out here. Considering the fact that when there were NRC being conducted in Assam, these people should not have found their name in the list of the final NRC. Once they have proved themselves to be Indian citizens, then the question of illegal immigrants does not arise. Secondly, Assam is on a pot boil right from independence, prior to independence also, with regards to the Bangladeshis settling out there. But that's a long story. To cut that short, let me just tell you, an arson which took place in this holy place was of course deplorable. But then after that, linking those poor people with something like Al-Qaeda or Jamaat-e-Islami or some other...
Mr. Goswami, would you agree? No, sir, we have to get all points of view, because Mr. Goswami's government is there in power, and we have to ask those questions, because you have been raising that. But as far as what is being pointed out by Mr. Chaudhary, that the NRC conducted made them already citizens of India. So how can you call them illegal immigrants, Mr. Goswami?
NRC is not yet completed, madam. NRC is not yet completed. It is under the scrutiny of Supreme Court.
The final list has been declared. Final list, Mr. Goswami, has already been declared, and you have...
No, but you know, there is lots of anomalies in the NRC. It's not me. Your media has shown that Bangladeshis have been included in the NRC, which have been declared. So this NRC, still it is under the scrutiny of Supreme Court. The final NRC, though it declared, but it's not that proven, because lots of anomalies, lots of Bangladeshis name has been incorporated in this NRC. The Assamese people, they have not agreed to this NRC.
So even
they have not accepted this
NRC. When Gopinath Bordoloi was negotiating...
Rishi, we can also come in here and in fact speak about the jihadi angle here. We have the SP Dole Rishi, who has hinted that a module of Bangladeshi-based terror group, that is Ansarul Islam, which is the wing of the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent, are functioning and active there. They are in a way creating a breeding ground for more terrorists to come in.
That's for me, question.
Yes, Rishi.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously the intel inputs are there, and it's with the police, with the administration, and if they are saying this, they have the definite intel inputs. But I would like to come back to the Kamruji's point that even if they are not illegal settlers, even if I give that benefit of doubt, are they allowed to burn police station? Are they allowed to encroach land? Even as an Indian citizen, am I allowed to encroach any public land? I would like to know that. Are they allowed to burn any government buildings, or they can do arson, they can thrash policemen? Are they allowed to do that?
No, never. Can I reply to that, ma'am? The first point is that we have already condemned such an acts of crime, heinous crime, that is, we can tell, taking law into one's hand, whatever may be the trigger. The point here in Assam is not so simple as we can debate in a TV studio. Assam is being run by verbal executive orders from the CMO. It's the CMO which is calling the shots rather than the constitution of the land. We have seen numerous instances wherein people have been vilified and victimized out there in Assam just because they believe to a different faith in Assam. That is the moot point out here. When Andhra Pradesh, a minister's house was being burned...
Well, sir, as far as the Chief Minister is concerned, because he's been saying and he's been talking about certain jihadi groups are gaining a lot of influence there, and saying that multiple arrests will happen already in Barpeta, that has been witnessed. Now in Nagaon, it seems to be an orchestrated conspiracy, what happened with the burning down of the said police station. Thanking all of our guests joining us here on the super exclusive right here on Times Now that we are playing. Whereafter, we'll go on to get you multiple reactions on this big story.
big breaking news coming in as far as Yasin Malik is concerned, which has now been produced before the court. The hearing begins in the NI court. The NI Special Public Prosecutor is reading out the court order which convicted Malik just a few days back.
So Yasin Malik, the terrorist who had pleaded guilty, and the quantum of punishment that was reserved, today is the day when it will be announced, with the NIA Special Public Prosecutor also reading out the court order which had convicted Yasin Malik. We are looking at additional security that has already been deployed at the Patiala House Court in the national capital. Those pictures exclusively playing out on your channel as he's now being produced in court. It's a matter of minutes now that we are looking at the court order that could be dictated any minute. Let's first play out a ground report by Priyank.
Amidst heavy security, Yasin Malik is now being brought to the Patiala House Court. It's an important day for him because the quantum of sentence will be decided today. Yasin has pleaded guilty, and after which he is convicted in this case of UAPA. You can see amidst heavy security, Yasin Malik is being taken inside the court. The court is expected to pronounce the order today after argument on the charges, argument on the sentences, which is expected to happen today. So Yasin Malik, is a D-day for him because the kind of separatist activities which he had continued in the valley over the period of decades are certainly gonna end today.
All right, let me also now go across to Sabyasachi joining us live on this broadcast. So Sabyasachi, we are also likely to expect any time now the Patiala court to pronounce its verdict and order, and the quantum of punishment for convicted Kashmiri separatists and terrorists, that is Yasin Malik, who had earlier pleaded guilty to all the charges, including those under the UAPA.
Absolutely. A few minutes back, Yasin Malik was taken inside the courtroom, and the court will hear the last argument regarding the quantum of punishment that would be given to Yasin Malik, and the maximum in this particular case is death sentence, and the minimum is life in prison. And the sections which has been imposed against him are quite stringent, and under the UAPA Act, section 16, 18 and 20 has been imposed against him, and section 120B and 124A sedition law IPC has also been put against Yasin Malik. Whereas on 19th, the special judge Praveen Singh had said that his financial status should also be put forth by the NIA who are investigating this matter. The financial document should also be put forth in case a fine is also imposed against him regarding the terror funding case in Jammu and Kashmir. And at this particular time, all eyes are on the courtroom, where the court is underway hearing this matter, and the judgment and the announcement of the judgment would come anytime soon.
Absolutely. So we are staying with those live updates in those exclusive pictures right outside the Patiala House Court, because Yasin Malik, who has been charged with hatching a criminal conspiracy, waging a war against the country, other unlawful activities, disturbing peace in Kashmir, and also the sedition charge that has been leveled against him. Because Sabyasachi, as far as him pleading guilty is concerned, that was one of the tactics that we could say to avoid. All right, we'll just go across to Bhavtosh now, because Bhavtosh, him pleading guilty is concerned, is that one of those tactics that was rather applied by him to avoid maximum sentencing, in this case death?
Yes, many lawyers are saying that it's a move that has been taken by Yasin Malik primarily to avoid death sentence, because the maximum sentence that is carried in waging war against nation is death sentence, and Yasin Malik has used pleading guilty to avoid only that. But the case itself has its fair share of controversy. One of the chief investigating officer in this case, Digvijay Singh, who was an officer who was given gallantry awards, he himself was arrested by the NIA because it was said that he was passing some confidential information to Khurram Parvez. Khurram Parvez was arrested last November by the NIA, and the NIA said that when raids and searches were carried out in October 2020, Digvijay Singh, the chief investigating officer, one of the senior officers of NIA, he in fact passed confidential information to Khurram Parvez and others. Digvijay Singh in fact prematurely repatriated to his parent cadre to Himachal Pradesh police,
and then in a very dramatic manner NIA arrested him. Having said that, in August 2019, Yasin Malik was arrested by the NIA, and then there was a supplementary charge sheet that was filed by NIA. Now NIA has said that joint resistant leadership, which was headed by Yasin Malik, in fact virtually gave a calendar, and that calendar was followed by many youngsters, and that calendar had dates of when the shops should be shut and also when stone pelting should be carried out. NIA in its charge sheet had also given details of how Pakistan High Commission and foreign national used to fund Hurriyat Conference, and how the leaders of Hurriyat Conference used to take directions from Yasin Malik. Now the maximum sentence in this case carries death sentence, but in a very dramatic manner Yasin Malik has now pleaded guilty.
Alright, stay with us Bhavtosh, and to all our reporters, and even as Pranesh has some more news coming in, that how Pakistan has once again shamelessly come out in support of Yasin Malik. This is the ex-Pakistani Prime Minister coming out all in support for the terrorist Yasin. Yes, Pranesh.
You know, big news coming in. NIA, the National Investigation Agency, as we speak, has sought the maximum, which is the death penalty for butcher of Hindus. Yasin Malik owned up to his crime of killing Hindus, killing innocents in the valley. Today, it is Judgment Day. Times Now getting viewers minute-by-minute updates from the courtroom. Anytime now, the sentencing will be pronounced by the court. While that happens, look what's happening in Pakistan. Pakistanis can't believe that one of their own, someone that they had paid and trained to bleed India, will be punished today. From the current Prime Minister to the former Prime Minister to top mantris of Pakistan, they are all now coming out to back Yasin Malik. All doubts removed, all masks have slipped. Look at this tweet, for instance. This man, here it is. This man, look at the name first. The name is Khwaja Saad Rafiq. Look at the photo. This is not Khwaja Saad Rafiq, Richa. This is Yasin Malik. Now, you can call it solidarity, but should a country be extending solidarity with a terrorist like this? But why are we surprised? Because Pakistan has done this in the past. Pakistan has done this with Osama. Pakistan continues to do this with Hafiz Saeed, Dawood Ibrahim, Sayyid Salahuddin, all the others. And now it can't get more brazen and defiant. Khwaja Saad Rafiq, who is the Federal Minister for Aviation and Railways, he's changed his profile picture, and look at the man, Yasin Malik. This is a watershed today. Pakistan has removed all doubts. If people had any, Pak apologists are on test today. India wants to hear from them. Will they take a stand? Will they still endorse Pak? Because Pakistan is openly endorsing terrorist Yasin Malik.
And Pranesh, we have so many such tweets that we have access here as well on this broadcast. We have the PPP, who has now also once again stated that they call upon the global community, the UN and the human rights organizations to exhort India to stop this grave injustice against Yasin Malik, who is a terrorist. Yes, Ishan, you have been closely tracking all the developments on this case from the very beginning. And today is the day when we are expecting the quantum of judgment anytime now.
Well, yes, remember it was in 2017 when NIA started cracking down on all the funding cases in Jammu and Kashmir. There was raids were started because during that period in 2017-16, following the 2016 unrest in Kashmir Valley.
In fact, sorry to interrupt you there, Ishan. Let me also now go across to Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP on the phone line. And Shehzad, at a time when a terrorist is awaiting his judgment call, we are seeing how the entire country, the Pakistani political circle, is coming out in support and showing solidarity and also calling upon the UN to intervene.
Look, Pakistan is always better described as Atankistan, and therefore they will always be in solidarity with terrorists. And today they are showing कि Yasin Malik का असली मालिक कौन है. But there are some people who are the maliks of Yasin Malik in India too. Unfortunately, this terrorist was given patronage in the office of Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. Unfortunately, there was a Prime Minister Manmohan Singh constituted group headed by Ahmed Ansari, which was about victims of militancy, which gave place to a person like Yasin Malik. These people who for 32 years never cried one tear for the Kashmiri Hindus, today are in solidarity with Yasin Malik, and therefore his Maliks, whether in India or in Pakistan, today are trying to portray him as a shaheed. I would like if the Congress party would come out and unequivocally condemn Yasin Malik and say that he should deserve the strictest punishment, but neither will they, nor will Pakistan come out and condemn this terrorist.
Absolutely, and thank you, Shahzad, for that. Let me also now go across to Major General G.D. Bakshi on this broadcast. General Bakshi, certainly absolutely embarrassing situation coming in for Pakistan, once again being exposed on how they're coming out in support of Yasin Malik, calling him a Kashmiri freedom movement leader, and also calling in human rights activists and the UN to intervene.
Look, just yesterday, they have been condemned at the Quad unequivocally and for the first time lambasted for their support to terrorist activities. What locus standi have they to interfere in India's internal affairs? They have no business poking their nose in. Yasin Malik is a mass murderer. He has been guilty of getting genocide done in Jammu and Kashmir against the pundit, ethnic cleansing done. He needs to hang at the end of a rope. He has the blood of 4 Air Force personnel on his hand. He has the blood of several Kashmiri pundits on his hand. And the kind of ethnic cleansing that he had ordered as the chief of the JKLF. He should have been brought to justice long ago. Thank God justice has been delayed but not denied. And at long last that the judicial system is now swinging into action to bring him to book. This man's place is at the end of a rope for the crimes that he has committed, the number of murders that he has committed. You know, and he, not only was he let scot-free, he was being paid by the intelligence agencies of Pakistan. And Sone Pe Suhaga, even our own intelligence agencies were cultivating him.
Right.
Because there was a diktat from that American Robin Rappel, who said that she wouldn't accept the elections conducted in Jammu and Kashmir, and we had to talk to the Hurriyat Conference. So the Hurriyat Conference was being treated and dined as a government in waiting in Jammu and Kashmir, and he was part of that traitorous setup. His place is in the gallows. Actually, his place is at the end of a rope.
And we have so many families that are still waiting for justice, specifically talking about the Kashmiri Hindus. Thank you, Major General G.D. Bakshi, for joining us here on this broadcast. Going back to Ishan once again, and Ishan, you have been speaking to the Kashmiri Hindus who have suffered on the hands of terrorists like Yasin Malik. Share your experience and how this is also a day of justice for them.
Well, yes, ever since Kashmir Files came, people started watching Kashmir Files. Ever since then, the Kashmiri Pandit community started gathering pace again and calling for justice and detention and, justice for all those victims who have actually been killed during the 1990s. And since then, the momentum has just grown. We have seen that several of these Kashmiri Pandits who were actually, who had lost faith in the system, started moving once again to the judiciary and filed fresh cases to reopen all those cases, which somehow did not, prosecution in some cases did not show certain interest, as we saw in the case of Beta Karate, when the judge pointed out during that particular time, 2006-2005, that the prosecution was not enough interested. But once again, these cases are being opened up. It has been a ray of hope for all those Kashmiri Pandits who are living outside Kashmir Valley and want to, come back to Kashmir Valley, but they also want justice to be delivered to them, because their kins and their family members have been killed during the 90s, and they want all those people who are behind these killings to be brought to justice.
All right, moving on to some more big breaking news coming in once again. We are seeing how this is a big update coming in of Kapil Sibal, who's all set to join SP now. He has been the loyal man for the Congress for several years now. It's a big times now political scoop coming in of Kapil Sibal finally dumping the Congress party and is all set to join the SP. In fact, we'll try to play out that reaction also as well coming in from Kapil Sibal, who has in the past as well spoken strongly against the policies of the party, specifically talking about the High Command. And we'll play out that first reaction coming in from Kapil Sibal.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। 16 मई को मैंने त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। क्या
आजम खान और अखिलेश जी की अब तक मुलाकात नहीं।
अरे भैया आप देखिए, मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ये सवाल अब हमसे काहे को पूछ रहे हैं? समर्थन सभी ने मुझको दिया है, सारे उत्तर प्रदेश में जो यहाँ दल है उसमें समर्थन मुझे मिला है।
उत्तर प्रदेश की कितनी आवाज हम कह सकते हैं राज्यसभा में?
देखिए आपको मालूम है कि मेरी राज्यसभा में आवाज उठती थी, तभी भी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था।
Right, let's go across to Ranjita for more updates on this. This is a massive development. Ranjita, किस वजह से कपिल सिब्बल ने 16 तारीख को इस्तीफा दी कांग्रेस पार्टी से और अब वो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं समाजवादी पार्टी उनके राज्यसभा नॉमिनी बनने के लिए?
देखिए, कपिल सिब्बल जो है वो सपा ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। अपने अभी जो उन्होंने मीडिया से बात की उसमें उन्होंने
let me just interrupt you. We're also being joined right now by Anurag Bhadoria of the Samajwadi Party for his reaction. अनुराग जी, ये बताइए, कपिल सिब्बल ने आपकी पार्टी को ज्वाइन किया है, आपने विद ओपन आर्म्स उनको वेलकम किया है, क्यों? क्योंकि वो कांग्रेस से रूठे थे इसीलिए?
All right, we seem to have lost that line, but we'll go back to Ranjita once again. And Ranjita, this is a big loss coming in for the Congress party. He has been a Congress loyalist for the longest time, and finally उन्होंने कांग्रेस का साथ छोड़कर अब एसपी ज्वाइन कर लिया। Sangeeta, if you can hear me. All right, we'll try to go back to our reporter shortly, but before that, we'll once again play out what Kapil Sibal had to say.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं।
Before that, let me also now go across to Anurag Bhadoria of the SP joining us over the phone line. Anurag Bhadoria जी, finally कपिल सिब्बल ने जो है कांग्रेस का साथ छोड़कर एसपी को ज्वाइन कर लिया है। He was also part of the G23 who were rebelling against the Congress party. आपका क्या कहना है इस पर?
देखिए, सवाल ये है कि जिस तरह की राजनीति देश में चल रही है और विपक्ष में जिस तरह की बात उठाने की जरूरत है और समाज के असली मुद्दों को पार्लियामेंट के अंदर में, सदन में और सदन के बाहर मजबूती से उठाने की जरूरत है। जिस तरह की महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, महिलाओं पर अत्याचार और देश की अर्थव्यवस्था जिस तरह से टूट रही है, तो यहाँ पे बात उठाने वाली मजबूत की जरूरत है। तो लोगों को, समाजवादियों पे यकीन हो रहा है कि समाजवादी मात्र एक ऐसी पार्टी है जो समाज में सामाजिक मुद्दों पे लड़ाई लड़ रही है और हम सामाजिक मुद्दों पे लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, तो लोगों को पसंद आ रहा है।
जी, Alright, धन्यवाद भदौरिया जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. Going back to Ranjita once again. So Ranjita, this is a big blow coming into the Congress party. He was also part of the G23 leaders who were opposing. Alright, before that, let me also now go across to Sanjay Jha joining us over the phone line. Sanjay Jha, your first response. Kapil Sibal leaving the Congress party.
Well, then effectively now you have G22. So, I do believe that Mr. Sibal has been a terrific and an outstanding asset for the Congress party over decades, not just as a phenomenal lawyer, but as a great parliamentarian. He's a strategic thinker. He talked of reforms and change within the Congress. And I'm sure that to a great extent he was probably frustrated with the fact that not many things happened. But it's good news for the Samajwadi Party. But on the other hand, I'm glad that he has always believed that India's democratic character, all his secular credentials need to be saved. And at least he will be battling on that front alongside the Congress. So there is a positive side to this negative news for the Congress because it is losing, in my opinion, a formidable political personality.
Absolutely. And Sanjay Jha, another question to you. Recently, we have seen two other exits like Sunil Jakar and Hardik Patel. And now we have Kapil Sibal leaving the Congress party. He spoke about how he wants to form a formidable opposition against the BJP for 2024. How would you respond to that?
Well, I do feel that, end of day, losing elections is one thing, but I feel losing good, talented people, that to me is a more spectacular worry because, it is very difficult to replace talent. When you look at Mr. Jakar, decades of political experience at the ground level. Mr. Sibal has been actually one of the most visible, characters on India's political tapestry. So I do believe that somewhere at the end of the day, the Congress party will have to, stop these leakages. You cannot afford to lose people. You cannot be casual about anybody in the party who's feeling disillusioned or disaffected. I think Rahul is right when he says that there needs to be conversations, but the party is not having enough dialogue within. And, and these dialogues need to happen where access is opened up to anybody in the party. I'll give you an example. You're in Times now. If you have a reporter who's disgruntled, you're going to lose him to a rival channel. And the best thing you do is to hold him back and find out why is somebody, wanting to walk away. Now, if you're not going to engage with people, especially those who are disappointed, I mean, this is where the whole culture needs to be a lot more, focused towards those people who are angry or, have angst.
Right.
Because otherwise you are always surrounded by people who are very sycophantic and say, no, everything is hunky-dory. So I think the Congress needs to work on this because this is bad news for the Congress undoubtedly, but I know Mr. Sibal personally, so I will tell you this. Mr. Sibal is convinced that in 2024, if you are not able to defeat the BJP, then the country's character will change in terms of its democratic, outlook. And I do believe that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Jha, for joining us here on Times. Now we'll also play out some more reactions coming in. First up of Akhilesh Yadav as well.
जिनको सदस्य बनाना है पार्टी को बहुत जल्दी वो लोग नामांकन कर देंगे. आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं. पहला नॉमिनेशन हुआ है. इस तरह पार्टी की तरफ से 2 और जा सकते हैं. बहुत जल्दी उनका भी नॉमिनेशन हो जाएगा.
कपिल सिब्बल जी के आने से किस तरीके से देखते हैं? क्या
कपिल सिब्बल जी वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता रहे हैं. देश के जाने माने केसेस उन्होंने लड़े हैं. वो लोकसभा में रहे हों, राज्यसभा में रहे हों, उन्होंने बात को अच्छी तरह रखा है ढंग से. पॉलिटिकल कैरियर भी है उनके पास. एज ए लॉयर बहुत सक्सेसफुल लॉयर हैं. तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है. आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है. तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे.
अब ये 2 नाम और हैं बचे हुए
बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे. बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे.
थैंक यू.
All right, let me also now go across to Majid Memon joining us over the phone line. Mr. Memon, how would you respond to Kapil Sibal finally, in fact, leaving the Congress party, joining SP, and he also speaks about forming a formidable opposition against the BJP for 2024?
Well, Kapil Sibal has been unhappy with the functioning of Congress party for quite some time. And as a matter of fact, he was rather bold enough to even make a clear dissent to the style of functioning by the Congress High Command. And he was insisting that nothing short of ouster of Gandhi family as far as the heading of the organization was concerned. He said at no cost he would accept a member of Gandhi family. And it certainly offended the Congress High Command. And he was not among those who, like Ghulam Nabi Azad or Anand Sharma or others who were also among G23, but still they have softened their stand and have also taken up some responsibility in the new committees that have been formed. But Kapil Sibal, since had returned, had gone to no point of no return, he had no option but to look for some other umbrella political support from which he could continue to be in the parliament. So I think he has chosen a secular party, and his determination to fight BJP in a combined strength is there.
So clearly it's time for Congress to introspect, and thank you Mr. Memin for joining us here on this broadcast. Tom Vadakan also join us on the phone line. Mr. Vadakan, your first response, Kapil Sibal finally leaving his loyalty to the Congress party and joins SP.
Waiting to happen. This doesn't come as a surprise because his contributions have never been even acknowledged. The point here is he has prevented so many congressmen from going to jail from top to bottom. There are many cases against them, corruption, you name it, and it's there. And he has prevented them from going to jail. And this ungrateful party has treated him badly. So naturally it was time that he would be going to either one of the parties. So I think we should develop wherever he goes, because committed and workers and leaders like him are an asset to any party.
Absolutely. And Mr. Vadakan, is it also time for the Congress to introspect with the recent exits that they have also witnessed, be it Hardik Patel and now Kapil Sibal, and before that Sunil Jhakar as well?
They have never learned the art of introspection. What they say is a final word. They believe what they don't know is not worth knowing. That's the kind of philosophy and ego that they have. So I don't think there's any course correction left with them. There was some hope with the shiver that happened in Jaipur, but Jaipur or Udaipur, I think. But then it's unfortunate. They didn't learn. There was a presentation made to them, and they copy-pasted some of the suggestions, and that's all in paper. Nothing more happened. It's back to business, the same style, same functioning, and the royalty declares it well, you know. If you don't suit their style of functioning, you're not relevant.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Vadakan, for joining us here on this broadcast. So certainly a big and a massive blow coming in for the Congress party. Once upon a time a loyalist and a go-to person for the Congress High Command, Kapil Sibal, has finally quit the party. Remember, he has been, in fact, dwelling upon the same, as he has been part of the G23 group as well, where he had criticized the Congress's functioning. We'll play out once again what he said.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties, and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया।
ये बातें सोच ली होती तो देखिए, एक तो सभी, एक तो परिवार भी साथ रहता और जमीनी कार्यकर्ता भी साथ रहते तो इस समय सत्ता में हो सकते थे।
आजम साहब की नाराजगी दूर हो पाएगी? डिम्पल जी का भी नाम चल रहा है सर, तो क्या परिवारवाद की तरफ इशारा नहीं होगा?
देखिए, डिम्पल के आ जाने से तो वो तो एक तो परिवार की बहू है, और अगर यही पहले सोच लिया होता, तो अगर ये सोच लिया होता तो परिवार को लेकर के, जमीनी कार्यकर्ताओं को लेकर के अगर चले होते तो सरकार में होते।
आपने सीट बदलने की भी बात कही।
All right, let me also now go across to Nyamika joining us live on this broadcast. And Nyamika, this is a big blow coming in for the Congress party. It's Kapil Sibal, who has been the loyalist for them, the go-to person for all their legal issues as well, is now leaving the party.
Well, absolutely, but this hasn't come as a shock for the Congress party, because Kapil Sibal has been quite vocal from a very long time. He's a member of the G23 group who has written a letter to Congress president, and Kapil Sibal has been the one who continuously questioned the Congress leadership, its decisions, after getting a huge loss in the assembly elections, and that is why Kapil Sibal had also demanded that there should be a president of Congress party who is a non-Gandhi, and he has also demanded for an organizational overhaul for Congress, and he was being quite vocal about the matters which were going on within the Congress leadership, and today he has taken a huge step by choosing the Samajwadi Party over Congress, and he has filed a nomination for Rajya Sabha, and in his interaction with media he has said it very openly that there needs to be an independent voice to raise all the issues ahead of the 2024 general elections against the BJP government, and that is why he has taken this decision. He has also given his resignation to the Congress president on 16th of May, and when the sources within the Congress party talked to Times Now, they were also being saying that Kapil Sibal were one of the top leaders of Congress party.
All right, stay with us, Nyamika. Rita Bahuguna Joshi also joins us over the phone line. And ma'am, your response to how finally the loyalist of the Congress party, Kapil Sibal, who has been vocal about his apprehensions of the functioning, has left the party.
Well, you said this, the G23, as they call themselves, have been raising their voice for a long time. And they wanted internal democracy, they wanted internal changes. But the party high command in the Congress party, the Nehru-Gandhi family, did not at all pay heed to whatever issues that were being raised by this G23. Among them, Sibalji is the first to now leave. And he is left, I think, because even this national convention that the Congress party held did not bear any results. And they are neither remorseful nor they are in a transformative mood. So obviously people are seeking their own levels and they want to find their own, wherever they are comfortable. So I'm a bit surprised that Sibalji has gone to the Samajwadi Party, because his stature is so, even if he had not gone there, he could have kept raising his voice at the national level. But it seems that he has chosen to go there to become a member of parliament. I have nothing much to say, except that the Congress is going to lose all its people. It started with me, I think, at one point of time. And that time when I talked to Mr. Sibal, he was very, very critical of me. And he gave very strong statements against me as being disloyal to the party. So I feel that that was the time when everybody should have raised their voices. But now that is happening, it's quite natural what's happening. I don't find it at all surprising. And many more are going to leave. I was told by some leader yesterday that the G23 is no more G23, it is G100. So there many regional satraps of the party leaders are not joining this disgruntled group. So the Congress must look at it, and they're not looking at, they are committing hierarchy. It's okay, hierarchy, how can you help it?
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Rita Bahuguna Joshi, Mrs. Rita Bahuguna Joshi, for joining us here on Times Now. And clearly so many voices coming in, and once again we are witnessing how there has been a discontent within the party for a long time now. And Nyamika, we have seen how the G23 leaders, which included Kapil Sibal, had time after time tried to reach out to the High Command, and after they were in fact left disheartened or with no response, that's how we are seeing several leaders leaving now.
Well, absolutely. This is one of the most important reasons why Kapil Sibal has taken this decision to join hands with the Samajwadi Party, and he has been saying that it is important for any individual to raise voices against against the BJP as 2024 general elections are also coming in. He has also mentioned that there are certain disciplinary rules being in any party which he needs to follow, and that is the reason why he has given his resignation to the Congress president on 16th of May. However, we have also witnessed that Congress party has taken a stand, and they are trying to...
What more responses now coming from the Congress party, and what do they have to say? And thank you, Namika, for getting us the latest. Slipping into a short break, we'll be back with the latest on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हैं और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम
tuning in, you're watching Times Now. My name is Amita Bhadva.
And I'm Pratibha. The big story that we are tracking this moment after Hardik Patel and Sunil Jakhar, now G23 chief Kapil Sibal, has dumped the Gandhis. The former union minister and senior leader Kapil Sibal has resigned from the Congress, dropping the bombshell after filing his nomination as the Samajwadi Party's candidate for the Rajya Sabha.
And this is happening from the state of Uttar Pradesh because he was flanked by Akhilesh Yadav himself. When he was filing the nomination, Sibal has said that he's resigned from the Congress party already on the 16th of May, and also said that it is important to be an independent voice in parliament, and if an independent voice speaks up, then only the people will believe it is not from any political party. That is what the first reaction that came in from Kapil Sibal.
Constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important टू बी एन इंडिपेंडेंट वॉइस। और मैं समझता हूं कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा।
जिनको सदस्य बनाना है पार्टी को, बहुत जल्दी वो लोग नामांकन कर देंगे। आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं, पहला नॉमिनेशन हुआ है। इस तरह पार्टी की तरफ से 2 और जा सकते हैं, बहुत जल्दी उनका भी नॉमिनेशन हो जाएगा।
कपिल सिब्बल जी के आने से किस तरीके से देखते हैं? क्या
कपिल सिब्बल जी वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता रहे हैं, देश के जाने माने केसेस उन्होंने लड़े हैं। वो लोकसभा में रहे हों, राज्यसभा में रहे हों, उन्होंने बात को अच्छी तरह रखा है ढंग से। पॉलिटिकल कैरियर भी है उनके पास, एज ए लॉयर बहुत सक्सेसफुल लॉयर हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं, आज देश किस रास्ते पर है, आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
अब ये जो 2 नाम और हैं बचे हुए,
बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे, बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे।
Let's go across to Sherin Elizabeth, who's joining us with more details. Sherin, Kapil Sibal is one of the senior most leaders of the Congress party. In the recent times, he has been vocal about his criticism for the Gandhis and now finally quitting from the Congress.
That is right, Pratibha. Though Kapil Sibal in his statement says that he has resigned on May 16th, but the timing is very interesting because this is this announcement or filing his nomination from the Samajwadi Party. We are seeing this just a day after the Congress Party has in fact made the list of the Political Affairs Committee, also the political strategists and who all are going to be in the task force for the 2024 elections. Somewhere you can see that the G23 leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad, Anand Sharma were part of this. They were in fact accommodated into this Political Affairs Committee. But when it comes to Kapil Sibal, there was no sort of any sort of communication with the top brass of with the High Command of the Congress and Kapil Sibal for months altogether. There was in fact no kind of communication between the both, and we have seen the kind of statements that Kapil Sibal has made against Sonia Gandhi, made against Rahul Gandhi. In fact, for that matter, other G23 leaders like Bhupendra Singh Hooda, his aide was also accommodated as the Haryana Congress chief. Right. And now we are seeing that there are also deal that is happening. Sources also suggest that there are deal happening between Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma as far as Congress is concerned. But when it comes to Kapil Sibal, it seems that the High Command wanted to completely cut ties with him because the kind of statements he has made.
Maybe they were waiting for an opportunity like this, that Kapil Sibal leaves on his own, because he's been a long-standing leader of the Congress party, a former union minister himself. Mr. Rajagopalan is with us. Also, Sanjeev Srivastav is joining us. Mr. Rajagopalan, to you first, because we are looking at a situation one after the other, and it is happening very fast and frequent and often, sir. Topmost Congress leaders, even the youth Congress leaders, Hardik Patel just happened, Sunil Jakhar just happened. We've been speaking to Rita Bahuguna Joshi saying it is no longer G23, it has crossed G100.
No, it's a great setback to Rahul Gandhi. If you remember in the Congress Working Committee, when Mr. Rahul Gandhi said that Kapil Sibal, Ghulam Nabi Azad are working for BJP, RSS, since that day, the G23 is split. Apart from that, from the political experience, what I could say, national parties have no role in Rajya Sabha now. The state political parties are going to be the strength of Rajya Sabha against BJP. Because Congress, as a leader of opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge will not have 23 MPs after June-July, after 2023 also. The reason being, he lost the LOP position in Rajya Sabha. Therefore, Congress has no role in Lok Sabha, no LOP, in Rajya Sabha, no LOP. Again, Mr. Kapil Sibal is misleading the public, saying that he is going to be an independent candidate. Then why should he get the support of Samajwadi Party full? The reason being, independent members, Sanjeev Srivastava knows the parliamentary procedure, independent members will not get time in Rajya Sabha. They get the last chance. Suppose if any bill is coming, any budget speech on, he has to reply Kapil Sibal, his turn will come at the fag end of the debate. Therefore, my understanding is Kapil Sibal has been sidelined and he got the only one umbrella of Samajwadi Party. Many Congress leaders have started to speculate and tweet that Chintan Shiva is a flop. Kapil Sibal, who initiated, the Rajiv Gandhi model of politics, he dumped Rahul Gandhi. Second, huge money power played in the Rajya Sabha of Samajwadi Party, according to congressmen who has tweeted just now.
Right, and what's interesting is that his nomination is coming from Uttar Pradesh. Remember, the Congress party had been trying to focus on Uttar Pradesh. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra leading the charge of the Congress party there. Bureau Chief Amir Haq joins us from Uttar Pradesh. But before that, Mr. Ashwini Kumar also joining us over the phone line. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, 10 days, 3 desertions. This is one of the senior most leaders of the Congress party. What's wrong with the Congress?
Well, I don't know who's senior or who's not senior, but it is a matter of great concern, should be a matter of great concern for the Congress party. It is true that leader after leader is leaving the party. There must be something seriously wrong with the party, but of course, each person has a different perspective, a different motivation, and different inspiration for taking a decision that people take, on which I would not like to comment. But I believe that one of the reasons given is that it is easier to raise one's voice outside the party structures. This is partly true because parties as they function these days leave very little discretion to individual members to voice their views on critical national issues. But it is also true that parties do provide a platform for political action. So I think a holistic view needs to be taken about the politics of the country. And I wish good luck to everybody who's trying to carve out a place in India's politics in the way they feel it is right.
Right. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, sir, thank you very much for your point of view. Also going across to Amir at this point. Amir, when it comes to certain feelers there as far as Kapil Sibal is concerned, because he said he already quit the Congress on the 16th of May. He had been having regular meetings with Akhilesh Yadav. In fact, when it comes to Azam Khan's case, he was the one who was representing the Samajwadi Party strongman in court.
Well, that's right. In fact, many of the people here actually believe that this is some kind of a quid pro quo as far as Kapil Sibal is concerned, because Kapil Sibal has been representing senior Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan in Supreme Court against all the cases that had been filed against him over the last 5.5 years. And it was just recently, about 4 days back, that a bail has been secured from him from the Supreme Court. And therefore, a huge favor per se for the Samajwadi Party, which many people from within the Samajwadi Party as well believe, this is a return of favor from the side of Akhilesh Yadav. Now, many things need to be ironed out within the Samajwadi Party fold, because although Kapil Sibal has been declared as the first candidate, we do know that the Samajwadi Party can only field 3 candidates this time around from among the 11 seats that go vacant from Uttar Pradesh during these Rajya Sabha elections. And out of the 3, one is of course Kapil Sibal. Initially it was being thought that Kapil Sibal, after having quit the Congress party, could actually join the Samajwadi Party, but he's just clarified that he'll be contesting these elections as an independent candidate and he's not joining Samajwadi Party. He says he wants to become an independent voice within the parliament against the Modi government and its policies, and he feels that perhaps if if he speaks from an independent forum, being an independent candidate, perhaps his voice will have more weight than against any person who belongs to a particular political party. But it does seem very clearly now that it was some kind of a political compulsion for Akhilesh Yadav, the Samajwadi Party chief, to field Kapil Sibal, to in fact support Kapil Sibal in these elections here. Although in the past as well, in the last held elections in which Kapil Sibal came in as a Rajya Sabha member, he was again supported by the Samajwadi Party even then, because the Congress Party obviously did not have enough numbers to field him the last time around as well. So a huge favor
Amir, in fact, what's interesting is that Congress leaders now openly saying there's something wrong with the Congress Party. Kapil Sibal has said it, Hardik Patel said it, before that Sunil Jakhar, and there have been indications coming in from these leaders before they quit from the Congress Party as well. Ashwini Kumar speaking to Times Now just moments ago saying, yes, I agree, there are problems with the Congress Party. So the Congress leaders are aware that there are problems. They have named the Gandhis as well, but they also seem to be accepting that there's not going to be any change. Mr. Sanjeev Srivastava, is that the reality of the Congress Party?
See, you don't need a Kapil Sibal or an analyst to now say that there are serious issues within the Congress Party. There are serious issues with the Congress Party. Imagine a party which was once the principal pole of national polity is now reduced to 50-odd seats in national parliament, 2 state governments. So yes, the party is adrift. There is no denying the fact. At the same time, they can adjust now with the limited patronage power that they have. They can perhaps accommodate at best one G23 leader or maybe one more. Ghulam Nabi Azad's name is doing the rounds. So for a person like Kapil Sibal, and I won't say that he has been minister twice, he was given so much by the Congress Party, so he should have just stayed put and licked his wounds and be on the sidelines. No, he's a person with a strong voice. He's a very solid lawyer, a good opinionated person who can argue his brief very well, and he wanted to be in the mainstream of public discourse of the national polity. So he realized perhaps that he has no choice within the Congress Party to raise his voice. He has been a parliamentarian, he wanted to be in the parliament, and I think what Amir was saying just now to you, if we add another element to this debate, see, Azam Khan, despite being released from the jail, there have been these reports doing the rounds that everything is not well and all is not hunky-dory between Akhilesh and Azam Khan. Now, this is still in the realm of conjecture and speculation, but where there is smoke, there might be fire. So this might be a tripartite deal between Azam Khan, Akhilesh...
Mr. Srivastava, I will just come across to you. You can complete your point, but we have Mr. Arvind Sawant with us on the phone line. Sir, one after the other, as far as your ally Congress is concerned, topmost leaders are leaving the party. They are saying that gadbad hai party mein when it comes to the leadership, and they want the party to at least identify and address those issues. All right, Mr. Arvind Sawant will be joining us shortly, but Mr. Srivastava, if I can come back to you on that, because you were completing your point. You mentioned Ghulam Nabi Azad. Now, on one point by the Congress Party, he too was attacked when he was felicitated by the Modi government. Is it the other way around? Did the Congress Party actually want such top leaders to leave?
लोग देश में ऐसे हैं जो लगता है कि सारी देश की संपत्ति उन्हीं को दी जा रही है, तो ये भी जनता को हमें बताना पड़ेगा। और 2 सबसे बड़ी समस्याएं इस देश में हैं, वो है हमारी बच्चों की समस्याएं और माओं की समस्याएं, बहनों की समस्याएं।
आपको लग रहा है कि आप उत्तर प्रदेश से जाएंगे तो एक बेहतर आवाज उत्तर प्रदेश के...
बिल्कुल, उत्तर प्रदेश की आवाज तो हम उठाएंगे ही, लेकिन सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो बात यह है कि इस देश में जब तक बच्चे अच्छी तरह से शिक्षित नहीं होंगे, मोदी जी बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, बड़ी बड़ी डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं, पहले तो हम बुनियादी तौर पे बच्चों को शिक्षा नहीं देंगे तो डिजिटल इंडिया नहीं बनेगा।
सर, कांग्रेस में अब क्या स्थिति
देखिए, ऐसा है कि जब तक मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं इधर उधर की टिप्पणी कर सकता था, अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूँ, ठीक है ना, तो मैं कांग्रेस के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा।
आप सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर रहे, मतलब
मैंने बोला ना, जब तक मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं टिप्पणी कर सकता था, ठीक है ना, हम G23 में भी रहे, अब मैं कांग्रेस के बाहर हूँ, मैंने इस्तीफा दे दिया है, मैं नहीं समझता कि उचित है कि मैं कांग्रेस के बारे में कुछ कहूँ।
कुछ अफसोस कहीं सर है?
मैंने बोला ना, मैं कुछ देखिए, किसी के साथ संबंध रहे 30-31 साल, ठीक है ना, तो संबंध छोड़ना कोई आसान काम नहीं होता, इतना ही काफी है।
थैंक यू सर। कपिल सिब्बल जी हमारे साथ मौजूद है।
So first reaction there of Kapil Sibal, where he is now officially making it clear that he will no longer comment on the workings of the Congress party because he is no longer a part of the Congress party. Mr. Srivastava, do you want to complete your point as far as the Congress party in a way letting him go?
See, I was just saying that Congress party doesn't have enough crumbs or doesn't have enough patronage, and also the Congress younger leadership doesn't have enough patience, to be very honest, to deal with the old guard, which is very unfortunate. Somebody as seasoned, as articulate, as intelligent as a Kapil Sibal would have done great service to the Congress party. But I am happy for him.
My apologies for cutting you short, Mr. Srivastava. We have Mr. Arvind Sawant on the phone line with us. Mr. Arvind Sawant, another Congress leader quitting the party, veteran leader Kapil Sibal quits Congress.
What happened? What happened?
So you're saying it makes no difference to the party? Is that what you're trying to say?
When the ship is sailing in a storm, the captains and the soldiers' duty is to see that it should be saved and brought to the shore. And
so the captain of the ship, sir, are the Gandhis.
The captain and the soldiers also. They were the soldiers of the Congress. It's not that they were so non-entities. They were entities in the Congress party. They have become the minister through the Congress party. When Congress party is in trouble, they should have gone inside, see that the party is saved, sailing should be done so that the party will come at the shore safely. Instead of that, the rest leave the ship, when it is drowning. This is the act of this Kapil Sibal. So selfish people are there. They don't have a loyalty to the party. And now this is happening over everybody. I mean, not only Congress party. This is happening in every place. Rulers, ruling party people have to go and join the ruling party to safeguard themselves, not the country, not the people of the country.
No, but is Mr. Sawant loyalty only one way? I mean, you mentioned the word selfish, but what happens to the captain of the ship? No responsibility from their end.
If people like this, at this age, if the people like this served for the entire life in Congress party, leave the Congress party, if they don't think, they should have left the party and stay at home. But instead, when they join the other party, that shows selfishness, nothing else.
But sir, he's giving out the reasons and he's been there in the Congress party while being a part of the Congress party criticizing. He was there asking for reform, sir.
It is to be seen by the Congress party, not me. But in general, I have made a statement that this is what is happening in the...
But Mr. Sawant, what do you do when political leaders, because it's not just Sibal, there are various leaders who are coming out and saying there's a overhaul needed in Congress, but these comments are not being taken lightly. They know that there's not going to be a change. That's why they're quitting.
All right. Arvind Sawant there of the Shiv Sena giving out his comments saying, going back to our guest and also our reporters there, Amir, the ground reporting that is now being done as far as why exactly Kapil Sibal has been chosen by Akhilesh, or is it the other way around? Akhilesh chose Kapil Sibal.
Well, clearly this was the prerogative of Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav to support any particular candidate, whether he is an independent or decides to join the Samajwadi Party. In this case, although Kapil Sibal has made amply clear that he is not joining the Samajwadi Party, although he did say that he quit the Congress Party on the 16th of May, although his resignation wasn't made public either by him or by the party, and now, almost 2 weeks later, he's now going ahead and filing his nomination papers as an independent candidate for Rajya Sabha elections, being supported by the Samajwadi Party. It clearly means that although Kapil Sibal has done favors for Samajwadi Party per se by supporting Azam Khan in terms of being his lawyer in the Supreme Court, and the kind of the manner in which Azam Khan and Akhilesh Yadav's relationships have gone sour over the last several weeks, and ever since Azam Azam Khan has been released from jail, it does seem apparent that Akhilesh Yadav is trying to placate Azam Khan by fielding Kapil Sibal here, by supporting him with the strength of Samajwadi Party.
Because, in fact, that's the attitude that's worrying. If I can take a word from Mr. Rajagopalan. Mr. Rajagopalan, the attitude is very clear. It has been echoed by the ally Shiv Sena MP Arvind Sawant as well as he joined us. Don't care attitude. They've left their loss. They are being selfish. These are leaders who have put in years into the party and they have suggested several changes to the Congress party, but clearly no takers for these suggestions.
Arvind Sawant should recall on his own leader Uddhav Thackeray. Leave alone Arvind Sawant's comment, Pradipa. My point is, Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, DMK, has given 1 seat to Congress in the Rajya Sabha last week. But now, Akhilesh Yadav is making a dissident of Congress as an independent MP. So there is a contrast between the allies. DMK, Samajwadi Party approach towards Congress. And second thing, in 2024, will Samajwadi Party join Congress as an alliance or a junior partner or a senior partner? I don't think so, because Akhilesh Yadav spoiled the relationship because of Do Ladke in 2017, Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi. Now Akhilesh Yadav in 5 years has decided to go against Congress. The Kapil Sibal nomination to Rajya Sabha by Akhilesh Yadav will certainly anger, provoke Congress, especially Rahul Gandhi. Tomorrow he will say something in London, Rahul Gandhi, who is in a foreign vacation, he will say something against Akhilesh Yadav. Therefore, allies of the Congress, Shiv Sena also wrote an editorial Samna day before yesterday. Therefore, DMK, Shiv Sena, Akhilesh Yadav, all of them are deserting Congress. How would they continue in 2024? And what Kapil Sibal says, he will take on Narendra Modi in 2024. There is a contradiction within Kapil Sibal remarks, and also there is a contradiction among the 8 regional parties.
No, but Mr. Srivastava, even talking about the regional parties, KCR was just here. He met Akhilesh, he met Kejriwal, and between Akhilesh and Congress, there has been always a blow hot, blow cold policy. Sometimes they are together, sometimes they are not.
See, the regional party, especially the regional parties which are anti-BJP and Congress, they have all had a blow hot, blow cold equation. And it's interesting going at 2024, what kind of equation there will be between Congress party and the anti-BJP regional parties. Because there is always an element of who is superior amongst the non-Modi or anti-Modi or anti-BJP bloc. Now, in the Chintan Shiva, there was a statement which indicated that the Congress wanted to project itself as the main pole of the opposition party, which Rahul Gandhi has subsequently clarified that he'll be willing and the Congress party will be willing to discuss things and to forge an alliance as equal partners. Because I think the Congress party realizes that except on 200 odd seats, where it is in direct contest with the BJP in states like MP, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, in all other states, whether it is Maharashtra, once a Congress stronghold, or in South India, or in Central and Western India, it has to forge alliances. UP, Bihar, Congress is virtually non-existent on the ground. So it is a Congress decision whether how serious they are on taking on the BJP. If they are more, see, 2 things cannot happen at the same time. Congress revival and defeat of BJP. Both things cannot go together. So I think the Congress will somewhere have to decide that their revival in states where they are right now not very powerful will have to take a backseat to the issue of defeating BJP. So I think there will be a broader understanding as we march towards 2024. Now, how effective that understanding will be, even whether that alliance will be able to take on the Modi juggernaut, it's too early to say. Things are happening in Bihar, we know. Akhilesh is the main face of anti-BJP bloc in UP. So these 2 states together constitute 125 seats. So yes, it is not that 2024 can be completely written off as of now, though clearly the BJP enjoys a huge advantage as we speak. But there will be a broad unity, and in which the Congress will have to punch according to its weight. It cannot now, it does not have the luxury to punch above its weight. As things stand.
Absolutely. So in fact, Kapil Sibal had a very clear message for the Gandhis as well, as he announced that he has resigned from the Congress party. Listen to what he said.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूं कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें इसका प्रयास करूंगा।
जिन को सदस्य बनाना है पार्टी को, बहुत जल्दी वो लोग नामांकन कर देंगे। आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं, पहला नॉमिनेशन हुआ है। इस तरह पार्टी की तरफ से 2 और जा सकते हैं, बहुत जल्दी उनका भी नॉमिनेशन हो जाएगा।
कपिल सिब्बल जी के आने से किस तरीके से देखते हैं? क्या
कपिल सिब्बल जी वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता रहे हैं, देश के जाने माने केसेस उन्होंने लड़े हैं। वो लोकसभा में रहे हों, राज्यसभा में रहे हों, उन्होंने बात को अच्छी तरह रखा है ढंग से। पॉलिटिकल कैरियर भी है उनके पास, एज ए लॉयर बहुत सक्सेसफुल लॉयर हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं, आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
अब ये 2 नाम और हैं बचे हुए,
बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे, बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे।
Well, we heard it directly from Kapil Sibal and Akhilesh Yadav. Sibal saying that he had resigned from the Congress party already from the 16th of May. And we will be heading into a short break right now. We are requesting our guests to stay on with us and our reporters as well. We'll continue with this coverage on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic.
Times Now SIT exclusive reveals involvement of radicals in Assam police station burning case. Infiltration is behind the ecosystem, endangering internal security.
BJP says Times Now exclusive is an eye-opener, calls out years of mishandling for creating a fertile ground for infiltration of suspected terrorists.
Fresh plea in civil court seeking permission to pray at Gyanvapi complex till the district court decides if the Hindu's petition for access to worship can be entertained.
Foundation for a Gyanvapi-like claim laid in Karnataka. VHP and the BJP says prayers have established the ruins in a masjid belong to an ancient Shiva temple.
It's Judgment Day. Terrorist Yasin Malik walks into court without any show of remorse for backing terror. NIA demands death sentence for the leader. Order expected at 3:30.
16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है.
The G23 leader Kapil Sibal is the latest to dump the Congress after years of rebellion against the Gandhis. Gets nominated to the Rajya Sabha by the Samajwadi Party within hours.
BJP worker killed in Tamil Nadu by goons for refusing to admit them to the Saffron Party. Opposition cites spate of killings to allege law and order failure.
So after Hardik Patel, Sunil Jhakar, we are looking in the last 10 days, another Congress stalwart and the G23 chief, Kapil Sibal, has dumped the Gandhi Parivar. The former union minister and the senior leader Kapil Sibal has resigned officially from the Congress party, dropping the bombshell after filing his nomination as an independent candidate from the Samajwadi Party's Rajya Sabha seat from Uttar Pradesh. He was flanked by Akhilesh Yadav while he was filing his nomination, and he's come out to say that he is no longer a part of the Congress party, Pratibha, that he quit the party on the 16th of May.
So very clear message that he had for the Gandhis as well. Over the last few days, he has been very, very vocal about his criticism for the Gandhis. Today as well, hinting at strengthening the third front.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें. हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे. मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा.
So that was Kapil Sibal saying that he himself is going to work towards the third front. And Vishwabandhu Rai, AICC member, joins us. Mr. Vishwabandhu, now we have Kapil Sibal, also the latest leader to be quitting from the party. What's wrong?
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
Mr. Vishwabandhu, can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah, Kapil Sibal now quitting from the Congress party. What's happening?
कपिल सिब्बल का तो कुछ मैडम बचा नहीं है. कपिल सिब्बल तो खुद ही एक अच्छे पोस्ट पे थे. कपिल सिब्बल ने पार्टी के टाइम जो भी फायदे थे उन्होंने उठाया है. उनको तो बोलने का हक ही
नहीं, लेकिन वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ रहते हुए उन्होंने ये मुद्दों को उठाया था. उन्होंने कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी सुन नहीं रही थी, इसलिए उन्होंने ये कदम उठाया.
वो तो ठीक है, वो रहते हुए उठाने का मतलब ही नहीं. उन लोगों की वजह से पार्टी डूबी है. क्या वो लोग उसके जिम्मेदार नहीं है? उन लोग के कामों के कुछ चंद लोग थे जो पार्टी के मिनिस्टर और पद पे, एक की पोस्ट पे बैठे थे, उसमें एक वो भी थे। तो आज वो लोग के पास तो कुछ बचा ही नहीं है बोलने के लिए। ठीक है, उस कमियां हाँ वर्कर उठाता तो कोई बात अलग है। जिन लोगों ने खुद पार्टी को डुबाने में जिनकी मेन भूमिका थी, आज वही क्वेश्चन डाल रहे हैं।
अच्छा, तो पहले सुनील जाकर क्विट द पार्टी, आपने यही कहा। हार्दिक पटेल जब उन्होंने ज्वाइन किया कांग्रेस तो आपने कहा कि वो बहुत बड़े नेता हैं। जब उन्होंने क्विट किया आपने बोला कि नहीं, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। अब वी हैव कपिल सिबल लीविंग, ही वाज अ फॉर्मर यूनियन मिनिस्टर, तो आप कह रहे हैं कि इनके जाने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है?
इनके जाने से तो पहले से जाने की भूमिका रख ही रहे थे। वो क्या आज फर्स्ट टाइम नहीं रख रहे, वो जाने का एक तैयारी कर ही रहे थे ऑलरेडी। और ये लोग आज उनकी वजह से क्या कम डूबा है क्या? इनके कामों की समीक्षा की जाए तो कम है। देखिए आप कि क्या कमियां थी इनके कामों में। नहीं जाना तो है उनका तय है, उससे एक रणनीति बना रहे, जाने के लिए एक रणनीति बना रहे। डायरेक्ट तो जाएंगे नहीं, उसकी तैयारी कर रहे हैं।
चलिए, 10 दिन में 3 ऐसे कांग्रेस के नेता हैं जो छोड़ चुके हैं, चाहे वो युवा नेता क्यों ना हो, चाहे वो सीनियर मोस्ट नेता क्यों ना हो। सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। अमेरिका नारायण is also with us on the phone line. Sir, how do you see this pattern that is evolving in the Congress party, one after the other, top leaders deserting the party?
Well, it's a sad that I'm not happy. As a matter of fact, I think I'm unhappy that we have let Kapil Sibal leave our party, a legal luminary who has added a significant strength, not necessarily as a mass leader, but as an intellectual who can provide a moral voice to the party and be able to tell the leader that what needs to be done. And as a matter of fact, I remember during the Delhi where Modi Sarkar was getting rid of the poor people's tenements, he went to the Supreme Court on behalf of the party when the entire party was talking. He did something for the common man. And similarly,
why didn't the Congress party try to retain him? He had been dissenting against the party for a long time. Mr. America Narayanan, thank you for joining us. And we have spoken exclusively to Kapil Sibal. Kapil Sibal speaking exclusively to Times Now. He spoke about what exactly went wrong, why he decided to finally quit from the Congress party.
पूर्व कांग्रेसी नेता कपिल सिब्बल साहब हमारे साथ हैं। सिब्बल साहब, कांग्रेस छोड़ दी, समाजवादी पार्टी की सफर से राज्यसभा जाने की तैयारी, क्या कुछ नया इक्वेशन बन रहा है सियासत में?
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता आपको पता चलेगा क्या इक्वेशंस बनेंगे क्या नहीं बनेंगे। वक्त लगता है हर इक्वेशन बनने का।
सियासी गलियारों में चर्चाएं हैं कि आजम खान साहब नाराज थे, आप नजदीकी हैं तो राज्यसभा का रास्ता इस वजह से।
सियासी लोग सियासी बातें करेंगे ना, उनको असलियत तो मालूम नहीं, तो सियासी को सियासी रहने दो।
लोकसभा चुनाव
असलियत रहने दो।
लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है सर?
हाँ,
लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए स्ट्रेटेजी क्या?
अब मैं आपको बताऊं कि क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है। हाँ, मोदी जी आपको बताते हैं उनकी लोकसभा की क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है।
नहीं, मोदी जैसे चेहरे से मुकाबला करना है सर,
तो आप रुकिए जरा, अभी 2000 दिल्ली दूरस।
तो क्या कांग्रेस और सपा की दूरी घट रही है क्या कुछ?
फिर वही बात, अरे भाई आप मेरे नॉमिनेशन के बारे में सुनने आओ कि और राजनीतिक बातें
संभावना रास्ते बहुत सारे।
रुक जाइए, आप रुक जाइए, थोड़ा वक्त है अभी।
तो कपिल सिब्बल साहब हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि अभी बहुत समय है, लंबी सियासत होनी है और उसके बाद बहुत सारी चीजें साफ हो पाएंगी। क्या पूर्व कांग्रेसी नेता कपिल सिब्बल साहब हमारे साथ हैं। सिब्बल साहब, कांग्रेस छोड़ दी, समाजवादी पार्टी की सफर से राज्यसभा जाने की तैयारी, क्या कुछ नया इक्वेशन बन रहा है सियासत में?
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता आपको पता चलेगा क्या इक्वेशंस बनेंगे क्या नहीं बनेंगे। वक्त लगता है हर इक्वेशन बनने का।
सियासी गलियारों में चर्चाएं हैं कि आजम खान साहब नाराज थे, आप नजदीकी हैं तो राज्यसभा का रास्ता इस वजह से।
सियासी लोग सियासी बातें करेंगे ना, उनको असलियत तो मालूम नहीं, तो सियासी को सियासी रहने दो।
लोकसभा चुनाव
असलियत रहने दो।
लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है सर?
हाँ,
लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए स्ट्रेटेजी क्या?
अब मैं आपको बताऊं कि क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है। हाँ, मोदी जी आपको बताते हैं उनकी लोकसभा की क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है।
नहीं, मोदी जैसे चेहरे से मुकाबला करना है सर,
तो आप रुकिए जरा, अभी 2000 दिल्ली दूरस।
तो क्या कांग्रेस और सपा की दूरी घट रही है क्या कुछ?
फिर वही बात, अरे भाई आप मेरे नॉमिनेशन के बारे में सुनने आओ कि और राजनीतिक बातें
संभावना रास्ते बहुत सारे।
रुक जाइए, आप रुक जाइए, थोड़ा वक्त है अभी।
तो कपिल सिब्बल साहब हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि अभी बहुत समय है, लंबी सियासत होनी है और उसके बाद बहुत सारी चीजें साफ हो पाएंगी। क्या
All right, quickly going across to Sharon as well, because he's been exclusively listening to Kapil Sibal. He's saying there are many reasons there. Of course, he is not giving out the details yet. But why exactly he has chosen the Samajwadi Party, Sharon?
Well, Amita, the fact of the matter is that he had in fact lost the support in Congress party long back, but also his support in G23 as well. Because in last few months, we have seen how the Congress party, the High Command, had tried to have a communication with few of the leaders from G23, tried to accommodate them. They reached out to them, but Kapil Sibal, who was one of the most vocal leaders of G23, he was the one who used to come out, right out, and used to criticize the Congress party, criticize the Gandhis. He was someone who was completely shut down by the Congress party, by the High Command. And this is coming at a time when we know that Kapil Sibal has always defended the Gandhis. Be it.
All right, Sharon, stay on with us. We have Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP joining us. Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, another big leader of the Congress party, quitting and saying that I have tried to bring a lot of change, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, we wish him well for his innings in Samajwadi Party. But at the same time, it has a very strong message. It shows that Congress today is a rudderless party. Its leaders do not inspire confidence. And Kapil Sibal joining Samajwadi Party also shows that, you know, one can switch from one communal dynastic and a party that indulges in appeasement from one party to the other, but it will make no difference because all these parties came together also in the elections, but the people of Uttar Pradesh and the country rejected the Congress and the Samajwadi Party.
Right, but is there a certain pattern that you see, Mr. Bhatia? Because in last 10 days, we're looking at 3 desertions already happening. But there is a similarity that they say that the Congress party is not connected with the ground, with the people.
That's absolutely correct. You know, when a senior leader leaves the party and the party leadership, because it is not meritorious itself, you know, does not take action, does not pay any heed to the advice of senior leaders. This is what happens. Rahul Gandhi is a part-time politician. He's not taken seriously. He's immature. And even when he's on foreign soil, we have seen his utterances trying to defame our country. Sonia Gandhi ji herself has not visited the constituency, Rai Bareli, for the last 2 years almost. You know, this itself shows they don't care about the people of the country. They don't care about the leaders within the party. They only worry about their own parivar.
Okay, all right. Mr. Gaurav Bhatia, thank you for joining us. In fact, Times Now spoke to Kapil Sibal just moments after he made the big jolt to the Congress party. Manish spoke to him. Listen in to what he said.
पूर्व कांग्रेसी नेता कपिल सिब्बल साहब हमारे साथ हैं। सिब्बल साहब, कांग्रेस छोड़ दी, समाजवादी पार्टी के सफर से राज्यसभा जाने की तारीख, क्या कुछ नया इक्वेशन बन रहा है सियासत में?
आहिस्ता आहिस्ता आपको पता चलेगा क्या इक्वेशंस बनेंगे, क्या नहीं बनेंगे। वक्त लगता है हर इक्वेशन बनने का।
सियासी गलियारों में चर्चाएं हैं कि आजम खान साहब नाराज थे, आप नजदीकी हैं, तो राज्यसभा का रास्ता इस वजह से
सियासी लोग सियासी बातें करेंगे ना, उनको असलियत तो मालूम नहीं, तो सियासी को सियासी रहने दो।
लोकसभा चुनाव
असलियत रहने दो।
लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है सर?
हाँ,
लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए स्ट्रेटेजी क्या?
अब मैं आपको बताऊं कि क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है। हाँ, मोदी जी आपको बताते हैं उनकी लोकसभा की क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है।
नहीं, मोदी जैसे चेहरे से मुकाबला करना है सर,
तो आप रुकिए जरा, अभी 2000 दिल्ली दूरस।
तो क्या कांग्रेस और सपा की दूरी घट रही है क्या कुछ?
फिर वही बात, अरे भाई आप मेरे नॉमिनेशन के बारे में सुनने आओ कि और राजनीतिक बातें
संभावना रास्ते बहुत सारे।
आप रुक जाइए थोड़ा वक्त है अभी।
तो कपिल सिब्बल साहब हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि अभी बहुत समय है, लंबी सियासत होनी है और उसके बाद बहुत सारी चीजें साफ हो पाएंगी। क्या
We'll continue to play out multiple reactions that are coming in both from the Congress and the opposition side when it comes to a senior stalwart leader of the Congress party, Kapil Sibal, now deserting the Congress party. We'll come back to more reactions after a short break.
Times Now. Action begins here.
back. The big story of the day, Kapil Sibal dumps the Gandhis and now pressure is mounting on the Gandhis. Now, Ashwini Kumar also hitting out at the Gandhis, admitting that yes, there is something very seriously wrong with the Congress party. In fact, Times Now spoke to Ashwini Kumar as well. Listen in.
Former Law Minister Ashwini Kumar, sir, today this ex-Congress leader Kapil Sibal has taken a decision of resigning from the Congress party, and he has filed a nomination of Rajya Sabha even in support of Samajwadi Party. Your first reaction over that?
Well, good luck to Mr. Sibal. He has taken a decision which he considers gels with his politics. I wish him all the best. Every political leader is entitled to take a view about the future of one's politics in one's best judgment. He has done so, and I'm sure he must have thought hard and for long on this, and whatever step he has taken, I'm sure will advance his politics, and therefore good luck to him.
Sir, in his interaction to media, he has clearly mentioned that he has filed this nomination as an independent candidate, and he has said that it is necessary for the democracy of our country that independent voices should be raised in the parliament. Do you agree to that?
I agree that independent voices must be raised in parliament. I also agree that within the party system there are many restrictions with regard to articulation of one's views. At the same time, I cannot deny that parties do give a large platform to project the views that you hold dear and the reasons for which you join a particular party. So I think there is truth in the fact that an independent member of parliament is not constrained by party whips to articulate what one wants to do. At the same time, an independent member of parliament may not have the kind of weight which a party member does.
Sir, no official statement has come as of now from Congress party, but the party insiders have been alleging that he was seeking a Rajya Sabha ticket and that is why he has taken a decision. So this is nothing but an Ayaram Gayaram politics.
So what is wrong for a person in pursuing his own political aspirations? I don't want to say anything more than that.
So you were also a part of Congress party. You had also taken a decision to resign from the party because there were many changes which you were seeking, and Kapil Sibal was also asking for the same. So do you think that he has taken a right decision in this part?
Well, I am nobody to comment on the rights or wrongs of what my colleagues or other party leaders do, but I am sure that if a party leader has taken a view, he must have thought very carefully about it, and as I said earlier, I wish him the best of luck.
With video journalist Vipesh, this is Yamika Singh for Times Group.
Continue to get your exclusive reactions that are coming in, especially from those people who were once a part of the grand old party. We head into a short break.
Times Now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हो, ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा, कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी
Even as Yasin Malik's quantum of punishment that is expected to be announced in a few hours time from now, there are patrons of the said terrorist, the convicted terrorist Yasin Malik, who continue to express solidarity with him. There is a shocker from Mehbooba Mufti mocking the judiciary system, the Indian judiciary, saying muscular policy will backfire.
बदकिस्मती है कि हर जगह ये गुजरात मॉडल बनाना चाहते हैं। इनके पास नौजवानों को देने के लिए नौकरी नहीं है, इनके पास जो मुश्किलात है लोगों का, महंगाई दिन ब दिन बढ़ती जा रही है, लोगों को 2 वक्त का खाना खाना मुश्किल हो गया है। इन्होंने कहा था हम 15 लाख रुपए आपके अकाउंट में डालेंगे, 15 लाख तो नहीं डाले, बल्कि गरीब किसानों से अनाज छीन के सस्ते दाम लेके लोगों को 5-5 किलो चावल देके उसी पे ये मुल्क चल रहा है। और इस ऐसे हालात में इनके पास लोगों को देने के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है। ऐसे में हिंदू मुस्लिम का झगड़ा, मुसलमानों को मरवाना, मस्जिदों को ऊपर कब्जा करना और बाकी चीजें करना, इसके बगैर और कुछ नहीं है। मगर मैं इनसे ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि एक जमाना अगर आपको हिटलर की तरह आपके पास कोई नुस्खा है तो बता दो, हिम्मत करके बता दो, आप मुसलमानों के साथ क्या करना चाहते हो, एक ही बार बता दो हमें।
ये बताइए कि कश्मीरी पंडित जो हैं आजकल एहतजाज पे हैं, तो आपने खुद भी बताया कि आपको जाने की इजाजत नहीं दी गई, टारगेट किलिंग बहुत ज्यादा हो रही है, इस पे आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
All right, so making it communal rather and raising questions on the Indian judiciary, because clearly Mehbooba Mufti is mocking. Yasin Malik patrons and his supporters continue to give him solidarity because right now he's still awaiting the quantum of punishment. Let's listen.
Yasin Malik was jealous, Mufti Sahib was Home Minister, Mufti Sahib was the shit, not what sweetness. The place, तो एक करिए बंदूक बंद, मुझसे होम मिनिस्टर, मिस्टर दुआस वीपी से, एमिचम काश्मीर में हमदर्दी, तो ये आज़ादी वाला ये थाने, ये गताने में थाने, मुफ्ती सही दीज है। बेक्या मनी है, मगर यमसात यासिन सवस्निश, पन्ने नफर गए, तेमोन तबाद है तो मैं किसी चालू था वो नेशनल कामगार की कर। आज शुभ खुदा की नजात है, उशान की काम हालात है। मुफ्ती सबन करना है, वाजपेयी सीरीज वापस मिल कर बात तेंद्रावना है, वापस याद ये कहे ध्वनन रावलपिंडी आओ, रावलपिंडी जाओ, कशी ने दीवान शिया सिख दीवान।
All right, with that we wrap up this edition of the news. Meghna joins you on the other side with the top headlines. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still...
A warm welcome. You're watching Breaking Ground with me, Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. First up, as always, let's get you the top focus stories. Well, Times Now's SIT exclusive reveals the involvement of radicals in Assam police station burning case. Infiltration is behind the jihadi ecosystem, endangering the internal security of Assam. Well, the BJP says that Times Now exclusive is an eye-opener, calls out years of mishandling for creating fertile ground for infiltration of suspected terrorists. Fresh plea in Kashi Civil Court seeks permission to pray at Gyanvapi complex till District Court decides if Hindu petition for access to worship can be entertained or not. Well, the foundation for a Gyanvapi-like claim is laid in Karnataka's Malali. In fact, we have VHP as well as the BJP, which says that prayers are required to establish the ruins in the mosque which belong to a Shiva temple. In fact, it calls for a Gyanvapi-like survey in Mangaluru as well. Well, it's Judgment Day. Terrorist Yasin Malik walks into court without any show of remorse for backing terror. And in fact, NIA has now demanded nothing short of a death sentence for him. Well, G23 leader Kapil Sibal is the latest to dump the Congress party after years of rebellion against the Gandhis. Gets nominated to the Rajya Sabha by Samajwadi Party within hours. BJP workers killed in Tamil Nadu by goons for refusing to admit them to the Saffron Party. The opposition cites a spate of killings to allege that law and order is failing. Karti Chidambaram is all set to be quizzed for illegal visas bribery case of Chinese workers and be confronted with key accused. The agency hasn't ruled out his arrest in the case. A gunman kills 21 people, and this includes at least 18 students in a mass shooting in Texas. This is the deadliest school attack which has happened in the USA over the years.
It's a time to turn this pain into action. For every parent, for every citizen in this country, we have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act.
Well, US President promises to turn this pain into action for every parent and citizen. Hits out at the US policy that has allowed a free run to the guns lobby.
Well, welcome back. Now the focus is going to be on the fresh petition which has been filed in the Varanasi court, this regarding the Gyanvapi issue. Now remember, this latest petition is seeking permission for worship of purported Shivling which was found in Gyanvapi complex. In fact, the petition, which is filed by one Kiran Singh, says that the Hindus should be allowed access to the Shivling area for worship till the time that district court decides the maintainability of the plea which is filed by the Hindu side. Now, this petition is going to be heard any time now, which is why we are tracking it. This, remember, is one of the courts of Varanasi. Now, remember, on the 16th of May, Hindu petitioners who were part of the survey team had claimed that the Shivling had been found in Wuzukhana of Gyanvapi Mosque. Following the claim, the Varanasi district court had also ordered the sealing of the area. In fact, following this, the Muslim side had, however, denied the structure in Wuzukhana, saying that it was not a Shivling and that it was merely a fountain. Of course, the survey report, which was accessed by Times Now, we are putting out some of the details there on your screens as well, showed the Hindu symbols. There were motives which were spotted during the inspection, and more importantly, the commissioner said that there was a Shivling-like structure. So what is this latest plea? The latest plea says that this Shivling-like structure which has been found, there's ample evidence that it might be a Hindu deity, one of the Hindu relics from the ruins of the temple. Hence, they must be allowed to pray in the interim till the court decides on the Gyanvapi issue.
देखिए, एंटरटेन किया गया। कल ये बात दाखिल हुआ, 2 बजे फाइल पुटअप हुई। फाइल जब पुटअप हुई, हमसे पूछा गया, हमने कोर्ट के सामने इस केस से रिलेटेड जनरल जो बातें हैं, जो सामान्य प्लीडिंग है, फैक्ट्स हैं, हमने कोर्ट के सामने रखे। हमने कोर्ट को कॉज ऑफ एक्शन के बारे में बताया, अपने बात के कन्वीनियंस के बारे में बताया, और हमने साथ के साथ एक याचिका जो लगाई है कल कि तत्काल प्रभाव से पूरे मामले के निस्तारण में समय लगेगा, ट्रायल चलेगा, काफ़ी चीज़ें हैं, तमाम बातें हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले तत्काल में जो पूजा है, आदि विशेश्वर विराजमान की जो पूजा है, आराधना है, जल अभिषेक है, वो शुरू कराया जाए, राग भोग शुरू कराया जाए। उसको लेकर के याचिका हम कल लगा चुके हैं, जिस पर आज 2 बजे सुनवाई होगी।
With that, there is some big breaking news which is coming in. The hearing has begun in the Varanasi court, which is listening to the latest plea which was filed just yesterday, saying that prayer should be allowed in the interim while the courts decide the Gyanvapi matter. Now, that's the big breaking news which is coming in. Remember, Akanksha, our legal correspondent, is getting us a minute-by-minute updates which is coming in. What we do know so far is that the hearing has begun in the fresh plea which has been filed in the Varanasi court, demanding that Lord Adi Vishveshwara be declared the exclusive owner of Gyanvapi and the structure be brought down. The matter is going to be coming up in the civil judge Ravi Kumar Devakar's courtroom, and this matter is all set to be fast-tracked in the court. And that's the big breaking news which is coming in. The details of this hearing which has already begun, and it's quite interesting to see how there are a clutch of petitions. However, this one says that the Varanasi court must declare that Lord Adi Vishveshwara is the exclusive owner of Gyanvapi, and thereby, once the deity gets the propertyship, the proprietorship of the area as it comes with it, and the structure then be brought down. Well, this, remember, is the latest plea which is coming in. What we are picking up from the courtroom of Varanasi is that this entire matter now has been handed over to the fast-track court as well. This plea has been transferred from the civil judge to the fast-track court so that there can be expeditious resolution, at least of this plea. Remember, in addition to that, tomorrow we have another hearing which is going to be coming up in the district court. The district court is, of course, hearing a clutch of petitions as well. The Muslim side has contended that it is the maintainability of the suit of the Hindu side should be looked into as per the district judge. That's going to be the first plea which is going to be looking into. But let's still then tell you what exactly are the demands and the pleas which have been put in this plea, the latest one which is coming in. This is the first one which is coming in the fresh petition for Gyanvapi. This was to allow the worship of the Shivling which was found in Gyanvapi. That was the first one. The second one, which is to allow puja till there is district court which decides the maintainability of the plea. Remember, the maintainability of the plea is going to be taken up expectedly by tomorrow. The third one is to ban the entry of Muslims in the Gyanvapi complex. And this is going to be very interesting to see, because remember, the Supreme Court itself had said that the Muslims be allowed to carry out their namaz there after an alternative wuzu khana was built for them. Meanwhile, there is more breaking news which is coming in. The hearing which is currently underway in the Varanasi court, we've been getting you minute by minute details of it, that the mosque land be allowed. In fact, it must demolish the mosque and build a Hindu temple on it. And that is massive because remember, it directly contradicts the Places of Worship Act as per the Muslim side, which has said that there is no maintainability of it. Let me go across to Shivani, who's joining us with the very latest. After that, we'll go across to our legal editor Harish Nair, also joining us. There's also Neelashish. Shivani, get us the very latest of the plea which is currently being heard by the Varanasi court.
See, as of now, the hearing has just started, and in fact, it has immediately been transferred also to the fast-track court. Clearly showcases that how important and crucial this particular Gyanvapi complex matter is, and hence they were not only demanding to allow them and give them access to reach out to Shivling and conduct their pujas and prayers before the Shivling. In fact, they wanted Raj Bhog also to take place, Aartis to take place within that particular complex. But not only that, also to give the exclusive ownership also to the petitioner. And in fact, there we are also learning that now it has been sent and transferred to the fast-track court. Clearly understand that how earlier it was transferred from civil court to the district court by Supreme Court, and now it has been transferred from civil court to the fast-track court. So clearly it showcases that the way petitions are coming in, and not only this particular petitions but also the other petitions, clearly simply demand that they want the right to worship to the Shivling that has been found over there. And they also mentioned that not only this, that they should get access to reach out to the Shivling and conduct their prayers, but apart from that also, the namazis should not be allowed in the mosque premises, in the Gyanvapi premises. As of now, they are using the common gate of Kashi Vishwanath temple, that is gate number 4, and in fact that is also somewhere hurting the sentiments of Hindu worshippers. Hindu prayers those are conducting there, and that is why we see the new petitions those are coming in are demanding right to worship, simultaneously are also demanding that the Muslims at least for now should stop conducting their prayers and their namazes as well. But of course, as we saw that tomorrow also in the district court the petitions will be heard on the maintainability of the issue. The priority case that the judge has chosen is about the question and the queries which were raised by the Muslim side of about the maintainability which the Hindu petitioners have found and have filed in fact. So we will be seeing what is happening going to tomorrow. But of course today the question remains same, that whether the court which has now been taken to the fast track court, how fast track court will react to it, because of course definitely the district court or the civil court would take a lot of time in fact to read all of those petitions. Because one after another, after those 5 petitions.
And that's very interesting because at least 2 of these clutch of petitions which have been filed, at least 2 of them have been fast-tracked. The first one says that the land is owned by the Hindu deity, which is why the mosque should be raised. The second plea contends that in the interim, till the courts decide, allow Hindus to conduct daily pujas at the Shivling. Meanwhile, let's tell you how Places of Worship Act, remember, this is going to be very critical when it comes to the district judge deciding on the maintainability of the plea which comes up tomorrow. But what really are the contentions which have been made? Well, this is a petition which has been filed by Swami Jitendranath, in which he says that it offends the rights of the Hindus to profess and practice their faith. The second reason that he has given is that it infringes on the right of the Hindus to manage places of worship like other religions also do. He says that it also deprives Hindus from acquiring religious properties as well, something that he has said. Now remember, this is a similar plea that of Ashwini Upadhyay, which is already pending in the Supreme Court. But meanwhile, you have this latest petition by Swami Jitendranath, who also says that the Places of Worship Act takes away the right of the judicial remedy as well. Specifically, it affects the Hindus, who says that it restricts Hindus from restoring the possession of the places of worship. Remember, as per law, there are several contentions which are being made that the right to pray and the right to practice your religion is fundamental right and cannot be removed, which is why the Places of Worship Act is being challenged, not by one, by 2 separate petitions, which of course one of them is that of Swami Jitendranath, which was filed just yesterday, but also by Ashwini Upadhyay. That petition of Ashwini Upadhyay is still pending, remember, in the Supreme Court. So meanwhile, this is a parallel development which is coming in. Let's tell you what exactly the petitioners have been saying about the Places of Worship Act.
जिस गुलामी के हालात में हमारे देवस्थान थे वह हम पुनः प्राप्त नहीं कर सकते, एक ऐसी व्यवस्था बना दी गई जिसका नाम दिया गया स्पेशल प्रोविजन एक्ट प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट के नाम से 1991, इसे हमने आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चैलेंज किया है। इसकी धाराओं को चैलेंज किया है। ये तो वही बात हुई, जबरा मारे और रोए न दे।
In fact, let me go across to Harish. Harish, you must explain the entire legal procedure, because now there are multiple cases, multiple pleas which have been filed across multiple courts. It's there in the Supreme Court, it's there in the High Court, it's there in the District Court, and now at least 2 fresh pleas in the local courts as well. All of these are going to continue simultaneously, will it?
Yes, that's right, Meghna. Just now what happened is that the petition filed by one Hindu Sansthan Samiti seeking right to worship on the Shivling which has been recovered from Vazukhana, that has been in fact been, according to our reporter Akanksha, who is inside the court, that has been sent to a fast-track court, and there is another petition which had demanded that exclusive rights for Hindus to worship in the Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi Mosque complex. Right now I'm outside this court, and right now the news coming in is that the entire clutch of petitions have been forwarded to a fast-track court, and that will be heard by a fast-track court. But what was widely expected is that the civil judge Ravi Kumar Divakar, who had incidentally heard the matter before the matter was transferred from the by the Supreme Court to the district judge, it was expected that the civil judge will in fact transfer this clutch of petitions to the district judge. But that does not happen. In fact, he has forwarded this to a fast-track court, which means that there will be a decision regarding whether the Hindus will get a right to worship the Shivling, which was recovered from the Vazukhana, and as per a direction of Supreme Court, it was being protected since May 17. The area was being protected, and district magistrate had issued strict orders. So now the decision whether the Hindus will get right to worship the Shivling will be taken by a fast-track court as of now, because the civil judge has transferred the petition to a fast-track court. Though, as I earlier said, it was believed that the judge will transfer the matter to a district judge, who is in fact yesterday issued the orders, issued a slew of orders regarding the main petition filed by the 5 Hindu women devotees who have sought right to daily worship at the western wall of the mosque. So as of now, as things stand, today's clutch of petitions have been transferred to a fast-track court. So we'll have to wait and watch what further the order says. Back to you.
Well, in fact, do stay on with us, Harish. We are going to come back to you and get more updates. But meanwhile, let's also get you some of the Times Now super explosive exclusives that we have been getting for you. We not just got you, remember, an affidavit, but also Gazette, where there is historical evidence now which is emerging. Many would say the survey is not even required, because there is so much of accounts which are coming in of how, yes, indeed, there was a temple at this place. First, we are going to show you this proof which is coming in. This is something that the Congress party, which today is denying the existence of the temple today, which is mocking the Astha of the people as nothing but tamasha. Listen to what the Congress Sarkar's Gazette in 1961 had said. Now, this is the affidavit, this is the Gazette notification that we have for you. This, remember, is Suchita Kriplani's government. This is 1965, I believe. In fact, in this it says, in 1669, Aurangzeb had ordered the demolition of Hindu temples as well as schools. Then it goes on to say that the Faujdar of Varanasi then pulled down a number of temples in the city, and all of this is there in black and white. It goes on to say that the temples raised, this included the Vishwanath and the Bindhu Madhava temples. Vishwanath, of course, refers to the Kashi Vishwanath temple here. This is part of the notification, and this is Vishwanath, the word that we have highlighted for you as well. And then it goes on to say that a mosque was built on the site of each of these, and 2 high minarets were also being built on one of them, and this is just a part of it. I will tell you in greater detail ahead of the show as to what really was there in the Gazette as well. And all of this is there in black and white. We are going to take you to the next graphics as well, which is going to show you just how in 1959 Aurangzeb got the old temple of the Kriti Vishweshwara destroyed as well. This is also part of the Gazette notification of the Congress Party of 1965. On that site was built another mosque. The style of the architecture of this maintains that it must be a temple which is 6 to 7 centuries old. With that, let me go across to some of our reporters. I believe we also have our other reporters who are going to be joining us. Till then, let me go across to Neelashish, who's there with us as well. Neelashish, what's going to happen today? Because this comes up in the fast-track court. If you can explain to us the process in a fast-track court, because one of the pleas, and there is no other plea like this which has come up, which says that the mosque should be destroyed because the area should be, the entire property should be declared the property which belongs to the deity. Now, till date, all the pleas, none of them made this demand for the mosque to be razed.
Well, absolutely. That is what we have to wait and see, because as we saw, the matter has been transferred to a fast-track court. And very interestingly, let's not forget, there is an interim order in place by the Supreme Court which has said that the area where the Shivling has apparently been found needs to be protected by the DM, and the namazis must not be impeded in terms of offering their prayers as well. Now, that interim order is valid for 8 weeks. Now, the prayer in this case, also in the new plea that we have seen, is to allow the Hindus to, in fact, offer their prayers where the Shivling has apparently been found. So how the court can actually take this up and how it sees the interim order in that light will be very, very interesting. Secondly, let's not forget the judge before whom this matter came up, the civil judge. Of course, he had been transferred out of the case, and a senior district judge will be hearing the matter, as we've been discussing tomorrow, especially on the maintainability. Now, it could be because he was not taken up in terms of hearing this case. He has transferred the matter before a fast-track court. How the fast-track court now takes up this particular plea will be very interesting, because of this vacation that the Supreme Court also has in that interim period. Whether or not the court will be able to decide on these pleas is something of absolute importance. So, number of pleas coming in, a lot of prayers we can see from either side, and how the court decides it now will be the real big question.
But what really is the mood like in Varanasi ahead of this? I'd request all our reporters to speak to some of the people. Akanksha, if there is anyone around you, get us a sense of the anticipation, as you've been speaking to several of the other people. They say, a lot of them have said this has been a 350-year-long wait for them, and they are overjoyed that now finally the courts are going to be addressing their problems. Shivani, if you can hear me.
Well, yes, in fact, Meghna, as of now, we don't have anybody around us, but definitely when we were at the temple also earlier and outside the court also, most of the Hindu devotees were clearly mentioning that it is indeed proven. The survey reports clearly show that there was a Hindu temple earlier. In fact, all the pujaris outside the Kashi Vishwanath temple were also saying that if you see the entire Kashi is surrounded by all the ghats, Ganga river, and hence there are all the temples available around, and that is why nobody can question that how this particular mosque has come in between, and that is why there should be a separate land, or there should be a separate place that should be given to all the Muslim devotees to conduct their prayers and namaz over there. But equally, keeping a mosque in between of the temples, those are there. In fact, the Kashi Vishwanath temple, very importantly, there is the Ganga river, and very interestingly, in fact, we have spoken to a lot of petitioners also. So Sita Sahu, one of the petitioners, told us that we can clearly see the Nandi, which is within the Kashi Vishwanath temple, has a face towards the mosque, and it showcases that Nandi always faces towards the Shivlinga, and hence it is proven that there is a Shivling inside and not a fountain, and that is why the namazis should not enter the premises of Kashi Vishwanath temple also through the common entry gate to conduct their prayers of namaz. But here in Kashi, Banaras, most of all the Hindus are equally saying that they want the permission, to conduct their prayers, and the way every day Kashi Vishwanath gets ready, aartis are being done, thousands and hundreds of devotees come every day, every hour, and that should also be done simultaneously for the Shivling that has been found in the Gyanvapi complex. Whereas there are Muslim side, if we talk about, then they are not really up to talk much about it. In fact, I remember on Friday also, when there were more than 500 to 600 Muslim devotees, those had come there to put up their prayer as namaz, they were also not really ready to speak. They were also just they also said that they are given instructions to not speak and stretch in this particular matter. But of course, yes, the more voices are on Hindu side, because if we talk about legally also, the survey report, those are conducted by advocates, those are given the authority as commissioners. They also write and clearly mention that there is a Hindu temple, there was a Hindu temple, and in fact all the idols, those are being found there, clearly showcases that there was an Hindu temple earlier. And in fact, let's remember, in fact yesterday also in the courtroom we saw that how there was a demand to get access to the photos, those are being found. There are 1500 photographs, there are 17 videos, those belong to 10 hours of time. That petitioners also asked for it, and in fact the Muslim side also asked for it, to which the court has granted them the permission. But yes, let's also remember that in Supreme Court also, the court had raised this question that how come survey reports are in public domain, are in media authorities. So again, there are people, those are being requested and are given instructions to keep that thing close to them and not reveal it before, because it is a sensitive and a social matter equally, because so it was Supreme Court who had said that it is not a
before we slip into a short break, a quick word from Harish also I wanted. Harish, this is very critical to understand for us, because now simultaneously there's a fast track court also which is going to be listening to it, but the Supreme Court in its order had said that this is an issue of great sensitivity and needs experience of the district judges. Hence the district judge is better placed than the civil court judges to be hearing the matter. However, now the fast track court is also going to be hearing this matter?
Yes, as per the update from Akanksha, the two issues like to allow worship of Shivling and demanding Lord Adi Vishweshwara be declared the exclusive owner of Gyanvapi Kashi Vishwanath complex. Now, as of now, the fast track judge is not available. So the latest update is that the hearing has been adjourned to May 30th. So that is now the latest update, that both these issues. Now a hearing will be taking place on May 30th.
Okay, that's
and today the issue has been
that we are
adjourned
getting in. Akanksha reports, and Harish Nair tells us that on 30th of May is when these two new pleas, one to dismantle the mosque, to raise the mosque because the property should be declared to be the property of the idol. That is the plea is going to be taken on the 30th of May, and also for interim orders to be passed on allowing Hindus to pray at the Shivling. All of these fast track developments are coming in. Times Now is the only channel keeping you ahead. With that, a short break.
Times Now. Action begins here.
welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Breaking Ground and I'm Poonam Burde, and the story we're tracking at this hour comes from Banaras, where there is the hearing that is taking place in the Gyanvapi case. We're getting you the very latest about the fresh petition that has now been filed. Remember, tomorrow there is going to be another hearing in the district judge's court. But for now, there are more petitions that are being filed. There are Hindu side petitioners that are seeking access to worship. My colleagues from on ground are getting us the very latest. Harish Nair, Shivani with us for more on this. Harish, coming to you first, what's the latest coming out of court at the moment? Harish, if you can hear me?
Latest news coming in is that there were two applications which were filed today. That is one, to allow worship of the Shivling, and number two, demanding that Lord Adi Vishweshwara be declared the exclusive owner of Gyanvapi. So these two applications have, for the time being, been adjourned to May 30th. Now the hearing will happen on May 30th. It was widely expected that the civil judge Ravi Kumar Dibakar will be transferring this entire matter to the district judge who had issued a slew of orders yesterday, but today initially he considered sending this matter to a fast-track court, but as of now, during the hearing, it was told that the fast-track judge is not available, and so the judge has today, civil judge Ravi Kumar Dibakar, has simply adjourned the matter to May 30th. So it will be on May 30th that the petition filed by Sanatan Dharm Sansthan, a leading NGO representing the Hindus here, had moved the court seeking permission to worship at the Shivling, which was discovered at the Vazukhana. And that was the first demand. Number two, they had said that Lord Vishweshwara should be declared the exclusive owner of the Kashi Vishwanath and Gyanvapi temple complex. So these are the two petitions. Let me take you to. No.
The lawyers just coming out of court there. We'll of course stand by for the reaction coming in of what exactly transpired. But the latest that Harish was getting to us was that the hearing has now been adjourned to the 30th of May. But there are other petitions that are pending before the court as well. And Shivani,
किया गया फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में, लेकिन फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में जो जज साहब हैं आज वो कहीं एंगेज हैं, कोर्ट में प्रेजेंट नहीं हो पाए, जिस कारण से मंडे की डेट रखी गई है। मंडे को हम तत्काल पूजा की एप्लीकेशन पे प्रेस करेंगे, डिमांड करेंगे कि वॉट एवर बी द एजुकेशन, हाउ मच टाइम इट विल कंज्यूम, वी विल डोंट नो एट दिस स्टेज। तो तत्काल प्रभाव से पूजा शुरू कराई जाए, इसको लेकर के मंडे को आर्ग्यू करेंगे।
क्या प्रेयर्स थी?
प्रेयर में क्लियर कर चुका हूं, डिक्लेरेशन को लेकर के ओनरशिप एक्सक्लूसिव हो डीटी की, इसको लेकर के डिक्लेरेशन कोर्ट करें। दूसरा प्रेयर हमारा है कि जो एनक्रोचमेंट किया गया, सुपर स्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट किया गया, उसको हटाया जाए। तीसरी जो प्रेयर है वो हमारी ये है कि जो ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन है, किसी भी तरह का कोई भी ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन अगर आता है उसको हटाया जाए और हमारी कंप्लीट वर्शिप बिना किसी ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन के, ऑब्जेक्शन के कंटिन्यू कराई जाए, और ये अश्योर करे डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन।
आज जिरह भी हुई इस मसले को लेकर, क्या क्या
जिरह नहीं हो पाई है क्योंकि जज साहब अवेलेबल नहीं थे। मंडे की डेट है, मंडे को आर्गुमेंट होगी
31 को, 31 तारीख
जी मंडे और 30 में जी 30 तारीख की डेट दी गई है।
जब ये मैटर डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज के वहाँ पेंडिंग है तो ये कोर्ट कैसे सुन सकते हैं?
देखिए ये अनदर मैटर है, सब केसेस अपने आप में अलग है, इसी रीजन से कल ये केस एडमिट किया गया है। केस का फैक्ट अलग है, सबस्ट्रेटम अलग है, स्ट्रेटम अलग है, इसको आप साथ में नहीं देख सकते। सातों केस अलग है, ज्ञानवापी को लेकर 7 केस चल रहे हैं, सबका सब्जेक्ट मैटर अलग है, सबकी प्रेयर अलग है, इसको साथ में देखने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
एक बात बताइए, एडिशनल बहुत सारी पिटीशन फाइल हुई है, इस वाली ही को क्यों फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में भेजा गया? फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में भेजने का क्या कारण?
देखिए ये फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में जो भेजा गया, इसको कोई आर्ग्यूमेंट नहीं हुई है, कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं मेड किया गया कि भेजा जाए नहीं भेजा जाए, या कोई सजेशन नहीं है। जज साहब ने अपनी मोशन पर इस चीज को जरूरी समझते हुए ट्रांसफर किया है, तो हमें सोचना चाहिए कि मामला कितना जरूरी है।
30th को फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में होगा
जी, फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में ट्रांसफर हो चुके हैं, 30th को फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में होगी हियरिंग।
ओके, नॉट रवि कुमार,
नो, ही ट्रांसफर द फाइल टू द फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट।
Okay, which is the first track court? Civil court?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. हो गया.
So this was Advocate Shiv Gaur explaining today's order saying that both these issues, number one, the petition filed by the Hindu devotees seeking right to worship the Shivling which was recovered from the Vazukhana. Number two, to declare Lord Vishweshwara as the exclusive owner of the Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi complex. Both these have been transferred to a fast-track court which will take up the hearing on May 30th. With video journalist Sujit Singh, this is Harish Nair for Times Now.
Right, so May 30th is when that hearing is going to take place. It is going to be a fast-tracked one. There is going to be a Tatkal petition that the lawyer is going to seek relief on. They want to pray at the Shivling. They want the rights to worship there. There's also the ownership plea that is a part of this fresh petition as well. Shivani and Harish with me on this broadcast. Nilishish also with us for more. But Harish, you just spoke to the lawyer there. Unfortunately, the judge was not available, which is why it has now been moved to Monday, which is the 30th of May. But there are several other petitions that are pending. Simultaneous hearings of that are going to take place. And tomorrow, one such another petition is going to come up.
Right. Yes, in fact, Poonam, what is widely expected is that today's judge, that is Ravi Kumar Divakar, might transfer these two petitions also to the district judge as per the direction of the Supreme Court, but that has not happened. But today, these two issues.
Shifting focus now to more news coming in. This is over the controversy on Kutub Minar and the Waqf Board chairman Amanatullah Khan's letter to ASI, which is the Archaeological Survey of India, has come to the fore. This is over the prayers at Kutub Minar. Amanatullah Khan in his letter has sought permission for prayers to be held at the Kutub Minar. This is AAP MLA's letter. He's also the chairman of the Waqf Board. There's massive controversy over Kutub Minar and the right to worship there on both sides. Now, Waqf Board Chairman Amanatullah Khan has written to the ASI. Nilishish is with me for more on this. Yes, Nilishish.
Has now written to the Archaeological Survey of India. This letter is dated 17th of May. And it has been stated that on the 6th of May, Friday prayers were not.
I believe we've lost that line with my colleague Nilishish there, but Priya Bahel also joins us with that letter that Amanatullah Khan has written. Do take our viewers through the contents, Priya.
So let me put it in context first. There is a case that is currently underway in the courts where permission has been sought by the Hindu side to perform prayers. The court has reserved its order on this matter. ASI has been saying that Kutub Minar is not a religious place. It is an ASI protected monument, which is why prayers cannot be allowed. Now this is a letter that has been written by Amanatullah Khan, who is an MLA of the Aam Aadmi Party and the chairman of Delhi Waqf Board, to the Archaeological Survey of India chief, the Director General, and the operative part comes here. He first elaborates how there is an ancient mosque that is situated inside Kutub Minar complex where 5-time daily prayers have been offered since a very long time. He complains that now officials of the ASI are not allowing the faithful to offer prayers in the said mosque. It is important to mention that this mosque is duly notified Waqf property via Gazette of Delhi administration that was dated 16th April 1970, and prayers have been taking place since times immemorial. That on 7th of May a letter was written to your good self, in this case the Director General of the ASI, for taking such action against some of the officials for prohibiting the Friday prayers. You are once again requested to allow the offering of namaz. So this is a plea that has been filed, a letter that has been sent by Amanatullah Khan to ASI to allow permission for namaz that had already been taking place earlier 5 times a day at a mosque that is within the complex of Kutub Minar.
Right, so this is a fresh petition. Like you mentioned, there's one that already is pending in court. This, of course, is a letter to the ASI. It hasn't reached the doorstep of the court yet, but perhaps it will make it there as well. But Priya, for now, what has been the ASI stand as far as even the Hindu side's prayer is concerned?
Right. So like I said earlier, the Archaeological Survey of India has maintained that this is not a place of worship. This is a monument that is protected under the Archaeological Survey of India Act, and which is why they cannot allow any kind of prayers to take place. Remember, this is very similar to what had happened in Jammu and Kashmir, because the LG no less had gone and performed prayers at one of the monuments, which is again ASI protected, and there was also a lot of controversy around that. So that is the argument that has been put forth by the ASI in court, and the judgment has been reserved.
Right, thank you so much for getting us the latest as far as that letter's content is concerned. Nilashish, my colleague, also with me for more on this. Now, Nilashish, this of course is a letter to the Archaeological Survey of India, but like Priya was also pointing out, there is already a case that is pending in courts as far as Kutub Minar and the right to pray there is concerned. That of course is of the Hindu side. I believe we've lost that line again with Nilashish. We'll of course keep a track of the very latest as far as this controversy goes. But for the moment, we're shifting focus to more news coming in. Shiv Sena leader and former BMC Standing Committee Chairman Yashwant Jadhav has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate under FEMA laws. Not to forget, Yashwant Jadhav was recently raided by the Income Tax, and the IT department had provisionally attached 41 of his properties. An encounter broke out between security forces and terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla. 3 terrorists were killed in the encounter, and 1 cop also attained martyrdom in the heavy exchange of fire. Airline major SpiceJet encountered a ransomware attack which slowed down its operation and impacted flight departures. Meanwhile, the airline in a statement has claimed that the problem has been rectified and that flights are functioning normally now. India reported over 2,100 new COVID-19 cases and 17 more deaths in the last 24 hours. With this, the daily positivity rate stands at 0.46%. Well, that is time for a quick break here on this edition, but news and updates continue on Times Now. Do stay tuned.
Times Now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा, कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी, आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने।
Welcome back. The Mandir Masjid face-off has peaked further and now it's in another state. A Gyanvapi-like rerun is happening in Karnataka this time. Days after a Hindu temple-like structure was found during the renovation of a Juma Masjid on the outskirts of Mangaluru, the VHP today performed a ritual to determine the divine presence in the mosque. VHP has claimed that the puja has established that there was a Shiva temple there and it is a disputed site. A deity was worshipped there, they say. Now at present, the renovation work of that dargah is withheld as the district administration is looking through the documents related to that land. The state government has also stepped in. They have now imposed section 144 in the entire region.
अभी वो धनुराशि का प्रश्न आया था, औरस का प्रश्न आया, तो प्रश्न में चतुर्थ सानिध्य में जो राशि का जो भगवान है वो उधर ही हुआ, तो उसके लिए हमको दैवज्ञ ने बताया, ज्योतिषी ने बताया, उधर एक हमारा शैव संप्रदाय का एक संत महंत इधर चल के आके एक मठ बनाया। वो मठ में हमारा सनातनी परंपरा का भगवान को उधर रखा तो उधर 3 ग्रह का सानिध्य था। उधर एक दुर्गा माता की सानिध्य का बारे में हम आगे चिंतन करने का, और आगे उसके बारे में और एक है उधर कुछ ग्रह, वो कुछ मीन्स मरकुरी, उसका भी सानिध्य आया था। वो स्कंद भगवान का, षडानंद भगवान का कृपा है। और उधर एक गुरु सानिध्य है, वो शैव भी हो सकता है, वैष्णव भी हो सकता है।
ಪೂಜೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು. ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಶೈವಾಂಶ ಆರಾಧನಾ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಜಾಗ ಅನ್ನು ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು. ಅದೊಂದು ಗುರುಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಉಂಟು. ಆ ಪೂರ್ವಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದ ಗುರು ಯಾರು, ಆ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಬೇಕು. ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಶಿವ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಶೈವ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಗುರು ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ಸಂಘೇಯದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬಹುದು.
Now, it was the VHP that was leading the fight against this renovation there. They got it stopped. They claimed it was a Hindu temple there, a Shiva temple to be more specific. And they are now vowing to continue their fight legally as well.
देख लीजिए, हमको अभी और एक इधर कमेटी बनाएंगे, उसको मंदिर बनाना चाहिए, तो और एक गाँव वालों को इकट्ठा करके एक कमेटी बनाएंगे। वो कमेटी का साथ हम अगला लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, वो कानून हो और कोई भी। अभी हमारा इधर ये लड़ाई अभी इधर है, इसलिए हमको संघर्ष नहीं चाहते। कल ये पूरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट हो जाएगा हमारा लड़ाई, नहीं तो राज्य को हो जाएगा, देश को भी हो सकते हैं। हमको मंदिर चाहिए, वो हमारा मंदिर है, हिंदुओं का मंदिर है, सिर्फ हमको मंदिर उसको हमको छोड़ना।
टीपू सुल्तान ने जब मंगलूर में आक्रमण करते हैं, वहाँ 27 चर्च को विध्वंस करते हैं, बहुत सारे मंदिर को मस्जिद रूप में रूपांतर करते हैं, उसका बहुत सारे अभी भी उसका संदर्भ में एविडेंस मंगलूर में मिलता है। ये भी इस प्रकार का एक देवस्थान था। आज तांबुल प्रश्न में भी एक शिव का देवस्थान है, ये ध्यान में आया है। हिंदू जनजागृति समिति द्वारा हम कर्नाटक सरकार तथा न्यायालय ASI आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया को कहते हैं, उसका सर्वे करना चाहिए।
Imran's live with me for more on this, and he's reporting from on ground there. Now, Imran, the puja took place this morning. The Hindu groups claim that yes, there is divine presence here. There used to be a Shiva temple here over which the mosque has been built. For now, the district administration has put a stay on the renovation. They are verifying the documents, but we're given to understand as far as the land deed or the transfer of the land is concerned, the documents are above board as far as the dargah is concerned.
Well, the Jammu Masjid Trust claims that it's an 800-year-old mosque, and they have the documents with them, and they have the proof in the court as far as the mosque establishment of the mosque is concerned. The Hindu groups are saying that they also have historical oral evidences, but they are demanding a survey from an archaeological survey of India to establish that, and they say that what temple-like structure was seen on that day, it is proof enough to establish that it was a temple there on which the mosque was built. And right now the matter is now with the district administration. The DC were apprised of it about these issues. It was more than a 1 month. The district administration saying that they're going through the documents, and the Congress is alleging that it is the job of the district administration to give a clarity on this issue. They should have gone through endowment documents and both Waqf documents, and if there was any reference about the temple in the endowment document, then the matter should have been settled. But so far the district administration has chosen to remain silent. They said that they are going through the documents, they'll give a clarity on this issue later. Meanwhile, the VHP today conducted the Tambula Prashne, which is the divination process, and according to them, the Vedic astrology has shown that it's a temple, and it's a Shaivite tradition temple. But will that be enough as a proof in the court of law? We have to see. And they say that even though there was documents
absolutely, for now the state government has taken all measures possible. Section 144 has been imposed to ensure there is no untoward incident. Do keep a track of what transpires there on ground, but for the moment, Imran, thank you so much. Moving on now to more news coming in. Even as Yasin Malik is awaiting his fate in court and the order has been reserved for 3:30, many people, including from across the border now, have come out to bat for him. Shahid Afridi is one such cricketer, but India has responded in equal measure. Cricketer Amit Mishra has now replied to Shahid Afridi over his Yasin Malik comment. Priya, my colleague, now joins us with that thread. Over to you, Priya.
15 minutes to go, Poonam, for the crucial verdict to be pronounced, and here is the exchange that is happening. There are several sympathizers so far. They have been mostly politicians, but now Shahid Afridi has come out to say, and read carefully what he's saying. India's continued attempts to silence critical voices against its blatant human rights abuses are futile. Fabricated charges against Yasin Malik will not put a hold to Kashmiri's struggle to freedom, urging United Nations to take notice of unfair and illegal trials against Kashmiri leaders, is what Shahid Afridi has said. But the best answer to this diatribe has come from his fellow cricketer, from his fraternity itself. Amit Mishra from India has said, "Dear Shahid Afridi, Yasin Malik himself has pleaded guilty in the court on record. Not everything is misleading like your birth date." To put it in context, Shahid Afridi has been in controversies for misquoting actually his date of birth to show himself as younger than he actually is. That is the context here of that jab. But there is a knockout punch there being delivered by a cricketer, Amit Mishra from India, for Shahid Afridi.
And Priya, it's not surprising that there are bleeding hearts from Pakistan. We have some here in India as well. Even though Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty, his fate is to be decided in just a few minutes from now. But there are some even here in India who still have a soft corner for him.
In fact, Yasin Malik himself, when he's arguing in the court, says that I am a reformed man. In the last 28 years, there is nothing that I have done that can fall foul of the law, which in itself is shocking. But where does this moral high ground come from? He's propped up by politicians from the valley who say that he is somebody who stands for human rights, a flag bearer for the people of the valley, and not a terrorist who has on record inside a court said that yes, I was the one who had funded people who were indulging in terror activities.
Right.
I was the one. There are, remember, charges also against him of killing an IAF officer. And that is not something that a reformed person who has larger good of humankind at his heart does.
Absolutely. The charges against him, the allegations against him are as clear as day. But unfortunately, Pakistan and its people have decided to wade into this controversy only to be given it back in equal measure for the moment. Priya, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. Some stories in brief now. Samajwadi Party leader and MLA Azam Khan skipped assembly proceedings on the second day of the budget session. Khan is reportedly miffed with the party brass and did not meet SP chief Akhilesh Yadav during his two-day stay in Lucknow. 6 people were killed and over 50 others injured after a tourist bus from West Bengal overturned in Odisha at the Kalinga Ghat. Reportedly, the driver of the vehicle lost control over the wheels due to brake failure, following which the vehicle turned turtle. Aurangzeb's tomb in Aurangabad has been opened for the public now. The tomb of the Mughal emperor was closed after MNS threatened to destroy the tomb post the visit of Akbaruddin Owaisi to pay his respects. Civil Court has instructed lawmaker couple Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana to make a proposal to the BMC within a month for regularization of their flat in Khar. This comes after the civic body in Mumbai had sent them a notice over unauthorized constructions. The court has also instructed BMC to not take any coercive action for the next 1 month. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition. But on the other side of a quick break, we'll be back with the top headlines. Don't go anywhere.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Hello and a very good afternoon to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. We've lined up a super news break for you this hour. First up, a look at the top headlines. It's Judgment Day. Terrorist Yasin Malik walks into court without any show of remorse for backing terror. NIA demands death sentence for the leader. Foundation for a Gyanvapi-like claim laid in Karnataka's Mangaluru. VHP and BJP say prayers have established ruins in mosque belong to a Shiv temple. Call for Gyanvapi-like survey.
16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया।
G23 leader Kapil Sibal is the latest to dump the Congress after years of rebellion against the Gandhis. Gets nominated to the Rajya Sabha with support from Samajwadi Party. Times Now SIT exclusive reveals involvement of radicals in Assam police station burning case. Infiltration is behind the jihadi ecosystem, endangering internal security. BJP says Times Now super exclusive is an eye-opener, calls out years of mishandling for creating fertile ground for infiltration of suspected terrorists. BJP worker killed in Tamil Nadu by goons for refusing to admit them to the Saffron Party. Opposition cites spate of killings to allege law and order failure. Karti Chidambaram to be quizzed in the illegal visas bribery case and confronted with key accused. Agency hasn't ruled out his arrest in the case. And horror from the United States. Gunman kills 21 people, including at least 18 children in a mass shooting in Texas. This is the deadliest school attack in the United States in years. So just half an hour to go for the sentencing in the Yasin Malik case, but Malik's final bid to escape justice. The terrorist has claimed that he has reformed, saying he is not linked to terror for 28 years now. That's the claim that Yasin Malik has made, saying will quit politics if terror link is proven, ready to go to the gallows if the terror link is proven. The murderer of Hindus, Yasin Malik, has pleaded guilty, after which he was convicted and now making a final bid to escape justice. News editor Bhatosh joins us with more details on this. Bhatosh, Yasin Malik's statement is a joke on the people, the innocents who have lost their lives because of terror.
Yes, Pratibha, the hearing took place in camera, but those who were present in the courtroom said that Yasin Malik did not have any remorse. In fact, in a complete apathetic manner, he told the judge that the judge can check with the intelligence agencies that in past 28 years, he and his organization did not kill anyone. That's a most shocking statement, that in 28 years he did not kill anyone, and that if it's proven so, then he will quit politics, and also that he's ready to go to gallows. Now, this shocking statement was made inside the courtroom, and then the hearing got over. He also said that he worked with 7 prime ministers, and he said that it's up to the court to decide whether he's sentenced to death or whether he is sentenced to life. Now, in a very dramatic manner, yes, last week he has pleaded guilty, after which the court had asked NIA as well as Yasin Malik to submit reports about an affidavit about his financial status. Now, this case itself has its ups and downs. The chief investigating officer, who in fact who arrested Yasin Malik, was himself arrested by the NIA after reports came out that he was passing information, classified information, to Khurram Parvez, who was later arrested by the NIA.
Right, Bhavtosh. So now within the next half an hour, we are going to get a reaction from the court on the sentencing. But some more breaking news coming in. Yasin's purse, of course, lies completely exposed. Times Now has accessed the NIA charge sheet in which he has admitted to multiple charges. Yasin pleading guilty for raising funds for terror, orchestrating protests to create unrest after Burhan Wani's killing. And this is a confession that he made. This is what is mentioned in the NIA charge sheet, playing a key role in orchestrating anti-India protests. Pradeep Datta joins us live from Jammu. Pradeep, these, of course, are already confessed by Yasin Malik, but until then as well, it was an open secret.
See, Pratibha, last week only Yasin Malik had pleaded guilty, and this is the copy of the charge sheet which you are showing on the screen. In this, it is clearly indicated that how in the year 2016, after killing of Burhan Wani, he brought life to screeching halt, how he had been indoctrinating, brainwashing youngsters and making them come out on streets and pelting stones. And there had been 89 cases of law and order and stone pelting that was reported in that particular year after killing of Burhan Wani. Not only that, Yasin Malik had also been to Pakistan, where he had interaction with Hafiz Saeed. He was seen sitting and sharing a podium with Hafiz Saeed, 2611 plotter. And he had also gone to Murray, one of the terror training camp of Lashkar-e-Toiba, where he was felicitated by 2611 plotter Hafiz Saeed. Not only that, if you look at his email trail, the email that has been downloaded by NI, it has been seen that he used to collect funds, and that funds were provided to terrorists. And not only that, there is also a conversation between him and Shahidul Islam. And this shows a kind of a conspiracy they were hatching against India, where they were trying to spread venom, they were trying to demonize country, and they were also collecting funds. So all these charges are the fresh charges, something which Yasin Malik has already pleaded guilty. But now somewhere he is trying to glorify himself, saying that he was not involved in any kind of terror-related activity. So this charge sheet clearly indicates all these charges are after 2016. We are not talking about killing of Air Force official which he did in 1990. We are not talking about the abduction of Rubaiyya Saeed. Again, those charges are against him, that he had abducted Rubaiyya Saeed. So these are the fresh charges which we are showing on the screen. Right now I have got the Kashmiri pundits with me, because they are the one who have really suffered because of Yasin Malik. They are the one who has been forced to abandon their hearths home because of Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front. Let's speak to them and find out what they have to say. कुछ घंटे रहे अब, जजमेंट आने वाली है, तो आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस शख्स के बारे में?
30 साल से हमें इस चीज का इंतजार है. हम चाहते जो भी इसने ब्रूटल किलिंग्स की है, चाहे वो वैली में कश्मीरी पंडित है, चाहे वो वहाँ पे ये क्या बोलते हैं नेशनलिस्ट मुस्लिम्स है, जितनी भी इसने किलिंग्स की है, हम ये चाहते हैं 32 साल से हम इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि फांसी से बढ़कर भी अगर कोई सजा हो तो वो इसको दिया जाए.
Well, their anger is understandable, Pradeep, and you know, the maximum sentence being death sentence or life sentence. That's what we're looking at. Just a few moments to go. This remains the top focus on Times Now. Bhavtosh, Priyank, Nilashish, Pradeep and Eshan are joining us. Priya, we have the NIA charge sheet that very, very clearly says everything that Yasin Malik has confessed to. Take us through the details.
Pratibha, now before I read through the charges mentioned in the NIA charge sheet that Yasin Malik has on record confessed to, I must make a mention of the fact that you don't necessarily have to pick up a gun and kill somebody for people to die. When Yasin Malik, according to this, says that emails were sent from my account that show that he had set up an elaborate structure and mechanism across the world to raise funds for carrying out terrorist and other unlawful activities in Jammu and Kashmir in the name of freedom struggle. What are the activities that terrorists indulge in? They are not conducting prayers, they are not going out consulting people, they kill people. So Yasin Malik, when he says that I am some sort of a reformed soul over the last 28 years, I haven't killed anybody, this is also killing people and actually much more dangerous, because you are actually multiplying the force with which you are going to attack innocents, in this case in Jammu and Kashmir. Then another charge that is there in this NIA charge sheet, the pages of which Times Now has access, is that he has also been funding. He played a key role in orchestrating the protests and demonstrations after the death of Burhan Wani, and during the period from 6th of August 2016 to 16th of August 2016, the protests were very violent. 89 cases of stone pelting and other unlawful activities have also been registered during this period. Now, when we say injured, it might sound to an outsider as a minor injury, but remember, if you've seen those images that come out of Jammu and Kashmir when these protests happen, there are young children, there are youth, there are teenagers who lose their eyesight, who lose their limbs probably when clashes break out and when injuries happen. So yes, Yasin Malik might claim to be a saint inside the court, but this is the charge sheet of sins that he has committed, for which he must be brought to book today.
Absolutely. Nilashish, if you can give us a legal perspective, how will the court view this? Serious charges that are against him, he is staring at a death sentence or life imprisonment, but now suddenly ahead of the sentencing telling court, I'm a reformed man.
Well, absolutely. There is going to be a consideration with regard to leniency as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. That is what the amicus curiae in this case pushed for, saying that a minimum sentence should be given. Let's not forget, Yasin Malik, he appeared for himself. He had withdrawn his lawyer after he pleaded guilty on the 19th of May when he was convicted as well. Now, after that, it might seem like a move to expect leniency from the court when he says that he himself has pleaded guilty. So that is a consideration that maybe the court will take up. NIA, let's not forget, has pressed for maximum sentence, said that the kind of punishment we seek must be deterrent in nature. Now, the charges against Yasin Malik, as we were showing right now, are serious. Sections 16, 17, 18 and 20 of the stringent terror law under UAPA. Now, that is very, very important. But the punishment under all of these, maximum of life imprisonment. However, now if we look at the other two charges from the Indian Penal Code, it is very, very important, and that is what the NIA pressed, saying waging war against the government or attempting to wage war against the government, and that in that situation, the maximum penalty is death penalty. We will wait and watch for another 20 minutes.
At 3:30, that's expected. Some breaking news now coming in, a reaction from Mehbooba Mufti. Let's take in that reaction that's just coming in. The patrons of Yasin Malik striking again, an absolute shocker from Mehbooba Mufti. Mocking the judiciary, that's the reaction of Mehbooba Mufti, saying muscular policy is only going to backfire. This is the first reaction coming in from Mehbooba Mufti, yet again a shocker. Take a look at what she said.
Mufti was Home Minister. Mufti was Sultan Sheikh. Number Suzness. The place. Toy Bandu Band. Ushe Home Minister. Mr. Duas VP said. And it's your culture of Hamadi. Toy already when I decided, he is the time he decided. Mufti said these. Bekya Manias. Bekya Manias. Magar Yamsat Yasin Sabasnish. One number gay. Temon Devata Domin Jalo Town Action Kanwa Kinga. Arshu Kodaki Naja, Pemushan ki Kampala. Mufti Saman Kanai, White Rice is Wakas News Kanwa. Temtrana, Batayala. Ye guys, Vanan, Raman Pendi Hour, Raman Pendi Jao, Kashi and Shia City.
So that's the statement from the PDP chief. Muscular policy is going to backfire. Ishan, is that a threat?
Well, this is not for the first time that Mehbooba Mufti has actually said that the muscular policies won't work in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, what she was referring to in Kashmiri was basically a conversation that Mufti Muhammad Saeed had through certain people. She tried to, Mufti Saeed actually was a Home Minister then, and VP Singh was the Prime Minister, wherein a message was sent by Mufti Saeed to Yasin Malik through some people that he should drop gun and then they can talk and demand anything they want to except Azadi. And that is what Mehbooba Mufti is referring to in that speech, while adding that despite that assurance by the Mufti Said, who was a Home Minister, and told Yasin Malik that VP Singh was pro-Kashmiri and something he had a feeling for Kashmiris, and he will accept the demands except for Azadi from all the Yasin Malik and those people who have picked up gun, but they should drop weapons. But to which she says, Yasin Malik replied that it is not possible for them to leave gun. And this is the conversation that Mehbooba Mufti is recalling during a visit to Kulgam district today. Now, interestingly, she also went on to say that the muscular policies of the government won't work. Ever since the Article 370 was revoked, and before that, when the BJP-PDP government collapsed in Kashmir Valley, we have seen Mehbooba Mufti continuously attacking.
So such threats are going to continue, Eshan, but now the time is ticking for Yasin Malik. At 3:30, the court is going to pronounce the quantum of punishment. We'll keep a close watch on that. Thanking all our colleagues for joining us on the broadcast. We're slipping into a short break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Times now. Action begins here.
Welcome back. Well, 4 days ago, an irate mob allegedly set a police station on fire in Assam's Nagaon district. Locals claimed that the police station was set on fire after one person allegedly died in police custody. They also alleged that the victim was brutally beaten to death because he refused to pay a bribe to the police officials. Now, in a shocking turn of events, the police has claimed that the arson was fully planned and that it was not an act of immediate reaction as has been claimed before. The police in their statement said that a jihadi terror group may have engineered the entire mob attack on the police station in Assam. In fact, a preliminary investigation into the violence and arson at the police station in Nagaon district points to planning and mobilization by an organized group.
The mob cheering as the vehicles parked inside the Batadrava police station went up in flames. The fire was lit after hundreds of people marched inside the police compound and indulged in wanton vandalization of government property.
We are here at the Batadrava police station in the Nagaon district of Assam. This district has been on the news since the last few days because of an incident that has shocked the state as well as the nation. Look at the condition of the police station here. This was damaged badly by a group of miscreants on Saturday. And they have, tried to burn the entire police station. And this was one side of the police station that was completely burned.
These charred remains bear testimony of the mob fury. Two-wheelers burnt beyond recognition, and the police file and crime records reduced to ash. The police suspect it could not have been the handiwork of ordinary citizens.
They had come prepared with bottles of inflammable articles like petrol and kerosene, and they were prepared with sticks and stones, and it was not just the spur of the moment incident, it was planned, and we are identifying all these people. Till now 34 people have been identified through analysis of the video footage, and out of that 6 we have already arrested.
The violence erupted on the back of a custodial death of a local fish seller. But many suspect this might be a cover-up to unleash this wrath on the police. Yet there are indications of a larger plot. Nagaon, which has a sizable population of foreigners, has over the years seen terror modules being busted with Al-Qaeda links across the border in Bangladesh.
There were allegations that the police officials demanded bribe from the arrested person named Sofiqul Islam, and there was allegation that he died in police custody here, and that led to the few of the locals storming into the police station and damaging the police station. However, as per the police, Assam police, as per the DGP, it is not a case of action and reactions. There were certain elements, miscreants, who were fully prepared when they stormed into the police station, thereby damaging the entire police station badly.
ये घटना होने का बाद और इनका मतलब दिमाग में आया था कि और कुछ कहीं घटना करने का कोई खबर आया था हमको, सो इसलिए कुछ रेड भी मारा है इसका सिलसिले में.
मतलब टेरर एंगल आप सस्पेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
ठीक टेरर नहीं है, मतलब इन लोग का भावादर्श बढ़ाने का ये एक बढ़िया तरीका समझ रहा है ये लोग. मतलब एक रेडी पोजीशन तैयार कर रहा है जिस पे आके मुजाहिद लोग आके बढ़िया सा एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी मिल जाएगा.
The Batadrava police station fire may just be the warning about the radical threat in their faces. Those who crossed over illegally to set up home seem to have morphed into enemies of the state. With Nibber in Nagaon, Bureau Report, Times Now.
A big update now coming in on the case. 2 more people have been arrested. Tremors after Times Now's news break that it was a pre-planned attack. Now 2 more people have been arrested. The mob had set an entire police station ablaze. Now more arrests taking place. Nibber Deka is joining us with more details on this. Nibber, any details on these 2 people who have been arrested after the police revealed that this was a pre-planned attack?
Yes, indeed, the police has been continuously investigating, and like we said, we expected more and more names to come up. So last night on a bus, the police has arrested one Ashraful Ali and Mazibur Rahman, and they have been arrested on the basis of videographic evidence. And now the total toll of arrests has reached 8, and there are many that are still detained, and investigation is going on to find out more and more links. But more than the arrest, the most important question is the link of the radical elements, and that is the angle that the police is strongly investigating. They want to find out the kingpin and the links for the radical elements, and they're continuously investigating that matter. We are getting more and more details, but as of now, 2 major names have been arrested, and the arrest toll has now reached to 8.
Okay, Nibir, the details that the police officials have revealed as of now, like you mentioned, they're being tight-lipped, but from the information that they have revealed as of now, they said that it could be a terror organization. What are the details that we have that the police officials have revealed on the investigation so far?
Yes, indeed. As per the police, the main modus operandi was to destroy evidence, and that is why they came pre-planned and when they attacked the Botodrova police station. Now, why were they wanting to destroy the evidence? Because most of the offenders are repeated offenders, and that is why they were trying to destroy the evidence that was lodged in the Botodrova police station. And that is the reason, you know, these people are trying to target the Botodrova's police station. But what is their modus operandi and are their links with the Ansarul network? That is being investigated by a high-level SIT team, and that report will soon come. We are closely monitoring the matter, and if there is any report, we will be the first to report on that.
Absolutely. Nibir, thank you for joining us with that update. On that note, we're slipping into a short break, but don't go anywhere. Just moments from now, sentencing of Yasin Malik. We'll get you those details after a short break. Stay with us.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ, और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान, और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी, और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा, कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि
Welcome back. The verdict on the Yasin Malik case has been deferred to 4 p.m. The court will pronounce a verdict at 4 p.m. today. Remember, earlier the court had reserved the verdict for 3:30, now pushed further to 4 p.m. The NIA has sought death penalty for the convicted Kashmiri separatist terrorist Yasin Malik. He had earlier pleaded guilty of all the charges, including those under the UAPA in the terror funding case. So now at 4 p.m. the court will be pronouncing its order. Bhavtosh, Priyank, Nilashish and Eshan as well as Pradeep join us on the broadcast as we keep our focus on what's expected. Bhavtosh, the court reserving the order at 4 p.m. but the NIA has asked for death penalty.
Yes, Pratibha, in fact, the NIA has asked for the maximum sentence as far as this case is concerned. Remember, last week, Yasin Malik was produced in this courtroom. Yasin Malik, in fact, had pleaded guilty, after which the court had convicted him. Under the various sections in which he had been convicted, the maximum he can be convicted, he can be sentenced is death sentence. In fact, the NIA charge sheet and later when the orders were being framed by the court has specifically said that all the accused in this case wanted to cede from India. Now that's a very serious observation of the court. The court had said that none of the accused in this case wanted to be united with India. They wanted to cede from India. But when Yasin Malik was today produced in the courtroom, Yasin Malik specifically said, in a way he shocked everyone. He said that in 20 years he and his organization had never indulged in violence, and he said that this can be checked with Indian agencies. And he said if it's proven that he indulged in violence, then he's willing to go to gallows. And he also said that he interacted with 7 prime ministers. Yasin Malik also, in a very apathetic manner, said that because he never indulged in violence, he was never involved in any murder. Now this is a sharp contrast to various charge sheets that have been filed, whether it's by the CBI. Now CBI had filed 2 charge sheets against him. One involves killing of 4 Indian Air Force officers in the heart of Srinagar when he was part of Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front. And the second is kidnapping of Rubia Saeed. Now in both these charge sheets, he was called a terrorist of Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front. In this charge sheet also, it has been mentioned that apart from being a terrorist of Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front, he later merged his organization with All Hurriyat Party Conference. And once he was part of All Hurriyat Party Conference, he later became part of Joint Resistance Liberation. But he continued to be part of various terrorist activities, including giving a calendar to every youngster in the valley to how to participate in various terror activities, including pelting stones, and in no way these activities were non-violent.
Okay, all right. Priyank is also joining us. Priyank, NIA has asked for death penalty, but even otherwise the minimum punishment is life imprisonment. There are charges against him. He has pleaded guilty to it. In fact, several Kashmiri Hindus still believe that even for the charges that he has pleaded guilty is still much lesser than what he's actually responsible for.
Yeah, Pratibha, not only the Kashmiri Pandits, but every Kashmiri who was trying to, make the valley peaceful will call for that. What Yasin Malik used to do, that he used to, organize a calendar for the protests, and which has certainly created huge trouble for the valley. That's why you saw that when the abrogation of Article 370 happened, there were many Kashmiris who came out very openly about and very happy about it. Very interestingly, when he pleaded guilty before the court, and when the argument was happening on the quantum of the sentence, he started giving argument that I have worked with several prime ministers and I was also given the opportunity to go and go abroad and represent India in the international forum. The court certainly came up and said that it's too late for you to come out with these kind of statement, and which can be which cannot be considered at this moment. So the court simply came up with the view that this person has pleaded guilty. He is the one who is accused accused of several kind of funding which was coming out from Pakistan, and in fact he was also involved in sending several youth to out of India so that they can get trained and then they can again come back. But I was very interestingly looking at the body posture and the kind of facial expression Yasin Malik wanted to give it to the media, because he literally posed towards all the camera crews who were standing outside the court premises, who were trying to get a glimpse of Yasin Malik going there. He just paused, he straight away looked right into the camera. That means that he wants to portray his image as a martyr before all those separatists who have been fighting for this, the cause for this Yasin Malik has been fighting over the period of time period. So instead of going by what his conduct has been, now he's trying to portray his image before the separatists as a martyr, which is very important thing which I could observe by looking at his body language.
Absolutely, and he's waged a war on India but showing no remorse at all, now wanting to be a martyr. Nilashish, Times has been bringing exclusive details from inside the court. Yasin Malik, who is known for unleashing terror, killing several innocents, unleashing a lot of terror in the valley, now saying that for the past 28 years I've been absolutely innocent. That's what he told the court ahead of the sentencing.
Well, absolutely. You see, this seems like a very clear tactic as far as his case is concerned by Yasin Malik. On one hand, on the 19th, he was convicted after he admitted and pleaded guilty on all charges. Let's not forget, these charges are very, very serious. They include waging war against the government. They include committing terror. They include raising funds for terror and being a part of a terror organization. Let's not forget, Section 20 of the UAPA says it is a punishment for being a part of a terror organization. So on that one hand, he has pleaded guilty and agreed to having done all these crimes. Now on the other hand, now when it comes to sentencing, clearly it is an attempt to seek leniency as far as the sentencing is concerned, where he says that I have not been a part, or nor has my organization been a part of these unlawful activities in 28 years. It shows to the judge that he is being reformative as well and seeking some sort of mercy from the judge. These are of course various aspects that go on in a court of law, but it can clearly be seen that his attempt was to ensure that he does not get the maximum sentence, though he very unabashedly asked the judge to give him whatever sentence he deems fit. But clearly these are manners in which...
imprisonment at least. Nilashish, you've been getting us these exclusive inputs from the court. But believe it or not, there are people who have fallen for his martyr act. Not just that, people who have been supporting him over the years, which is why he has gone scot-free. And there was a bandh call that was given as well in solidarity with him in Jammu and Kashmir, in parts of Kashmir. Eshan is joining us live from Srinagar. Eshan, if you can get us an update on that. This bandh call was very clearly a message of solidarity with Yasin Malik.
Well, absolutely right, and that seems to be the case. That's why I'm standing at Lal Chowk. I'll ask my VJ Shafiq to pan and show you the entire area around this vicinity is shut because Yasin Malik, where he resides, is just few meters away from this particular location. Now, there are pockets and areas in Srinagar city which are also closed today. There were certain calls through some handles on social media which called for shutdown today. And now what we are seeing is that although the traffic, commercial as well as private traffic, is running normally, but shops and business establishments have been closed today. But there is also an additional deployment security forces around important locations like Mysuma, where he resides, Lal Chowk, downtown Jammu Masjid, where we have seen frequent clashes or protests breaking out. To avoid any such law and order issue, security forces have been deployed in number, and that to make sure that there are no protests or any law and order problem if it arises, it is dealt with strictly. But today we are seeing that several areas are closed in Srinagar city, but everybody's eyes are on the verdict of the court, that what punishment will Yasin Malik get. Now, ever since yesterday, we have heard that his maximum punishment could be death sentence, and that is something which is a common talk of the town today, that Yasin Malik may get death sentence, and that is why we are seeing today that there is a lot of confusion among people. Many of people choosing to stay home just because they might have thought that there could be a law and order issue, and we are seeing also a shutdown in Srinagar city.
All right. In fact, Pradeep is also joining us from Jammu, and for Kashmiri Hindus, this is the day that they have been waiting for: life imprisonment or death death sentence? What's it going to be a step closer towards some sort of justice that's coming? In fact, the court has also formally framed charges against other Kashmiri Hindu butchers like Bitta Karate as well, which is why today is extremely crucial, because Pradeep, we're a step closer towards that justice.
Yes, you're absolutely right, because since morning I had been interacting with the members of the Kashmiri Pundit community. They have suffered a lot because of Pak-sponsored terrorism. Initial days it was JKLF, and that was led by Yasin Malik in Kashmir Valley. And many of them had been targeted, their family members have been killed. It was because of that reason they had to leave their home. And even after 32 years, they are living in home, away from home. Let's speak to them. कैसे देखते हैं आप ये जो अब 32 साल के बाद फाइनली कोर्ट अब जजमेंट देने जा रहे हैं 4 बजे तक, तो क्या चाहते हैं, क्या आप की?
हमारा कश्मीरी समुदाय पिछले 32 साल से इस दिन का इंतजार कर रहा था कि कोई ऐसा रिजल्ट निकलेगा इस पहलू का कि जिससे हमको थोड़ी सी संतुष्टि हो जाए। मगर जिस हिसाब से जुडिशरी का अभी लग रहा है कि अभी ये बोल रही जी कि इन्होंने जी एक्सेप्ट किया हुआ है, इसको थोड़ा सा पॉजिटिव उसमें मिलेगा, अप्रोच मिलेगा। लेकिन हमारी बस एक ही डिमांड है जुडिशरी से कि मौत से बढ़ के सजा इसके लिए भी कम है, मगर हम वही डिमांड करते हैं कि उसको मौत की सजा मिले।
आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
सर, बात यह है कि जो कुछ हमारे साथ इन 32 साल में हुआ, ये कहते हैं ना फांसी, मैं बोलता हूँ इससे अलावा भी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि इसने पूरे कश्मीर को, कश्मीरियत को खराब किया है। यही जिम्मेदार बंदा है जिसने, हम ये नहीं कहेंगे मुसलमानों के साथ भी जाती हुई, लेकिन जो हमारा कौम है इसको इन्होंने घर से बेघर कर दिया। ये वही जानता है जो घर से बेघर हो जाएगा, इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि इसको भी फांसी मिलनी चाहिए।
That's not the reaction that has come in from a few politicians. Not surprisingly, Mehbooba Mufti had this to say.
Yasin Malik was jealous man. Mufti Sahib was Home Minister. Mufti Sahib was the shit. Not what suicide. The place. So I tell you, Bandhu Band. Would say Home Minister, Mr. Duas VP said, every child Kashmir and Hamdadi. So I already what I his hand, he is the economy hand. Mufti Sahib needs it. Bekya money has. Bekya money has. मगर यम साथ यासिन सबस निश पने नफर गए तेमोन तमन तय तो मैं चालू था नेशनल कारोबार की कर आज शुभ खुदा दी नजात है मुशान की काम हालात है मुफ्ती सबन करना है वाइट वाइट सीरीज वापस बिल्स कारोबार तेम त्रावना है वापस याद ये गए वनन रावलपिंडी आओ रावलपिंडी जाओ कशी गए दीवान शिया से दीवान.
So just about 20 minutes to go when the court will finally pronounce the verdict on the quantum of punishment for the terrorist. Joining us on the broadcast are Aarti Tikku, founder and editor-in-chief of The New Indian, author Arson Singh, as well as Vittal Chaudhary, genocide victim and an activist himself. Before we go to them, some breaking news. Let's take in this reaction that's coming in ahead of the sentencing of Yasin Malik. Pakistan dilly-dallying on the 26/11 trial, but Mehbooba is hailing the Pakistan judiciary. The lynchers are being hailed. That's the reaction coming in from Mehbooba Mufti. A very, very shocking reaction. Listen in to what she said.
मैंने जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहां उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी में।
So that's a statement from Mehbooba Mufti. Pradeep, if you can come in here. Mehbooba Mufti hailing the Pakistan judiciary, and she's talking about ikhlaqs in India, refusing to speak about Kashmiri Hindus who have suffered for so many decades.
Everybody knows what kind of a justice system prevails in Pakistan. It's basically the Pakistan Army and Inter-Service Intelligence. They are the ones who are calling shots. We have seen that how Masood Azhar and many others are moving scot-free. It's only when they are arrested, it's only to show the world, because they want FATF to be a little bit lenient towards Pakistan. Everybody knows what kind of a judicial system is here. The question arises, when judiciary is about to pronounce a judgment against Yasin Malik, that time Mehbooba Mufti has a problem that why the government of India is pursuing that muscular policy. And when they don't do something something, they say that why the judiciary is not doing anything. She's giving an example of how that Akhlaq, the people who had killed Akhlaq, they are moving scot-free. They're not being punished. And in case of Pakistan, she says, everybody knows how the community members are targeted. Blasphemy law, I think Mehbooba Mufti is not knowing how the people under blasphemy law are tried without committing any kind of a crime. Many times we have seen it is because it's a kind of a sword that is hanging on the neck of the minority community members, especially Hindus, Sikhs, Jains and Christians who are there. Many a times this blasphemy law is being misused in Pakistan. But court has never ever come to the rescue of such people. I think this that one can't draw the parallel between the two, because you can't equate the justice system of Pakistan with that of India. Everybody knows India is a vibrant
not
democracy.
Many are going to be surprised by this statement as well, isn't it, Pradeep? Ms. Aarti Tikku, just about 15 minutes to go for Yasin Malik's sentencing to come in. We can't fathom what the Kashmiri Hindu community may be feeling. After several decades, finally, this is the moment that the community has been waiting for. What are you expecting?
Well, Kashmiri Pandit community will certainly feel a little bit, I would say, a bit of relief, because after all, Yasin Malik was one of the founding members of Terror Factory in Kashmir. He was the pioneer of the terrorism that drove Kashmiri Pandits out. But apart from Kashmiri Pandits, let's not limit this issue to just Kashmiri Pandits, because Yasin Malik was the perpetrator of terror not just against Kashmiri Pandits, but also against the Indian state, also as well as the Kashmiri Muslims. So anybody who has whose moral compass is intact, anyone who has a certain amount of humanity in Kashmir and in the rest of the country, they will feel a certain level of relief that this man, this criminal, this terrorist is finally being convicted and he's being punished for the crimes that he has committed. Now, I don't know what the court is going to say, what kind of punishment they will grant to Yasin Malik. But I really feel that everybody who was complicit in justifying Yasin Malik's terrorism, anyone who in fact provided him the platform to shake hands with Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, anyone who was involved within the state and the system, who made a hero out of a terrorist in Kashmir, was also complicit, and their cases should also be opened and they should also be identified and convicted. Because somewhere I think the justice will be incomplete if those people who were involved in giving him such a long rope and a free pass in the Indian system, they also need to be questioned. And yes. I don't think that this is just a Kashmiri Pandit issue.
Absolutely.
Because Yasin Malik's terror actually
that's true, but this could be the beginning. Mr. Vittal Chaudhary, would you agree this is just the beginning? We are looking at now the other terrorists who have gone scot-free for so many years to now finally come to book.
Yes, absolutely. This is the beginning, and one thing that we need to understand that Yasin Malik is no ordinary criminal. No ordinary murderer. He's a genocider and he has to be tried according to the genocidal laws. And the people who have supported him, the people who invited him for tea and coffees, the people, the media agencies which hailed him as the hero and, man of the year and etc., those also are complicit in his crimes and should be tried in court of law. It is a moment that we have been awaiting for. I don't think even death sentence would suffice for the crimes that he has committed against Kashmiri Hindus and towards Kashmir, and he has waged a war against India. So we are expecting nothing less than a death sentence. But not only, it should not be restricted only to the people like Yasin Malik. It has to be people who have supported them. Even to the father of Mehbooba Mufti, he was the person who actually orchestrated riots against Kashmiri Hindus in 1986. He should also be held accountable. His family, the Abdullahs, and the rest of the people who connived during 1990s. There was not 1, 2 or 10 people who were on the roads. There were lakhs of Kashmiri Muslims who were on the roads calling for genocide of Kashmiri Hindus. Everybody is complicit with those crimes and should be tried. Everyone.
Okay, all right. Before I come to you, Mr. Singh, we have Ishan who's joining us from outside Yasin Malik's residence, and it looks like people are gathering around perhaps as a show of solidarity or protest. Ishan, what's happening?
Well, absolutely right. These locals are protesting, have already to show solidarity with Yasin Malik. You can see also my Vijay Shafiq to show you these women from the locality gathered at the residence of Yasin Malik and are protesting against the entire, matter. Now, half an hour or some minutes left before the verdict is announced. You can see, these ladies were raising slogans some time back. Now they visited the house of Yasin Malik, which is in the vicinity. I'll ask my Vijay also to show you that this is also the office come residence of Yasin Malik behind me. This JKLF office behind me. This is the JKLF's office here in Mysuma, which has seen several protests in last some years. And now, some youths have also started gathering. There is a deployment of security forces also just to make sure that, these any law and order incidents does not repeat. You can see the slogans of Yasin Malik should be freed being raised by local women here. Now, this is a locality in Srinagar which has seen several protests in some years. But, stone pelting clashes, this area is not new to that. So to make sure that any law and order issue is not created, that is why additional deployment of CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police is outside this vicinity, because this is an area which has seen clashes not only in the 90s but also in 2000, and for several years there were clashes taking place in this belt. I'll ask my camera person Shafiq to also show you, there is a gathering which is happening here. Certain youth have already gathered here. There's a high presence of media as well to get a reaction from the family of Yasin Malik, who haven't spoken yet, but definitely locals from the vicinity have started gathering outside this particular location to protest against Yasin Malik's entire this case, calling for Yasin Malik to be freed from the prison. But one has to see that what verdict will the judiciary announce, and what will happen in the next some hours.
Absolutely. So only a few moments to go, Mr. Singh. Are you surprised by what's happening here? People are gathering outside the residence of Yasin Malik in support of him as though he is some hero and not a terrorist.
Not at all. But firstly, I am not at all surprised by anger and anguish of Mehbooba Mufti, because remember, it was her father who had put, assiduously made the plans for, jihadi proxy war in Kashmir, of which Yasin Malik was part. And this argument that 28 years he has done nothing, I mean, what do you mean to say that for the last 28 years he was a shining beacon of nationalism? Or was he fueling and contributing to jihadi proxy war in different ways? Because he changed his tack because he got married to somebody in Pakistan, so he changed his colors, took a different route. But nevertheless, he remained a jihadi and promoted Pakistan's proxy war in different ways, including stone pelting. The third thing is that of all the misdeeds he has done, I mean, all the sins that he has committed on his own brother Kashmiris. And for what fault? Because they didn't convert like, convert like Yasin Malik. That is the tragedy of the valley.
Right,
I am not the one who balances everything, that he killed Kashmir Muslims.
Absolutely.
Also.
So we are on standby for what's expected from the court as it announces the sentencing. But Ms. Tikku,
to balance this nonsense.
Ms. Tikku, the sentiment is that even a death sentence is too less for a terrorist like Yasin Malik. At a time like that, we are seeing people who have gathered outside his residence for solidarity. This is not the Kashmir of the 90s we are talking about. Now, as he faces life imprisonment or death penalty, there are people who have gathered there in his support.
Well, you see, there is that even though Yasin Malik put down his arms at some stage, but he already killed our Air Force officers, Air Force personnel, and for that crime he did not get convicted. But also the fact is that he at no point asked Kashmiri Muslim youth who were picking up arms, who were picking up stones, and who were indulging in violence in Kashmir. At no point did he ask them to surrender. At no point did he ask them gave up their arms. At no point did he ask or plead with all the terror groups in Pakistan and Kashmir to stop terrorizing people in Kashmir. So he may have, he probably wore the charade of being a Gandhian after he spent some time in jail, but he continually supported terrorism in
continually
Kashmir.
supported terrorism, and look what he told the court today. Today he told the court, for the past 28 years I have not indulged in any terrorism. So that's the kind of martyrdom that he was trying to portray there. We're slipping into a quick break here. Do stay on with us. We'll be right back. We're on standby for the big judgment on Yasin Malik any moment now. Stay with us.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spreading the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now with me, Priya Behel. 6 days after his conviction in case of terror funding, today Yasin Malik has his tryst with justice and the hand of the law, as the court is going to pronounce any time now the quantum of punishment that will be given to the man who is responsible for killing of several Kashmiris. However, in this case, it is for terror funding that he is facing the might of the law. What really does this mean for the justice that is still pending for people of Jammu and Kashmir? To help us understand that and the depth of the details of the crimes, the sins that Yasin Malik has committed, we are joined by several of my colleagues. Bhavtosh is with me, who's been tracking the legal aspect of it. Pradeep Datta is in Jammu and Kashmir, who's been speaking to the people who have been victim at hands of Yasin Malik's activities that have been taking place. Bhavtosh, coming to you first, what is the latest from the court?
Well, he's still in the lockup. If I can ask my camera person Mukesh to show, that's the lockup of Patiala House Court, and from here in the which in Hindi is written Bandigrah. From here he will move to this highly secured court in which are heard. He will move this distance of around 200 meters, and inside that courtroom fate of Yasin Malik will be decided. In fact, last week for the first time Yasin Malik was convicted. NIA had in fact asked for the maximum in this case, that is death sentence. Yasin Malik left it for the court, but in a very brave way, Yasin Malik in fact told the court that in 28 years his organization which was virtually a for both the court as well as of investigating agencies. Investigating agencies over a period of had filed several charge sheets and quoted that he is involved in several terror cases, in several incidents of heinous crime. But Yasin told the court 8 years he and his organization had never indulged in violence, never killed anyone, and said that if it's then he is willing to face a death sentence. He also virtually mocked everyone by saying that he had worked with 7 prime ministers. After which he was taken back to the lockup. The order on his crime was to be given at around 3:30, but it's now nearly 4 p.m.
Right.
And the order will be given any time. If I can ask VJ Mukesh Kumar, a large number of have been present because of security reasons. Police personnel have been also been brought here, and it's expected that he will cover this distance of 200 meters, will go inside, will decide the fate of Yasin Malik, and the this order will be felt not only but
right. Let me just also go across to my other colleagues, Nilashish and Priyank, both outside the Patiala court, tracking every single development coming in from inside there. If I could come to you, Priyank, very interesting things were observed in the court today, that Yasin Malik let go of his lawyer. He's been arguing for himself, and while doing so, he said that if anybody can come and prove any intelligence agency, any document that I have indulged in any activity of violence in the last 28 years, then I will leave politics. But he forgets that this is not a political matter that is being heard. It is about his crimes of funding terror, which has led to several more killings than he could have possibly effected by himself. Is he trying to do all this showboating, trying to become a martyr here, because he knows that a stringent punishment is imminent now?
Yes, certainly, Priya. If you look at Yasin Malik's conduct over the period of 2.5 decades, that has always been dubious. Now the fact remains that when he had already pleaded guilty, what is the point of doing this kind of argument, which was also raised in the court, where the court specifically stated that at this time period we have given ample amount of time and opportunity for you to come out and give you clarification, but you refused to do that and you pleaded guilty. Now the fact remains that looking at the body posture, the body language which the Yasin Malik is trying to do, even when he was going inside this lockup, which Batosh was trying to show, he posed towards the camera and he was giving a very straight face, which means that he is trying to give this message, these pictures, to the international community as well as to those separatists who have been fighting for the same cause, that he is a martyr. Trying to accept his fault. The second fact is giving postures towards the camera is a clear-cut indication from Yasin Yasin Malik's side, Priya, that he is trying to portray his image as a person who has martyred himself because for a particular cause. Now the fact remains that what is going to be the outcome of the court. So in a few minutes from now, we are expecting that Yasin Malik will be taken inside the court. The order could have been written by now, and within few seconds, the court will be pronouncing the order against Yasin Malik. There are only two options as which we can see as of now. One is death sentence, which has been sought by NIA, and second is life imprisonment according to the sections of Indian Penal Code which has been applied in this particular charge sheet which was filed by the Delhi Police.
Right, and NIA is demanding a punishment which they say should serve as a deterrent for others as well. Anil Ashish bringing you in over there. Run us through the arguments that have taken place in the court. Obviously, NIA is pushing for a punishment that sets an example for others who are now following the same path that Yasin Malik is, but his lawyers obviously seeking leniency.
Well, absolutely, Priya. The fact remains that the order is still pending, but as far as the NIA is concerned, of course, they said that a death penalty is what they sought. Capital punishment was what was pushed for by the Special Public Prosecutor on behalf of the NIA. It was stated that the kind of punishment that is given should in fact be a deterrent form of punishment as opposed to reformative in any nature. Let's not forget our judiciary does consider reformation as a condition in terms of pronouncing a sentence. That also puts in light, in fact, the kind of statements made by Yasin Malik wherein clearly he is trying to appeal to the court for leniency while he himself has accepted and pleaded guilty in terms of the charges that were framed against him as far as being a part of a terrorist organization is concerned. He himself has admitted that I was a part of a terrorist organization. When he says that I'm guilty under section 20 of the UAPA, that is what he's saying. But then again today in court he says that he has not been he or his organization has not been involved in the last 28 years.
Let me bring in Pradeep Datta on that particular point. Pradeep, when Yasin Malik says in the court कि मैंने 1994 में हथियार छोड़ने के बाद महात्मा गांधी के सिद्धांतों का पालन किया है, you have seen what really were the principles that Yasin Malik was living by. Please tell our viewers.
See, we have already got the copy of NIA charge sheet that clearly indicates that crimes that have been committed by Yasin Malik over the last several years. If he says that he is a transformed man since 1995, has not indulged in any kind of a terror-related activity. So where from the NIA got the evidence that letterhead was recovered from his place? On that letterhead was signed by Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba, as well as Hizbul Mujahideen. They were threatening people not to organize any kind of a football match, and he was also helping people get money from across the border and also from different parts of the world, because his email that was downloaded from his email which he had written to different people, that clearly indicates that how they were getting funds. Right now, see, we have got the members of the Kashmiri Pundit community. Let's speak to them because they are the one who have suffered a lot because of terrorism unleashed by Yasin Malik since 1990, and how this man had been projecting himself as a Gandhi or Messiah of peace. The reality is that Yasin Malik is a villain and we can't treat him like a victim. That's what victimhood card he's right now playing inside the court. First he pleaded guilty, then he started playing the victimhood card, saying that he's not involved in any kind of terror-related incident. He's a transformed man. कैसे देखते थे आप जब यासीन मलिक कभी यूथ आइकन की तरह ट्रीट किया जाता था, पार्टीज में जाता था, स्कॉट फ्री करता था, कितना दुख होता?
शेम करना चाहते हैं हम उस टाइम की जो सरकार थी, कांग्रेस की सरकार थी. शेम है कांग्रेस की सरकार पे, एनसी की सरकार पे, जिन्होंने इसको यूथ आइकन बनाया. जो वहां पे मर्डरिस्ट है, जो वहां पे जो भी श्रीनगर में जो भी, चाहे वंदामा हुआ, चाहे शटी सिंहपुरा हुआ, चाहे नाड़ी मलिक हुआ, चाहे संग्रामपुरा हुआ, जितने भी कांड वहां पे हो गए, जितने भी लोगों को वहां पे मारा गया, कहीं ना कहीं उसका रेस्पॉन्सिबल यही लोग हैं. और हम सरकार से ये मतलब ये आज इसको फांसी मिलनी चाहे तभी हमारे दिल में ये
they are carrying that pain in their heart. They feel the only justice will be for them if Yasin Malik is sent to gallows, because they feel he deserves capital punishment because he is a man who is responsible for killing of so many people. It was in 90s when he killed Air Force officers. It was again in 90s when he had abducted Rubaiyat Saeed, daughter of then Home Minister Mufti Mohammed Saeed. But unfortunately what is happening is today Mehbooba Mufti is speaking the same language what Pakistan had been saying. When I asked this question to Nirmal Khanna, wife of Air Force officer who was killed by terrorists, including Yasin Malik. She said that the obvious reason is that Pakistan is coming and expressing solidarity with Yasin Malik because Yasin Malik is a Pakistani agent. He had been working on their behest, had been targeting innocent community members. Say there are a lot many people. क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज आप उन लोगों को जो इनके समर्थन में आज भी निकले हुए हैं और कश्मीर में भी कुछ सॉलिडरिटी?
उनको शर्म आनी चाहिए, ऐसे आदमी का वो समर्थन करते हैं। ऐसे आदमी को तो बीच चौराहे पे गोली मार देनी चाहिए। हम तो यही डिमांड करते हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से कि हमारे अपनी जुडिशरी पे पूरा विश्वास है। पिछले 32 साल से कश्मीरी पंडित इस दिन का इंतजार कर रहा है कि कब जुडिशरी का ऐसा ऑर्डर आएगा जिससे हमारे दिल को थोड़ा सा चैन मिलेगा। आज भी हमको 1990 याद है जब खून की गंगाएं वहां पे बहाई गई थी, एक एक कश्मीरी पंडित या नॉन कश्मीरी को या हमारी बाकी कम्युनिटी के लोगों को मारा गया था। आज भी वो दर्द हमारे सीने में है। हम चाहते हैं कि आज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के जुडिशरी में अगर कोई ऐसी सजा है जिसमें सड़क पे गोली मारकर सर पे इसके गोली मारकर हत्या की जाए, हम वो भी डिमांड करते हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से, तभी हमारे दिलों को चैन आएगा।
You can understand the kind of the pain they are carrying in their heart because these people have suffered a lot since 1990s. It was Yasin Malik and his gang who had unleashed that terrorism because JKLF was on the forefront and many of these Kashmiri Hindus and Pandits were targeted. That story of horror that started in 1990 is continuing even today. But what is more important is that the people who are supporting them, like terror apologists like Mehbooba Mufti, who are trying to make a hero out of this villain who is trying to glorify Yasin Malik.
And just to understand the nature of activities that this man was indulging in, we should not forget that when he says that I have given up arms, I haven't killed anybody, one must remember the tears of widow of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, the widow Nirmal Khanna, still awaiting justice. Her husband was shot dead allegedly by Yasin Malik in 1990s. We have also spoken to her. If we could hear her reaction as we await the verdict being pronounced on quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik. Let's listen in to the reaction coming in from Nirmal Khanna, who today is saying that justice for her would mean blood for blood, death for death.
I heard noise of bullets. Officers were standing outside. मैं वहाँ पे चली गई, मैंने देखा और मेरे हस्बैंड को उस टाइम 26 गोलियां लगी हुई थी। एक गोली लगने पर वो यासिन इन लोगों से जो ये मिलिटेंट्स थे इनके साथ उसने स्कफल करा था, पूरी उसने मैगजीन खाली कर दी थी एक की और उनकी पीठ सड़क की तरफ थी। पीछे से यासिन मलिक ने या इनके ग्रुप में से यासिन मलिक ने तो कन्फेस कर लिया है, 25 गोलियों का पूरा मैगजीन खाली कर दिया था उसकी पीठ पे।
यासीन मलिक ने कन्फेस किया था 25 गोलियां पीठ पर मारी थी। साब्यसाची, you are also reporting on this matter when today Yasin Malik says that I am a reformed man, I follow the principles of Mahatma Gandhi. Let's quote the part of the charge sheet where he actually says and admits to the charges leveled against him that he has been funding terror activities in the valley that has led to such brutal killings of several other people.
Absolutely, these statements does not matter right now because Yasin Malik in front of the special judge has accepted all his crimes and the charges against him are quite serious. And one of the charges is waging war against the government, criminal conspiracy, as well as destroying the peace in the valley as well. So these are some of the serious charges, and that is the reason why the NIA has demanded the death sentence for Yasin Malik under the section 121, which means death sentence. And now he says that I follow the ideology of Mahatma Gandhi, and he has seen over 7 prime ministers, and if it's proven that he has incited violence, then he will leave politics. All these statements does not matter right now because the man himself has now accepted all his crimes in front of the judge, and this NIA has demanded for a death sentence, and the verdict will come out anytime shortly. And this is the court where in the morning Yasin Malik was taken inside amid high security, and anytime soon the verdict will come out, and clearly the crime that he has done, all the people who had suffered in the valley because of these separatist activities. So clearly at this particular moment Yasin Malik, who has been
In fact, there are also political reactions that have been coming in. Pradeep, if I could bring you on that, even as we discuss the extent of atrocities that were unleashed by Yasin Malik, and he says that he has been engaging with Prime Minister, which is also another travesty of justice, there are still leaders like Mehbooba Mufti who go on to praise Pakistan because the judiciary there has acted against somebody who was involved in lynching of Sri Lankans, but has no empathy, no sympathy at all for people of India, people of the same soil that she lives on. Their killer, she says, should not be dealt by the judiciary with a muscular arm.
See, problem is, Priya, right now is that people like Mehbooba Mufti, they are the part of the same ecosystem who had been providing oxygen to terror-related activities in Kashmir Valley and other parts of India. Mehbooba Mufti is trying to simply encourage and embolden such elements by giving statements where she is blaming government of India for a muscular approach and muscular policy. Everybody knows that he is a killer. He's a man who had been involved in several brutal killings. He was the one. How come he says that he's a messiah of peace? Killing Air Force officer. Is this the peace initiative that Mahatma Gandhi had taught him to follow? Then second thing is that how he had been instigating youngsters to come out on street Pelstone after killing of Burhan Wani, Hizbul Mujahideen terrorist. We saw that how he had been getting funds. Already that evidence is with the National Investigation Agency, and all those facts are put in the NIA charge sheet also, which we had accessed. And the second thing is that this man had also been in touch with Hafiz Saeed. He went to terror training camp in Murray area where he was felicitated by 2611 plotter, the man who has got his hand soaked with blood. So he is felicitating another killer. One killer is felicitating another killer. One should ask Mehbooba Mufti why she is really beating her chest for people like Yasin Malik, because they deserve that there should be conviction. Because this case is very important. This is the first ever conviction during the last 32 years. Community members had been asking, Kashmiri Hindus had been asking for conviction. But unfortunately, all these people had been moving scot-free. They were treated like heroes. Some projected them as youth icons. Some said, some projecting him as Mahatma Gandhi, and which he himself is saying that he is following the policy of Mahatma Gandhi. And so far as Mehbooba Mufti, when she starts comparing, look at the blasphemy law. Blasphemy law in Pakistan is like a sword hanging on the necks of minority community members, whether Hindu, Sikh, Christian, Jain or somebody else. But for no rhyme and reason, they are punished even if there is a rumor. We have seen that often they are languishing in jail because of that law.
Yes, but Pakistan can do no wrong when it comes to the likes of Mehbooba Mufti and the Abdullahs there. But Priyank, if I could bring you in on this today, when Yasin Malik says that if any intelligence agency in India can prove that in the last 28 years I have been involved in any terrorist activity or violence, I will accept to be hung till death. Tell us, from the portions that we have accessed of the NIA charge sheet, how the charges that he has confessed to are not 28 years ago. These charges are from as early as 2016. What really are the charges that he has confessed to?
Yeah, certainly. And Priya, if you look at the manner in which Yasin Malik was trying to justify his stand before the court, it's very simple. That he wants some kind of leniency from the court for the quantum of sentence which is expected to be pronounced by the court. This particular investigation was started by the National Investigating Agency based on the FIR which was filed in the year 2016, and that was over the period of time when Yasin Malik used to make these calendars for the separatist mindset people, so that the valley process can be blocked. Later to that, when the raids were conducted, the NIA found that there were very clinching evidences which showed that there was a financial transaction which was also happening on the behest of the main masterminds of all these radical thought processes were based in Pakistan, and the funding was given to several people, including Yasin Malik. Also, when these charges were framed, Yasin Malik accepted that he is pleading guilty, which means that he had accepted that there was a very major role which was done by him for the separatist and all those successist mindset which he was carrying. There were several searches which were also carried out by the National Investigating Agency, but when the court was about to pronounce the order, and when the National Investigating Agency asked for the stringent punishment in this, which is a life sentence, suddenly this person who was trying to portray him as Robin Hood for
those separatists mellowed down, and now he is talking about what he has done in the past. But what happened in the previous era is certainly not being accepted by the national investigating agencies, investigation so far. What they are saying that he is the one who took money, he is the one who had sent those Kashmiris to Pakistan, occupied to Pakistan, and he's the one who has been behind all these killings which has happened over the period of time period. So that is a clear message which the NIA had passed on to the court, and the court is in any time soon is expected to pronounce the order. What we are getting to know that the order is getting delayed further because the honourable judge is...
Right. Priyank, please complete your point. You were telling us about the delay. Yes, Priyank.
There is no clarity, Priya, because what we got to know, there is no clarity on that, but because what we got to know that this is a lengthy order and this might take some more time. What update we got last, that the order could have come out at 4, but the latest update which we are getting is that it will be some more time before the honourable judge can pass on an order. But let me tell you, looking at the past references, Priya, the more there is a delay in writing the order, the trouble is certainly mounting up for the Yasin Malik, because the lengthy the order is, there will be a proper clarification which will be given by the honourable judge for giving this kind of harsher sentences. So that is the clear message which is coming out by looking at the delay.
Right. This order was initially supposed to come out at 3:30, was delayed at 4, and we are still awaiting the details of what is going to be the quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik. But right now I am joined by my colleague Ishan, who is outside the residence of Yasin Malik. We know that security has been beefed up not only in Delhi outside the court but also outside the house of Yasin Malik. There are drones that have been deployed. Tell us, what really are you seeing around you, Ishan?
Women, and also by these people who are living in the locality. You can see behind us VJ Shafiq to pan and show you that there are still people gathered outside the residence of Yasin Malik. There were local women from the vicinity who came to Yasin Malik's house to express solidarity, and also shouting slogans and raising slogans for raising slogans for Yasin Malik to be freed. Now we can see there are certain youth who have gathered, and ever since the youth have gathered, that is why deployments have been made. I'll ask my camera person Shafiq to again show you that these are the police vehicles which have been stationed in this locality to make sure that any such element who tries to break law and order, or if there is any protest or clashes which break out, that is controlled soon. There are additional deployments that were already made in the morning since they were shut down in some areas of Srinagar city, and now to make sure that these incidents do not repeat, any law and order issue does not come up. That is why additional measures are being taken, where security forces are being deployed in this locality. Now this is a locality which is densely populated, and we have seen that in the past as well. This has been a hub and epicenter of protests. These areas we have seen protests in past as well, and taking a cue from that, additional deployments have been made that in case there is any clash that takes place, security forces rush in easily. On that side, there is a residence and also office of JKLF here in Maisuma area, where several times Yasin Malik was seen marching out, protesting several times, gathered with youth, and today we are seeing that the family is also awaiting the verdict of that particular judgment, and also some youngsters have gathered there. So to make sure that they do not cause any law and order issue, security forces have been deployed in this.
Ishan, here we are talking about a man, according to NIA chart sheet, from his house an yearly calendar was recovered of protests, and eventually these protests turned out to be extremely violent. According to the chart sheet, 89 cases of stone pelting and other unlawful activities were registered during this period, which is right after Burhan Wani's death. This is the man that today justice is dealing with, somebody who has been key in fomenting trouble and unrest in the valley. Aarti Tikuna joins us for more. Aarti, how significant is the verdict today going to be for people who have been in the quest for justice for decades now?
It is going to be quite significant, even though this particular case does not really pertain to the killings that Yasin Malik himself committed in 89-90. But this particular case is about the terror funding that he was practicing, he was involved in. the last several years, ever since he claims to have become Gandhian, ever since he was released from jail as a political prisoner by the then dispensation. Now, this is important because it's a real shift, not just for Kashmiri people, for people, Kashmiri pundits, but also at a broader level in India. Because for a very long time, the terrorists who killed, massacred people in Kashmir, they were given a certain status, a certain dignity also, because these people were invited to, by media organizations to their platforms for discussions and debates, where the who's who, the creme de la creme of India was giving them due respect and honor. So this is a major shift because it is going to set a new precedent, and it will draw a line for criminals and non-criminals in India, because somewhere the entire system derailed the whole idea of what is crime and what is not crime. They justified his crimes. They were participants in making a hero out of Yasin Malik, and that is why I'm telling you very repeatedly that this decision, this verdict today, has a historic significance. It will set a precedent for all future decisions in this country where terrorists cannot get away with the crimes that they have committed.
Right, and this is also the point that you're making. This is also what Yasin Malik, in fact, has quoted today in his defense as he tries to get the court to give him a lenient judgment. He says, I have worked and engaged with 7 prime ministers. Would you also question the kind of platform that has been provided to somebody like a Yasin Malik, who was hobnobbing with terror organizations in Pakistan? He was felicitated by Hafiz Saeed. It's anybody's guess that he will not be felicitated by the head of a terrorist organization for standing up for human rights of people in India. Is the political leadership also to blame across party lines?
Absolutely. The political leadership of whether it was during the Congress era or whether it was under the NDA era, whether it was Prime Minister Vajpayee or Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, they legitimized all these terror groups, by inviting them to talk, knowing that they were not interested in any peaceful resolution, knowing that they have never, look at the facts here. Yasin Malik says that he hasn't committed any killings ever since he gave up arms. But look at the amount of violence that has happened since 1994 in Jammu and Kashmir. There have been terror attacks. Did Yasin Malik ever condemn a terror attack? Did Yasin Malik ever ask Mujahideen's chief, Saeed Salahuddin, to give up cross-border terrorism? Did he ever ask Hafiz Saeed to stop cross-border terrorism? Did he ever ask Masood Azhar to stop cross-border terrorism? Did he ever condemn the amount of violence that happened in 2008, 9, 10, 16, 17, 18? Did he ever, in fact, what he did actually even in the last 2 years, he was standing by Saeed Ali Shah Gilani, by Hurriyat, and they all were supporting all the youth who were picking up stones and arms. They, in fact, came out very openly saying that they will continue fighting till the Indian state does not surrender, till the Indian state does not give them freedom for Kashmir and doesn't let Kashmir secede from
Yes,
India.
and blackmailing is all they have been doing, and emboldened by political patronage that they have got. We have also joined now on broadcast by Rajinder Premi. Rajinder ji, आपने तो ये सब खुद देखा है, जिया है, भुगता भी है. आज जब यासीन मलिक बोलते हैं कि मैं तो गांधी जी के प्रिंसिपल पे काम करता हूं, मैंने तो कभी पिछले 28 सालों में बंदूक उठाकर किसी को मारा ही नहीं है, मैं तो बहुत ही सीधा साधा इनोसेंट आदमी हूं, तो आपको कैसा महसूस होता है?
भाई देखिए, गांधी जी का किसी दूसरे आदमी के साथ कंपैरिजन करना तो मुझे लगता है कि शर्म की बात है. गांधी जी वाज द फादर ऑफ द नेशन, इंडियन नेशन, जिसने यहाँ भारत में आज़ादी की जंग की शुरुआत की, और उनको लगा कि हिंदुस्तान के लिए इज्जत की जगह मिलनी चाहिए हिंदुस्तान में. लेकिन ये तो यासीन मलिक तो ही वाज fighting a war against his own country. This is shameful. This is shameful. And nation अब यहाँ पे इतना जागरूकता आई है लोगों के इसमें, और इन्होंने कितने घरों को बर्बाद किया, कितने लोगों को मरवा दिया, कितने लोगों को खुद मारा, और कितने बच्चों को स्टोन पल्टिंग द्वारा उनको खराब कर दिया, उनकी आंखें खराब कर दी। सरकार ने तो इसका कभी संज्ञान ही नहीं लिया। अब सरकार थोड़ी सी लगता है कि सरकार हरकत में आई है, और ये जो आज हम सुनने जा रहे हैं कि क्वांटम ऑफ हिज पुनिशमेंट क्या होगा, तो ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। और मैं दूसरी बात ये कहने में कोई झिझक नहीं रखता हूं कि जितने भी कश्मीरी पंडितों को, निहत्थे कश्मीरी पंडितों को, इंटेलेक्चुअल्स को, शायरों को, लेखकों को, एडवोकेटों को, जजों को, उनके बिना किसी खता किए हुए, बिना किसी गलती के, बिना किसी दोष के, बिना किसी पाप के उनको मारा गया, तो ये कितना पाप है। दिस इज एंटायरली अगेंस्ट ह्यूमैनिटी, और अगेंस्ट ह्यूमैनिटी के क्राइम को किसी पे उसकी सजा मिल रही तो अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि इस्लाम भी कहता है कि अल-हुरी बिल-हुर, अगर आप चोरी करते हैं हाथ से तो हाथ काट दो। इतने साल लगे इसको, इतने 30 साल लगे, और 32 साल से हम निर्वास में हैं, हमारे साथ में कोई बात ही नहीं कर रहा है। हमारे विपताओं की, तकलीफों की, कष्टों की, मुसीबतों की, हमारे जिनोसाइड की कोई कॉग्निजेंस ही नहीं ली जा रही है। हमारी तकलीफों को उस पर कोई बातचीत नहीं हो रही है। नो डिस्कशन, नो डिबेट, खाली लिप सिंपैथी इतनी आ रही है दुनिया भर की, कहने की बात नहीं। लेकिन व्हेन इट कम्स टू द ब्रॉस टैक्स ऑफ गिविंग सम सिंपैथी इन प्रैक्टिकल, तो लगता है कि देश सोया हुआ है। और मैं आज वर्ल्ड कॉन्शियंस के,
इनफैक्ट इट्स नॉट जस्ट Yasin Malik, and he has several supporters, some in the political parties as well. In fact, listen into what Mehbooba Mufti said.
मैंने जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहां उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी में।
About the ikhlaqs, but refusing to speak about the Kashmiri Hindus who have faced such terror. Ms. Tikku continues to be with us as we wait in anticipation of what the court is going to say. The sentencing expected any moment now, and the entire country is looking at what it would be. Minimum punishment being life imprisonment, and the maximum punishment being death penalty. The sense in the Hindu community in Kashmir is that even death sentence is too less for Yasin Malik. Ms. Tikku, as the court takes up that hearing, as we've been getting you exclusive details, Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty first, after which he said for the last 28 years, I have not involved in any terror activities. Is that any excuse at all? Is that something that court should even look at?
Absolutely not, because he has been supporting terrorism throughout these last 28 years, even after he claims to have, surrendered his arms. But while he surrendered his arms, he encouraged youth to pick up arms and to fight against the Indian state. He encouraged youth to pick up arms, and throughout all these years, he has always supported all the terror activities. He has always supported stone pelting. He came out, if you remember, Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani used to come out with a calendar for violent protests, and Yasin Malik was continually supporting that. So he has absolutely no excuse whatsoever. I'm sure that is the reason the court convicted him of terror funding and of supporting terror network. See, he is the kingpin, one of the kingpins of terror activity in Kashmir. Even as the Indian security forces were trying very hard to break the bone of cross-border terrorism on our borders, but in Kashmir, JKLF cadre along with Jamaat-e-Islami cadre, they've been at the forefront of mobilizing youth to be on the streets, to commit violent protest and to hurl stones against the forces, to also encourage youth to join new terror groups like, the TRF, the Resistance Front and whatnot. So these people, Yasin Malik may say whatever he wants to say, his lawyer may try to defend him his best, but at the end of the day, the action on the ground, the fact that there is continue to kill people in Kashmir. Just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Rahul Bhatt was killed. Just yesterday, a police officer, policeman was killed. So that continues. But Yasin Malik, JKLF have never, at no stage, said that enough is enough. We are going to stop this cross-border terrorism. We will tell Hafiz Saeed and Saeed Salahuddin and Masood Azhar to back off and not create so much mayhem in Kashmir. And also remember that JKLF is now a banned terror organization, but their branches and their offices continue to operate from UK, from the US. At no point did they shut them down. At no point did they say that they have now their agenda is not separation from India. In fact, they have continued to say that they want Jammu and Kashmir to secede from India, and they want complete freedom from India, which is against the Indian Constitution, because there is no provision for secession or sedition. There is no provision for terrorism. There is no provision for violence. And
yes, Mr. Ko, as we wait for the verdict to come out, any moment now, Sabyasachi is in fact outside Patiala Court as well, where security has been heightened. To just give you a sense of the ground report, first, outside Yasin Malik's residence, there are people who have gathered in a show of solidarity. Several people gathering there to show their support to the terrorist who is known for unleashing terror in the valley. If that's the case, in his house, there are also visuals from outside the court where security has been heightened. Earlier today, as he arrived in court, there was no remorse at all in his face. Sabyasachi, if you can get us a sense of what the situation is like while the anticipation continues on the sentencing. What's the situation like at the Patiala court?
Well, currently Yasin Malik is still inside the lockup, and the NIA team along with the lawyers have reached the courtroom. The special judge NIA is inside his chamber with his team, but the NIA team and his lawyers are inside the courtroom. So anytime soon the order will be produced, and the last update that we got to know is that the judge is writing the order along with his team. So if we see the history, such cases takes a lot of time. So that is why we are seeing that time is being taken in this particular case as well. And clearly anytime soon the sentence would be announced by the special judge. But here security has been intensified. Let me tell you that the Delhi police is present out here along with the CRPF, and Delhi police special team is also inside the Patiala House Court premises. And anytime soon Yasin Malik will be taken inside the courtroom where the special judge Praveen Singh would be announcing his judgment.
Okay, all right. Continue to be with us and get us those updates, because we're expecting reactions now to also come in. Some breaking news that's just coming in. First visuals from Yasin Malik's residence. Sloganeering going on ahead of the verdict, ahead of the quantum of punishment, the sentencing that will take place. We're getting you first visuals from outside Yasin Malik's residence. These are the visuals from the spot. Well, Ishan is joining us live from the spot. Ishan, ahead of the sentencing, we're seeing a lot of support that has come in for Yasin Malik. A lot of people, including women, who are sloganeering. What's happening there?
Well, yes, there were some ladies from the vicinity who had gathered at the house of Yasin Malik to show solidarity, and then there was some sloganeering in favor of Yasin Malik, saying that Yasin Malik should be released, and they are with Yasin Malik in this time. I'll ask my camera Shafiq to show you. The area is still tense. There are youth who have gathered outside his residence, and security arrangements have also been maximized to make sure that if there is any law and order issue, security forces are able to have an upper hand. Now, this area is not new to stone pelting, clashes and protests. To ensure that this does not repeat, that is why elaborate security arrangements have been made. Now, security forces are tactically trying to remain away from the area so that their youths do not get engaged, and there are pitch battles which are fought here. But deployments have been made around this particular vicinity to ensure that if there is any law and order situation that can arise, that is dealt with severely, and security forces have an upper hand. Now, protests had broken out when these ladies visited a house of Yasin Malik. Sister of Yasin Malik, along with other family members, were there. Some of them were seen.
That's the information, Ishan, that his sister is reading the Quran and praying for her brother. Did not say a word when he was unleashing violence. Meghna is also joining us because support is not just coming in outside Yasin Malik's residence. A lot of support also coming in for Yasin Malik. Over to you, Meghna.
Well, absolutely, and it's important for us to point out who are the ones whose hearts are bleeding for Yasin Malik. No surprises there. It is his political masters sitting across the border in Pakistan. There are no more defense which can be put up by anyone after Yasin Malik himself that yes, indeed, he has been taking funds from Pakistan, channeling it into Kashmir, poisoning the youth of Kashmir, orchestrating these protests. He's literally got blood on his hands. Some of the things that he has admitted to is that of waging war against India, which is why, no surprises, Pakistan and Pakistani leaders have come out in full support of Yasin Malik. The Shahbaz Sharif, he says the world should take note of Indian government's mistreatment of political prisoners. Incidentally, this after the entire judicial process has been accorded to Yasin Malik. He's still to remember pay for the crimes that he has committed in the murders of several of the innocent Kashmiris as well as the Kashmiri Hindus. The conviction of the prominent Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik on fake terrorism charges is futile effort to silence the voices critical of India's blatant human rights abuses. Can you believe it? This after this man, a terrorist who's convicted of terror funding, taking funds from Pakistan, he's been called a voice of dissent by Pakistan. You have Shahid Afridi, Pakistani cricketer, coming out and saying India's continued attempts to silence critical voices against its blatant human rights abuses are futile. Fabricated charges against Yasin Malik. He calls it fabricated despite the fact that Yasin Malik himself has admitted to each and every one of these charges that here on Times Now we got you of the FIR. In fact, there are several others who are also coming out. There is Fawad Hussain also. Several other people coming in, and interestingly, when you look at Shahbaz Sharif, there are those who've changed their pictures to stand in support of Yasin Malik after he admitted to waging war against India. No surprises, Pakistan backs him.
Absolutely. Some shocking messages that are coming in. Not surprising is from Pakistan, like you said. Afridi batting for terrorist Yasin Malik. Indian cricketer has stumped Afridi though, saying India is stifling the critical voices. This is what he said. So the Indian cricketer responding by saying that Yasin pleaded guilty. In fact, Amit Mishra has responded to this tweet by Shahid Afridi. He is talking about human rights. What is he talking about? Amit Mishra now tweeting about it, saying, "Dear Afridi, he himself has pleaded guilty in court on record. Not everything is misleading like your birth date." This is the response to Shahid Afridi, who waded into the issue and claimed that this is a human right violation. So this is the response that has come in from the cricketer. A lot of support, unsurprisingly, coming in from Pakistan. Sabya Sachi continues to get us live updates from Patiala Court, where any moment now we're expecting the sentencing to take place. Remember, it had been reserved for 3:30, after which it was again postponed to 4 p.m. We're still awaiting the court sentencing of Yasin Malik. The NIA has asked for death penalty, and the minimum sentencing for the charges that he has been convicted for is life imprisonment. What's it going to be? Well, Sabya Sachi, you're getting us these updates from there. We also got a ground report from Srinagar where a lot of support has come in. Now we have cricketers, Pakistani ministers, the former Prime Minister, all coming out in support of Yasin Malik.
Oh, absolutely. We had seen that Shahid Afridi, former Pakistan cricketer, time and again has been critical about India, and this time also he do so. But Indian cricketer Amit Mishra has also given it back to Shahid Afridi, stating that Yasin Malik himself has pleaded guilty. So that is where all the thought process from the Pakistani side clearly ends, be it the former Prime Minister, and now Shahid Afridi. So now all eyes are on the court order, whereas as we said that the special judge is inside his chambers with his staff writing the order. Yasin Malik is still inside the lockup, and the NIA team is present inside the courtroom with their team of lawyers, and meanwhile the security is being intensified here in the Patiala court, and Yasin Malik himself has pleaded guilty, and the NIA has asked for a death sentence on section 121. They have asked the death sentence of Yasin Malik, where the defendant of Yasin Malik have asked the court for a life imprisonment. So clearly we have to wait until the order is out. Clearly there is a lot of time being taken by the judge, so we can understand that a lot of important points will be mentioned in the order when the judge reads out the same particular order to Yasin Malik.
Okay, all right. Sabya Sachi, continue being with us. We have a social activist and a genocide victim himself, Mr. Rajender, with us. Mr. Rajender, as the wait continues, we are looking at either life imprisonment or death penalty for Yasin Malik. अब जब ये इंतजार हो रहा है, तब इनके लिए बहुत सपोर्ट आ रहा है. एक तो उनके घर के बाहर बहुत लोग आ चुके हैं. They're all reading out the Quran in his support. Or not just here, we're also seeing a lot of support from Pakistan.
नहीं, एक क्रिमिनल जो है उसके लिए सपोर्ट कहां से भी आ रहा है और क्यों आ रहा है ये तो सबको मालूम है. एक क्रिमिनल जिसने इतनी हत्याएं की है, कश्मीरी पंडितों के अगेंस्ट में जो इसने हत्याएं की है, इनके अगेंस्ट में जो इसने जिनोसाइड का जहाद चलाया, जिहाद के नाम पे कश्मीरी पंडितों को वहां से भगाया, भगवान भी इसको माफ नहीं कर सकेगा. हमारे कोर्ट की तो बात ही नहीं है. हमें न्यायालय पे इतना विश्वास है, कहने की बात नहीं. हम तो नहते हुए लोग हैं. कितने लोगों को इन्होंने बेदर्दी से बूंद डाला. एयरफोर्स के लोग हूं, आर्मी के लोग हूं, कश्मीरी पंडित हूं, और कुछ ऐसे भी लोग जो इनकी राह में इनको लग रहा था कि ये रोड़े हैं, उनको भी उन्होंने शहीद कर दिया गया. तो उनकी आवाज, उनकी आत्मा की आवाज, उनको न्याय मिल रहा है आज, तो अच्छी बात है. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि केवल इसी को सजा दो. मैं ये कहता हूं कि सब लोग जो इसमें बाकी कश्मीरी पंडितों की किलिंग्स में सम्मिलित हैं, जो किसी भी कॉन्स्पिरेसी में हैं, उनको खड़ा करके मैं एनआईए से ये रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, देश की न्यायपालिका से ये रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि एक कमीशन ऑफ इंक्वायरी एस्टैब्लिश होना चाहिए, जिसके अंतर्गत में विच विल लुक इनटू द जेनेसिस ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम which led to the entire genocide of the Kashmiri Pandit community. कहाँ है आज तो
यासिन मलिक ने कोर्ट में ये कहा है कि पिछले 28 years से I have not involved in any terror. उन्होंने कहा है कि अब मैं बहुत रिफॉर्म हो चुका हूँ.
अब 2 साल 3 साल में उन्होंने जो टेरर अनलीश कर दिया कश्मीर के ऊपर, कश्मीरी पंडितों के ऊपर, कश्मीर की सारी धरती खून से, हमारे खून से भरी पड़ी हुई है, बिल्कुल लाल हो गई है. उसका क्या? 2 साल के बाद आप प्रायश्चित कर रहे हैं कि मैं नेल्सन मंडेला हूं. 2 साल 3 साल के बाद आप कह रहे हैं कि मैं गांधी जी की तर्ज पे ये मूवमेंट चला रहा हूं. तो भाई कहां की बातें आप कर रहे हो? कितनी धूल आप हमारी आंखों में झोंक रहे हो? मुझे लगता है कि आज की स्थिति में यह होना चाहिए कि जितने भी कश्मीरी पंडित किलिंग्स हैं, जिनके एफआईआर हैं या नहीं भी हैं किसी के कारण, उनको एनआईए के अंतर्गत में देना चाहिए. एक फास्ट कोर्ट ट्रैक होना चाहिए. क्यों आपने हमारे पिताजी और भाई की उसमें किलिंग्स में इन्होंने वो कहा कि आज ये नो पर्पस विल बी सर्व्ड, अगर ये एनआईए में दिया जाए, सीआईडी, तो आज
far too long he's gotten away for far too long, and that's the reason why he is being so brazen. Priyank Tripathi also joining us from the court. Priyank, you've been there since morning, and Yasin Malik, as he arrived, security increased, yes, but there seem to be no remorse at all on Yasin Malik. In the statement that he made to the court after he has pleaded guilty to the charges against him as well, seems to be a clear mockery of the judiciary when he says that now for the last several years I am very reformed.
Yeah, Yasin Malik is very well understanding that this is the end game for him because of the conduct which he had in the past over the decades and the kind of propaganda which he was carrying out on the behest of the Pakistani handlers who were operating from the other side and who were giving instruction to him, and he was indulging in every kind of heinous activity which was happening on the Indian soil, to be very precise, in the valley on their side. But right now he is inside this lockup of Patiala House Court, where he has been kept since 2 p.m. today, and the officials are waiting for him for the orders from the concerned court, so that the moment the honorable judge calls him, he can be taken to the same courtroom which has taken this view that Yasin Malik is guilty for the act, and which the court is expected to pronounce the order anytime soon. But the body language is very symbolic in this particular thing, because after his dubious conduct, after his heinous conduct, Yasin Malik pleaded guilty, and when the NIA sought for the harshest punishment, which is of death penalty, Yasin Malik suddenly changed his stand, and he told his lawyers not to represent him. He himself argued before the court, where he stated that he had worked with the past 7 prime ministers, and he had represented India in the international forum. But the honorable judge said that this is not the actual time for you to argue on this. We had given you time, but you pleaded guilty. Henceforth, we are going to pronounce the order. The order was expected to come at 3:30. It's already past 4:30, which clearly gives an indication that this will be a detailed order. And why the detailed order comes, that is very important to note, because at in that kind of scenario, the honorable judges write the order in detail so that justification can be given, so that when the accused move to the higher courts for any kind of further action in this, there has to be substantial amount of justification which is being given. So the more there's a delay, there's more trouble which is going to come up for Yasin Malik. We have seen that how there have been only few group of people who have come out in Mashruma from where Ishan was protesting, which clearly gives an indication that people are also fed up of him. We have been talking about, and our panelists have also been talking about the trauma which the Kashmiri Hindus have gone. But it's not only Kashmiri Hindus. Every Kashmiri who wanted the state and the country to develop was suppressed by these individuals in the name of gunpowder, in the name of all these political clout, political patronage which these people were having, and they were not allowed to function properly, which has pushed the valley to this kind of scenario where the people are facing series of problems which the people in Kashmir never wanted, I'm telling you.
Right.
Now, when he's going to be...
Major General G.D. Bakshi is also joining us, but before that, Priyank, if you can very quickly tell us, why is there a delay? First, the court had reserved the order for 3:30, after which it was pushed to 4 p.m. Any word on why there is a delay and what time it's expected now?
See, everyone is inside the court apart from Yasin Malik, who is still inside this jail lockup, and what we are being told that there's a slight more delay because the judge himself is writing and dictating the order to his staff members. And why this kind of delay happened? It's very simple, because the judges generally write every kind of justification for pronouncing the order, and the more the justification is, that means that he is probably getting the harshest of the harshest punishment. That's why there is a delay which is coming out from the court. This is what we get sense out. But the order is expected to come as soon as Yasin Malik will be taken inside the courtroom. We are keeping a close tab on every moment of which is happening inside the court. Me and our colleagues have been here since morning, and we will be updating our viewers few minutes before the order is going to come out.
All right. In fact, minute by minute updates, exclusive details of what's happening in court only on Times Now. Major General G.D. Bakshi, what are you expecting the court's verdict on the quantum of punishment expected any moment now?
Look, as an objective observer, all that I would say is that if anybody deserves the death penalty, it is this man. He has the blood of 4 IAF, Indian Air Force service personnel on his head, on his hat. This man was responsible when he was in the JKLF, one of the top leaders, responsible for planning and executing the Holocaust, the extermination, the genocide, the ethnic cleansing of the Kashmiri pundit. His hands are stained with blood. Rarely has a man done so much to destabilize his country, to harm his own country than this Yasin Malik. The simple fact is that justice has been badly delayed. It should not be denied. At this late stage, at least now he must be brought to justice, brought to book, and made to pay for his crimes in a deterrent manner that prevents others from following this path, that prevents others from sucking up to Pakistan, from going to that place to marry some ISI chosen bride and then wreak havoc on your own country.
Okay, so death penalty and nothing less. Major General, do hold on. Let's give this quick update to our viewers. The latest from inside the courtroom is that the judgment is being written now. So in just a few minutes from now, we'll know what is going to be for Yasin Malik, life imprisonment, or is it going to be death penalty? Remember, the NIA has asked for death penalty in the case, saying that the court should decide. Priyank.
Yes, certainly, and the latest update which we are getting is that the judge is still in his chamber. As we were updating to our viewers, and the NIA officials who have probed the case have been patiently waiting for the Honorable Judge to arrive with the order copy, because this is an important development which is going to happen in this case, because the NIA will be the first agency which can get this kind of conviction for the accused who had been involved in these kind of anti-national activities. It's an in-camera hearing, so obviously the media persons have not been allowed to enter the courtroom in too much large number. There are only few media persons who have been there, and amid this high security in this particular police lockup, Yasin Malik is still inside this. Yasin Malik will be brought to the courtroom lockup, which is at a distance of around 300 meters, and the paramilitary forces will have been deployed here along with the Delhi police. In the morning, we saw that there were series of senior officials who were also present here looking at the security, because they have been deliberate attempt by these separatists to propagate this kind of theory in the valley that there is a death threat for them. That's why proper security vigil has also been done by the Delhi police.
So the update from the court is that from the lockup he has been brought to court. Any second now we're expecting the order to come out, because it's already being written. Pradeep is also joining us. Pradeep, very, very crucial moment. In just a few minutes from now, we are going to know whether it's going to be life imprisonment or death penalty.
Yes, a very important day so far as the Kashmiri Hindu community is concerned, because this community has suffered a lot because of JKLF and Yasin Malik. That's why he's called the butcher of Kashmiri Pundits. And today you can see large number of people here at Jakti camp. They are waiting for the verdict to be pronounced, because they had been waiting for this day for long. 32 years is not a small period when this community has suffered a lot. Let's speak to them and find out what they have to say. आज फाइनली इंतजार की घड़ियां खत्म हो रही हैं. एक बार फिर से पहली बार जो अनाउंसमेंट होगी वर्डिक्ट की, तो आप कैसे देखते हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे यासिन मलिक के लिए?
यासिन मलिक जी के लिए तो ये तो जो सारी दुनिया चाहती तो वो हम भी चाहते हैं, क्योंकि जितने लोगों से ज़्यादा कश्मीरी पंडितों को सफ़र करना पड़ा तो वो तो यासिन मलिक जी की, कितने लोग मारे गए उनकी वजह से. तो हम चाहते हैं कि हमारे कश्मीरी पंडित का जस्टिस होना चाहिए.
देखिए, ये होती है पढ़ी लिखी कम्युनिटी. दिस इज व्हाट एक्चुअली द एजुकेटेड कम्युनिटी इज ऑल अबाउट. इवन that person is responsible for killing lot many Kashmiri Pandits, responsible for the exodus. Still see how respectfully they are taking the name. I think wish Mehbooba Mufti and Farooq Abdullah, who provide oxygen to ecosystem of terror, they also understand this thing. क्या चाहते हैं आप, death penalty या उम्र कैद?
Death penalty, उम्र कैद क्यों?
क्यों?
उम्र कैद नहीं, हमें उसको death तो होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारी कमेटी ने बहुत सफर किया है. उन्होंने बहुत हमारे कश्मीरी पंडितों का कत्लेआम करवाया है, तो उनको भी तो सहना है ना. अब उन्हीं का सहने का टाइम है, कश्मीरी पंडितों का सहने का टाइम नहीं है. कश्मीरी पंडितों ने बहुत सहा है, उनको 32 साल हो गए सहते हुए.
कैसा लगता था जब वो घूमता था आजाद? कैसा लगता था तब आपको? दुख होता था जब इसे यूथ आइकन की तरह प्रोजेक्ट किया जाता था?
बहुत दुख लगता था. आपके आगे, आपके सामने आपका दुश्मन अगर घूमता है तो आपको कैसे लगता है? वैसे ही हमें भी लगता था।
So you can see the lot of anger. Everybody is waiting for that moment finally when the judgment will be pronounced. They want that he should be sent to gallows because he is a murderer and killer of Kashmiri Pandits. They feel that how this man had been responsible for killing of innocent Pandits. So they want that this man should be hanged. That is the only punishment they are asking for. That's only going to give them justice. And so far as this community is concerned, they are right now waiting for that moment.
May I request you to stay on with me. In fact, our live and continuous coverage here of this big verdict which is going to come out is going to be a landmark, ladies and gentlemen. 32 years wait for the victims as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. I just very quickly want to play out the reaction of the family of Indian Air Force officer late Mr. Nirmal Khanna, who was killed. The very early days of Yasin Malik's butchery, in fact, started with these Indian Air Force officers. One of them was Mr. Nirmal Khanna. Listen in to what his family is saying.
I heard noise of bullets. Officers were standing outside. मैं वहाँ पे चली गई, मैंने देखा और मेरे हस्बैंड को उस टाइम 26 गोलियां लगी हुई थी। एक गोली लगने पर वो यासिन इन लोगों से जो ये मिलिटेंट्स थे इनके साथ उसने स्कफल करा था, पूरी उसने मैगजीन खाली कर दी थी एक की, और उनकी पीठ सड़क की तरफ थी। पीछे से यासिन मलिक ने या इनके ग्रुप में से यासिन मलिक ने तो कन्फेस कर लिया है, 25 गोलियों का पूरा मैगजीन खाली कर दिया था उसकी पीठ पे।
There was Mrs. Nirmal Khanna, wife of Indian Air Force officer Ravi Khanna, who was in fact killed, and Yasin Malik was in fact the main perpetrator as far as that case is concerned. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Priyank to get you a latest update from the court. In fact, Priyank, just moments now, the judge in fact dictating the order. The order has been written. It's just moments now when Yasin Malik would know his fate.
Yes, certainly, Ankit. But before that, look at the visuals of the dog squad and the BDS team of Delhi Police, which is doing the anti-sabotage check at the Patiala House Court. This has never happened so much, Ankit, before since we have been reporting on several stories from this Patiala House Court. Now, since you have already told to our viewers, the Honorable Judge is yet to come to his chair. He is inside his chamber writing the order. But the more time is passing, Ankit, the more there will be trouble for Yasin Malik, because the manner in which there has been delay in writing the order, which clearly gives that the judge would be writing the justification for every step which the particular court is going to take. That means that there will be a very harsher punishment which is expected to come up for the Yasin Malik, because we know that the court will try to give justification for any word which is going to come out in this particular order. We were expecting the order to come out around 3:30 today, but there have been slight delay. The time was then shifted to 4 p.m. and now it's going to be 5 p.m. Which has already happened, which means that this order will be a detailed order so that no one could contest. But during the course of the day, Ankit, it was very important thing which happened, that Yasin Malik tried to portray himself as a person who has represented the country over international forum. He told it to the court that I have worked with around 7 Prime Minister and I was given the opportunity to go to international forum and represent India as a country. But he forgot that the raids were carried out around 2016, and when the NIA officials had gone to his house, they found that there have been clinching evidences of foreign funding which was happening on the behest of his Pakistani handlers, who have been giving all these support to him. So anytime soon we are expecting that the order will come out.
May I ask you also, I mean, after this court, yes, there would be some legal options still left for Yasin Malik, but despite that, this would at least be the beginning of holding this man accountable for the actions, for the crimes that he has committed. He will still have some legal options, isn't it?
Ankit, it doesn't appear, because Yasin Malik, who has himself pleaded guilty before the lower court, will be pronounced, the order will be given. But now, since he has already told to the court that he is pleading guilty for all the charges which has been labelled against him, the charge sheet which has been filed against him, even if his family members or anyone move to the higher courts, there will be very slight option which is going to be left for him. So far, he was trying to portray his picture as a martyr. That's why he was posing before the cameras while he was again taken inside the court lockup, Ankit. But the fact remains that the court had told it to him very specifically when he stated that he has worked over with the previous 7 Prime Minister. The Honorable Court stated that we gave you opportunity to explain yourself, but you yourself pleaded guilty. Now this is not the time to argue on these kind of things. The time of the judgment was fixed at 3:30, which is certainly getting delayed more. And what we can sense, Ankit, that there will be a very harsher punishment which is going to come out from the court. That's why the order is taking so much of
Priyank, stay on with me. Mr. Vithal Chaudhary is also with us. He's a genocide victim and activist. Youth for Panoon Kashmir is with us at this moment. Mr. Chaudhary, you know, the question now that only needs to be answered is whether he's going to get capital punishment or is it going to be life imprisonment. For Yasin Malik, I mean, for a lot of people and especially for the Kashmiri Pundit community, the maximum punishment would possibly be only a little bit of help, a band-aid on their wounds. Mr. Chaudhary, can you hear me?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm on a very low net. Can you hear me now?
Please go ahead.
Yes. Capital punishment for Yasin Malik is a very small thing that will happen to him. He should be, like I said before, that Yasin Malik is not no ordinary murderer. He's a genocider. He and his accomplices have done a genocide on our community. So anything less than death sentence would be travesty of justice. And when we talk about, isn't he the same Yasin Malik who has accepted killing 4 Air Force officers in BBC Hard Talk program? And isn't he the same Yasin Malik who was the person who called for Azadi from what? He waged a war against Indian state. Anybody who wages a war against Indian state, against Indian nation, is a traitor, and death sentence is the minimum punishment that he should get.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, stay on with me, sir. The latest, ladies and gentlemen, the judgment is being written right now. Remember, you know, even for life imprisonment or for death sentence, there has to be arguments in support that the judge would also be writing in his order. We are expecting the order to be announced any moment now. Yasin Malik has already been taken out of the lockup and has been taken to the courtroom. Now we are waiting for the judge, in fact, to reach there and pronounce the operative part of his order. We also, in fact, have at this moment in our Mr. Sanjay Peshin. He is founding member of RIK. We also are being joined by Captain Alok Bansal, retired director, India Foundation. Mr. Peshin, I just want to understand from you, not just for the Kashmiri Pandits, but for the valley on the whole, how do you see this? Because a lot of people, you know, we already are getting visuals from Mysuma, the area from where Yasin Malik comes from, coming out and protesting against, in fact, this entire verdict which is to be announced. How do you see this in the process as far as Jammu Kashmir's new status is concerned?
So this has been travesty. It's been 28 years. This man who calls himself and self-Gandhian has been roaming free, despite of being, you know, commenting himself that he has killed. And what should I say? It's a duty of our democracy that this person was still being on a payroll of Indian government. He has been feted. He was being, you know, given a 5-star treatment. He is a person who happens to be shaking hands with the next Prime Minister. And now we are still waiting for it, and nothing less than death sentence would be a right moment for him. You know, this will be the right judgment. Der Aaya Durust Aaya, that's what we will be looking forward for that. But nothing before, less than a death sentence for this person out here.
Nothing less than a death sentence. This is, in fact, a war cry as far as people, those who have seen the terror Yasin Malik unleashed, ladies and gentlemen, in the valley, especially in the early 90s. Let's now, in fact, go across and listen in to what Mehbooba Mufti had to say about this entire incident. Now, Mehbooba Mufti, in fact, came out and said, lynchers punished in Pakistan and hailed here. This is the sort of cover fire that we've usually seen from the valley-based parties as far as Yasin Malik and other separatists are concerned. Listen in.
मैंने जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहां उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी में।
So you heard Mehbooba Mufti. In fact, not a straight answer as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. And Captain Alok Bansal, I want to take that to you right now. I mean, the kind of whataboutery that we are seeing, nobody is justifying that people, those who are taking law in their hands in name of religion or lynching anybody, should not be treated harshly as far as the laws are concerned. The stringent measures should be applied on them. That doesn't mean that you can in fact use that as an excuse to try and divert the issue and the attention from Yasin Malik and what he did.
See, there is no doubt that whoever is guilty must be punished, and Yasin Malik has already been convicted of offences which are against the state, which have resulted in death of a large number of citizens. He has been involved in acts of terrorism. So his punishment is inevitable. Now, to diffuse this particular issue by talking of akhlaq and others as to what punishment should be given to others, I think whoever is involved in akhlaq's murder should also get the adequate punishment. But by deflecting this question, I think you cannot diffuse the gravity of the sins committed by Mr. Yasin Malik.
That's right. And as far as the gravity of the crimes that Mr. Malik has, Yasin Malik has in fact committed, for him to self-profess himself, and of course a lot of people, those who have been his supporters, call him the Gandhian, a self-proclaimed Gandhian. There can't be a more, in fact, ironic statement than that. Pradeep Datta is with me, has been covering Jammu and Kashmir for Times Group for a long time. And Pradeep, previous governments, both for the Congress, of the Bharatiya Janata Party, they treated Yasin Malik and his, ilk with a soft hand, with a, glove-handed approach as far as they were concerned. Now, this entire approach of going after the separatists, how is the Valley looking at this?
See, we had been interacting with not many people, especially the members of the Kashmiri Hindu community. They said that he is a villain and stop projecting that villain as one of the stakeholders. A message for the Mehbooba Mufti and Abdullahs, and also stop projecting this villain as a victim also, because see, Yasin Malik himself is trying to do. Last week
just hold on for a second. These visuals, let me just tell our viewers, they are seeing these exclusive visuals right now on Times Now. These are the visuals of how massive security cordon has been put across this court. In fact, at this moment, the bomb squad, the K9 squad, are at the court premises. These are the exclusive visuals that you are seeing at this moment. This is, ladies and gentlemen, also at a time when we are seeing that Yasin Malik, who is a darling as far as Pakistan's, Pakistan's very, very notorious spy agency, the ISI, is concerned. There are apprehensions that they would try and do something to try and at least make a statement as far as Yasin Malik's fate is concerned, not only in the valley but also possibly here in the national capital, and that is why massive security arrangements have been put in place. Priyank, my colleague, with us. Priyank, we can see these visuals. Bomb squad is there, massive security arrangements, Delhi police, paramilitary forces, and also now the K9 units.
Yes, Adi, this is what we were showing to our viewers from outside of this Patiala House court premises, and now the security anti-sabotage check is also happening inside the court premises. You have rightly stated that there is apprehension among the security forces that there will be an attempt by the ISI to vitiate the atmosphere. Looking at the emotions which is running out in the valley and the kind of protest which is happening by these separatist mindset people at the residence of Yasin Malik in Ashuma, which is in the heart of the Srinagar city. Now the Delhi police has increased security. We saw that senior officials from the special cell of Delhi police along with the district officials were posted here. The para forces have also been brought in. But since 2:30, Yasin Malik is inside this particular lockup, Ankit, which is on the other side of near the gate number 1 of Patiala House Court, and he has been kept under very tight security. Looking at the manner in which this verdict, which is going to come out anytime soon, which is now expected to come at around 5:30, this is what our colleague Nilashis has stated. The Delhi police have also roped in the BDS team, as well as the anti-sabotage check is also happening with metal detectors, and K9 unit of Delhi police have also been roped in to keep very high security. There are only few media persons who have also been allowed to go inside because the hearing was expected to be in camera. But even in the court premises, every person who is standing inside the court premises is being checked, because Yasin Malik has successfully posed towards the cameras, trying to portray himself as a martyr among his cadres who have been working against the country in the valley, and that picture is certainly something which will give a clear message to these individuals when the verdict is going to come out anytime soon. What we are expecting, Ankit, that there will be a very harsher punishment which can be given against Yasin Malik, because the NIA has sought for a harshest of the harshest punishment for him, so that the message should go loud and clear for all those individuals who have been working against the country's sovereignty and against the country's peace and prosperity. But before that, the visuals were quite clear that the Delhi police is also not taking any kind of chances as far as security is concerned.
Death punishment is what the NIA has, in fact, demanded as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. Pradeep, coming back to you, you were just telling us about the impact that Yasin Malik and the sentencing that we are going to hear is going to happen on the valley on the whole, not just on the Kashmiri pundits, but also in the discourse and the future of Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, in fact, government has sent a message loud and clear that now onward there is going to be zero tolerance so far as terror-related activities are concerned. No more there will be premium on separatism. Incentivization of terror is also over. And we have seen that over the period of time action is being initiated. Earlier, nobody was convicted. All these people like Yasin Malik, they were projected as either heroes, they were glorified, and they were moving scot-free. And that was really painful for the Kashmiri Pandit and the Hindu community, because he had been their killer. He is responsible for their exodus, because it was JKLF that started killing people like Tikalal Taplus, Sarlapad, Pranath, Ganju, Pranath. But all these people were targeted, generated fear psychosis. But everybody tried to project. That was the ecosystem that was existing at that point of time. They tried to project Yasin Malik as hero, as youth icon. He was going and delivering lectures, giving sermons about peace, as if he was the messiah of peace. So you can see large number of people have gathered here. They're waiting for that moment once the judgment will be pronounced. Definitely they are waiting to celebrate, because they have suffered a lot. They're carrying pain in their heart. क्या आज आप celebrate करेंगे अगर उसको सजा हो जाती है?
अगर उसको सजा होती है, डेफिनेटली वी विल सेलिब्रेट, क्योंकि जेकेएलएफ ही जो है जिन्होंने बेकसूर कश्मीरी पंडितों को मारा, वहां पे जो नेशनलिस्ट मुस्लिम है उनको मारा, वहां पे जेकेएलएफ ने ही स्टार्ट कर दिया. वहां पे जो टेररिज्म जो है वो जेकेएलएफ से स्टार्ट हुआ है वैली में.
जब कुछ लोग यासीन मलिक के समर्थन में मायसूमा में निकल आए हैं, प्रोटेस्ट कर, उन लोगों को क्या सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं?
उन लोगों से यही सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि जब कोई इनोसेंट किलिंग होती है वहां पे, जब कोई टारगेट किलिंग होती है वहां पे, जब किसी पुलिस वाले को शहीद किया जाता है, आर्मी वाले को शहीद किया जाता है, तब वो लोग क्यों नहीं निकलते हैं सड़कों पे?
It's a very genuine question he is asking. He is today because some people have come out on street. They are protesting for Yasin Malik. They are trying to show solidarity with him. So they are asking question: when a cop is killed, when army personnel is killed, or when unarmed Kashmiri Hindu is targeted in Valley, why they do not come out on streets? Is this the Kashmiriyat you are talking about? I think this all sham.
In fact, Pradeep, at a lot of places, people are already celebrating. Celebrations have begun as far as the Kashmiri Pandit community is concerned. You can see these visuals coming in at this moment, just ahead of the sentencing. Right now there are celebrations which are taking place as we speak. And look at this. I mean, people already are celebrating, many of them with a full dhol and the bands that you are seeing at on your screens right now, ladies and gentlemen. Many, those who are in fact been victims have known victims. There would be, Pradeep, and if I can bring you in, this kind of sentiment which is coming out, especially from people in Jammu, because many believe that people like Yasin Malik were the people, those who started this entire genocide, the exodus of Kashmiri pundits, and they played an important role.
You're absolutely right. He is the man who had scripted chapter of genocide. He is the man responsible for ethnic cleansing. He is the man who has got the hands soaked in blood. He is the man responsible for exodus of 5 lakh Kashmiri Hindus from Valley. They were forced to abandon their hearths and home. Nobody spoke. Because what exactly was happening over the period of time, there was a lobby that was trying to discredit pain of Kashmiri Hindus. They were trying to put blame on then Governor Jagmohan, and they were trying to give clean sheet to people like Yasin Malik and other terrorists sponsored by Pakistan. And they wanted to, in fact, discredit their pain. So that's what actually they had been doing. They were demonizing armed forces. They were trying to demonize India, but they were not uttering a word against Yasin Malik. And today when this man is convicted, someone who projected himself as Messiah of peace, someone who said that he's following Gandhi's ideology, even you must have seen, last week only he pleaded guilty. And today he was saying that for the last 28 years, he had not been involved in any kind of terror-related activity because he was following Gandhi's philosophy. Somebody should ask him a question. On 2016, after killing of Hizbul Mujahideen terrorist Burhan Wani, he was the one who had been funding terror-related activities. He was the one who had been instigating stone pelters to come out on the street. He was the one responsible for gutting of several buildings. He was the one who had been rubbing shoulders with 2611 plotter Hafiz Sayyid. And he was the one who had gone to Murri training camp where he was felicitated. One killer. 2611 plotter is felicitating Yasin Malik, another killer. So that's one of the reasons that there is at least a sigh of relief. They want to say some कुछ कहना चाहेंगे. हर जगह पे इसको सेलिब्रेशन शुरू हो चुकी है. आप भी आज कुछ सेलिब्रेट करने के मूड में?
हम बहुत इंतजार में हैं कि रिजल्ट कब आएगा, इसका फैसला कब आएगा, और हमें उम्मीद है कि हमारे हक में फैसला आ जाएगा, इसको फांसी मिलेगी.
They want Yasin Malik to be sent to gallows. You have to understand pain. It is not easy living in homes away from home. They lost their near and dear one. The story of horror that was started by Yasin Malik in 90s. Even that story is continuing today. Off and on we see that how the members of the Kashmiri Hindu community are being targeted. Why they were targeted? It was because of their faith. Because they were Hindus, they were targeted. They were Hindustanis, they were targeted. How this man has waged war against India. That's what is mentioned in the charge sheet. But now today again, there are people who are trying to glorify, there are people who are trying to blame muscular policy of the government. I think this policy should have been followed long back. Terrorism would have been over by now. But people were encouraging them, people were emboldening them by giving a statement in their favor, trying to eulogize people like Yasin Malik, projecting them as Messiah of peace, projecting them as a youth icon. And see today, also almost here, they are sitting here waiting for that verdict to be pronounced.
Okay, Pradeep,
and they're also waiting.
Times Now is getting you the minute-by-minute update as far as this big verdict is concerned. Let me go across to Priyank because I can see some movement, Priyank, in your frame. What's happening right now, and what is happening inside the courtroom?
See, Ankit, it appears that this is the final round of security check which is being done after the anti-sabotage team which came here and followed the drill, looking at every corner of Patiala House passage which will lead towards that special NIA's courtroom. Now we have the senior officials from the district who are also keeping a close watch on what has been the security measure. The DCP of this area is also present here, Ankit, along with the other senior officials who have made this Patiala House Court as a fortress if we talk about the security security is concerned, and every corner which leads to towards the passage which is towards the courtroom has been totally sealed by the Delhi police. Proper security check is being done, but the latest update which we are getting from our colleague Neelashish that finally the media is allowed to enter inside the courtroom, and this has been allowed by the honorable judge so that the verdict should go loud and clear to the mind of every person who is thinking some anti-national activities, because the order is expected to come out anytime soon, Ankit. This is what we are expecting, and before the order could come out, this in-camera hearing, the NI court, which generally does not allow the media entry, has allowed the media persons to go inside. That means the judge also wants the message to go loud and clear in the mindset of all those individuals who have been working against the peace and prosperity of the country, that the courts of India are taking these kind of strict action after the agencies have filed a detailed charge sheet and detailed set of evidences before the court of law, which is certainly indicating that Yasin Malik was guilty of promoting hatred. He was guilty of waging war against the country. He has been charged under the sections of 16, 17 and 20 of UAPA Act, which is Unlawful Prevention Act, Ankit. And these kind of activities which were run by Yasin Malik is certainly not going to be accepted by the Indian courts.
Let's very quickly just recap for our viewers what is happening as far as this entire case is concerned. Massive security. Yasin Malik, who had earlier himself pleaded guilty. Now today there was in fact a question and arguments over the quantum of punishment. Either he is going to get maximum punishment, that is life imprisonment, or capital punishment, that is punishment of death. So those two are awaiting Yasin Malik. We'll have to wait and see what the judge decides. But meanwhile, massive security cordon which has been put across the Patiala House Court. Outside and inside there have been bomb squads, K9 units, paramilitary commandos of the Delhi police as well. And now the DCP of the area is also inside. The Priyank in fact was just telling us that the media now is being allowed inside the courtroom. Meanwhile, on the other hand, in Jammu you can see how the Dogra Front activists are celebrating even before the verdict has come through. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest which is coming in. We are just waiting. The judge, we've been told, has written the order. The order has been dictated, and in just a moment from now, a few moments from now, the judge is expected to come to the courtroom and then, of course, announce the operative part of the judgment. Going across to my colleague Priya, who is joining us at this moment just to get you more details as far as Yasin Malik and his long list of crimes against humanity is concerned.
Right. If we were to go through, Ankit, his long list of crimes, it would take probably days, if not weeks. But right now we are only focusing on the charges that he himself on record inside court has confessed to, for which the quantum of punishment shall be pronounced any time from now. And I would like to focus our attention, the viewers' attention, towards certain portions here. This particular part that has been highlighted, this is NIA charge sheet, where it says that there have been emails that were accessed that show that accused Yasin Malik had set up an elaborate structure and mechanism across the world to raise funds for carrying out terrorist and other unlawful activities in Jammu and Kashmir in the name of a freedom struggle. And before I get into the details, there is also part 2 here, which says that Yasin Malik himself had stated in an interview that he had visited a Lashkar-e-Toiba camp in Muri, where Hafiz Saeed had organized a felicitation event for him. Why would the head of a terrorist organization felicitate Yasin Malik? Not because he was upholding human rights of somebody, not because he was preaching peace and harmony, but because he was helping Hafiz Saeed's cause, fostering terror, spreading unrest, creating disharmony in Jammu and Kashmir. These are the charges that Yasin Malik himself has confessed to, that he is guilty of. So today when he comes out and says that I follow Gandhian principles, it is nothing but facile and a cruel joke on the victims of his terror in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, so in fact getting us the latest and of course the very important section, the charges for whom Yasin Malik himself has admitted his guilt. And now all eyes would be on the judgment, the sentencing for Yasin Malik. Listen in to some reaction.
और बस तो तब तक पहुंच चुकी थी जब तक ये हादसा हो गया और ये नाच नूच के भाग गए.
Nirmal, you saw Yasin Malik with your own eyes at that point of time?
देखिए जी, यासीन मलिक मेरा चचेरा भाई तो है नहीं जिसको मैं पहचानती थी बचपन से. एक्चुअली मुझे फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट BR शर्मा ने ही ये बात बताई थी और वहाँ के लोगों ने कश्मीरी में, मैं कश्मीरी बेटी हूँ, उन्होंने कहा त्रट पड़ी यासीन मलिक को.
सिस्टम ने आपको बार-बार कहीं ना कहीं निराश किया उसके बाद.
बिल्कुल, यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा था, उसका एजेंडा था इंडियन यूनिफॉर्म को टारगेट, पहले तो वो वैसे जो उसने उत्पात मचाया हुआ था, बाद में उसने इंडियन डिफेंस को टारगेट बना, यूनिफॉर्म को कॉल दे रखी थी, तो जिसमें मेरे हस्बैंड और 3 और जवान जो थे वो शहीद हुए हैं। मैं कहती हूँ यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा, हुकूमतों ने मुझे 32 साल 4 महीने हो गए हैं आज 25 तारीख।
मैम, डू यू वांट डेथ सेंटेंस फॉर यासीन मलिक?
मेरी बात सुनिए, इस वक्त मेरे केस की बात करोगे ना, अगर आप, ये टेरर फंडिंग का केस चल रहा है, आज उसकी सुनवाई है, उसमें हमारे ऑनरेबल जजेस क्या देते, एनआईए कोर्ट में क्या फैसला देते हैं, इट इज अप टू देम। लेकिन मैं कहती हूँ देशद्रोही कोई भी हो, देश को एक कानून बनाना चाहिए, एक कानून बनना चाहिए, तो देशद्रोही जो है उसको देशद्रोह की जो सही सजा है वो दे देनी चाहिए। और रही मेरे केस की बात, तो मैं तो यही कहूंगी भाई, खून का बदला खून, मेरे केस की।
लोगों को उम्मीद जगी है इसके बाद कि अब यासीन मलिक या ऐसे ही कई लोगों पे कार्रवाई होगी?
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई तो होनी चाहिए। अगर देखिए कोई भी कानून बनता है, प्रेसिडेंट बनता है, एक को अगर कुछ मिलता है तो सारे खड़े हो जाते हैं। अब एक को इंसाफ मिलेगा तो बाकी चुप बैठेंगे, बाकी भी खड़े होंगे। तो ये देश को देखना है, हमारी हुकूमतों को, हमारी जुडिशरी को, सब कुछ। मुझे बड़ी शर्म आती है ऐसी बातें सुन के। महात्मा गांधी ने तो अहिंसा परमो धर्मा कहा था, उन्होंने हिंसा नहीं कहा, और उन्होंने लाठी मारने के लिए नहीं उठाई थी, लाठी चलने के लिए उठाई थी। आज मैं आपको कह दूं, मैं सुभाष चंद्र बोस हूं, जय हिंद की सेना तैयार कर रही हूं मैं, तो ये सारी जो बातें हैं ना, इन बातों का कोई मतलब नहीं है। कोई गांधीयन कहे, कोई बुद्धा कहे, कोई कुछ कहे, जब जिसकी जो चीज भीतर से जाग जाती है, दृश्यम पिक्चर आपने देखी होगी, आप जो दिमाग में दृश्यम बना लेते हैं उस दृश्यम से चलते रहो।
पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो बयान आ रहे हैं यासीन मलिक के समर्थन में, उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
भाई उनको अपना देखिए जी, उनके विषय में मैं क्या कह सकती हूँ। हर एक की, क्या हिंदुस्तान क्या पाकिस्तान, जिन जिन की दुकानें चल रही थी, रोजी रोटी चल रही थी, वो आज सारे एक हो गए हुए।
निर्मल जी, आज महबूबा मुफ्ती ने कहा कि फांसी से या
इससे कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा।
पाकिस्तानी जुडिशरी ज्यादा अच्छी है भारतीय जुडिशरी से। कैसे देखती है महबूबा मुफ्ती ने जो ये कहा कि फांसी से या उम्र कैद से कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा, महबूबा मुफ्ती की स्टेटमेंट को कैसे देखती कि अभी भी कश्मीर के पॉलिटिशियन जो हैं पैट्रनेज दे रहे हैं आतंकवादी, यासीन मलिक जैसे आतंकवादियों को?
देखिए महबूबा मुफ्ती जो हैं वो पॉलिटिशियन हैं और सीएम रह चुकी हैं। उनका अगर पॉलिटिक्स का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड गवर्नमेंट देखेगी तो सारी बातें गवर्नमेंट को समझ आ जाएंगी कि वो ऐसी बातें क्यों कर रही हैं, उनको ये बातें करनी है।
आहत हैं उनकी स्टेटमेंट से, क्योंकि
मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं आहत इसी बात से हूं कि 32 साल 4 महीने वो मेरे हस्बैंड को मारने के बाद जी लिया, बस सिंपल।
मैम अब आप क्या चाहते हैं, आप क्या मांग करते हैं?
मैं आज के केस में क्या मांग कर सकती हूँ, मुझे बताइए।
तो
वर्डिक्ट आएगा तो मैं अपनी स्टेटमेंट दूंगी कि मैं क्या इंसाफ हुआ है। वर्डिक्ट आने तो दीजिए।
निर्मल जी, आपने कहा कि आप डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह को अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानते थे, लेकिन जब आपने उनको यासीन मलिक के साथ देखा, उसके साथ हाथ मिलाते हुए देखा, ठहाके लगाते हुए देखा, आपको काफी पीड़ा हुई।
मैं आज भी उनको अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानती हूँ। ये बात थोड़ा है कि अगर उन्होंने अपने ऑफिस में किसी दबाव में या किसी, आप मेरे घर में सब लोग आए हो, मैंने आपकी इज्जत की है, आइए जी आज आपने मेरा इंटरव्यू लेना है, लीजिए। इसी तरह जब वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, ना जाने ऐसा कौन सा दबाव।
Viewers, you were just listening to someone who has a massive stake in what happens to Yasin Malik. Now we are being told he has been brought into the court, presumably to hear the quantum. I want to go straight across now to Priyank. Priyank Tripathi, over to you. What's happening? The latest update, a big one.
See, Rahul, the wait is certainly over, and it's supposed to be the end game for the separatist person who was involved in several killings, who was taking funding from Pakistan, and who was involved in every kind of anti-national activity over the period of 3 decades. Let's straight away cut to the visuals, Rahul, and as you can see, the deployment has been done. The Delhi police have locked all the entrances which was leading towards this particular passage, which will lead towards the special NIA court, which is expected to pass the order anytime soon. What it appears that the Honorable Judge has called in for Yasin Malik to be brought to the courtroom before the order could be pronounced. During the course of the day, when the argument on the quantum of sentences was happening, Rahul, Yasin Malik told his lawyers not to represent him, and when the NIA had sought for the maximum and the harshest of the harshest punishment for Yasin Malik, he started talking about his past. He started talking about how he had worked with the 7 of the prime ministers and how he had represented India in the international forum. But the Honorable Judge very specifically stated that we gave you ample time and opportunity. When you pleaded guilty by yourself, there's no point of talking about what you have done in the past and what you could have told to the court. There was ample time which was given to him, which was not taken. Right now, Yasin Malik is still inside this lockup, Rahul. This is the Patiala House Court lockup, where he has been waiting for the order to be pronounced. The entrance of the gates have been locked. This is the entrance which we generally use to get inside the Patiala House Court, which has also been done. Just a short while back, we saw that the anti-sabotage check was happening, anticipating that there could be a sinister plot which would be done by the ISI to promote any kind of wrong message in the valley. The Delhi police have done proper security checkup till the courtroom. A K9 squad of the Delhi police was also used, and there are senior officials who are placed here to take care of the security. But what we can sense in the entrance and the exit gate, which leads towards the main passage of gate number 1, has been blocked. Anytime soon, Yasin Malik will be brought here by the Delhi police officials. The senior officials of the district, including the DCP rank officer, are still here, Rahul. Yasin, while he was going inside the lockup around 2 p.m. today, posed towards the camera. He wanted his picture to go to the valley. This person, who is certainly going to get the harshest of the harsher punishment according to the Indian judicial system, according to Indian law, was still trying to promote himself as a martyr. That's why he stopped. He looked towards the camera and he tried to show his face with a straight face, so that people in the valley should once again get the message from him that he is working for the cause. But the false propaganda is certainly not going to work, Rahul, because the order has taken so much of time. The judge would have taken every point which was briefed to him by the NIA's counsel, which could have been written, and there has been more delay in the pronouncement that we are getting.
Okay, we're getting visuals now of Yasin Malik being led into that courtroom, viewers, that Priyank has been talking about. Those are the definitive pictures. He is now going to be standing right before the judge. The judge will then read out the quantum of sentence. Remember, he's already been convicted. He admitted to guilt. He admitted to guilt on several counts. He said that he had played a key role in orchestrating protests, demonstrations after the killing of Burhan Wani. There are those pictures of Yasin Malik now being led through the corridors on his way to that NIA courtroom, where the special NIA judge is going to be pronouncing the quantum of sentence, which would mean that Yasin Malik perhaps will be seen in public for the last time. These are the latest pictures coming in of Yasin Malik being taken to the courtroom, heavily secured. Bhavtosh is also there in the courtroom. Let's try to connect with Bhavtosh. Bhavtosh, he just walked past where you were. He just passed you. Bhavtosh.
Yes, Rahul. In fact, he has just gone to the court of Special Judge Praveen Singh, and it's expected that within a few minutes, Special Judge Praveen Singh will be passing his order. And it's open now for the first time to the media. Otherwise, the entire hearing used to take place in camera. As you can see, massive security arrangements have been made by NIA and also by the Delhi police. And for the first time, Rahul, the security unit of the Delhi police, assisted by paramilitary forces, in fact had carried out at least 4 to 5 rounds of searches. There was a dog squad that was brought in. Also, checks were done by the bomb disposal squad. And all this was done primarily because the police was not taking any chances, and he was in fact brought into this courtroom at around 5:35 p.m. In fact, a high drama happened earlier when Yasin Malik made mockery of the law when he said that in past 28 years he and his organization had not committed any violence and no one had died. And he said that if anything like this has happened, then he is willing to face gallows. This was a direct affront to Kashmiri pundits and all those who have lost their lives in the valley. NIA had asked for the maximum in this case, which is death sentence, and after which he was taken back to the lockup. There has been inordinate delay as far as this sentencing is concerned. It should have happened at 3 p.m., but for various reasons it got delayed, and it's expected that any time now the sentencing will happen. Our colleague Nilishish is inside the courtroom. As you can see from the visuals that we are playing out, massive security of this kind we have not seen in the courtroom in recent times. Back to you.
Absolutely. Dog squad was also called in. Let me go back to Priyank now. Yasin Malik is inside the court. He is now standing, viewers, before the judge. In any moment now, we are going to get the quantum of sentence, the news on that. Malik had told the court that he was not contesting the charges leveled against him. That included Section 16 of the Terrorist Act, 17 of raising funds for terrorist act, 18 conspiracy to commit terrorist act, and 20 being a member of a terrorist gang or organization of the UAPA, and section 120B, which is criminal conspiracy, and 124A, sedition of the Indian Penal Code. He had actually said that he was not contesting any of these charges. He was convicted immediately, and then he tried to spin this theory, Priyank, where he said that, look, for the last few years I have been doing nothing. In fact, I'm a reformed man. That's what he tried to tell us.
Yes, certainly, Rahul, and that was the point which he made today before the court. But before I can answer other questions, look at the emotions. The emotions are running high, Rahul. There are small kids who have come along with the family, having flag in their hand and giving a clear message to all those separatists who are right now protesting in support of Yasin Malik's rights outside. Beta, kahan se aaya?
दिल्ली बुराड़ी।
अच्छा, क्या कहना चाहते हो आप यहाँ पे अपने फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ?
यासीन मलिक को कम से कम फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। उसने 9 years की ओल्ड बच्ची को क्यों मारा?
There you can see, Rahul, this small kid is also aware about what has been conduct of Yasin Malik over the period of 3 decades. And now when the court was about to give the order and pronounce the harshest punishment against him, he started talking about how he has worked with several regimes in the past and how he had also represented the country. You were absolutely right that the charge sheet which was filed by the NIA was under the sections of 120B. UAPA's section 16, 17, 18 and 20 are also applicable on Yasin Malik. And when the court asked him during the framing of charges on 21st of February this year, he pleaded guilty and he said that he accepts everything which has been said by the NIA. That was to give an indication, and that was to give a message to all those separatist-minded people, all those terrorists, that he is a martyr because
well, let me tell you, Priyank, there were many in this. There were many in this ecosystem, the Lutyens ecosystem, viewers, that thought that Yasin Malik was going to become the bridge between the terrorist forces and the Indian state. They lionized him. They said he was reformed. They said, viewers, that he actually held the keys to peace in the Kashmir Valley. They called him a stakeholder in the dialogue process. Government after government appointed him as an interlocutor, sometimes behind the scenes. All governments, for a very long time, did his bidding. A large number of politicians. In just the last 3 years, however, his entire facade was blown. And the government went ahead. The NDA government went ahead filing terror cases. Times now exposed all these, and there's no other way of saying it, Pakistan ke dalals, viewers. And we did this in 2017 through a series of exposés beginning in the month of May. And we showed you how these individuals were taking money from Pakistan and distributing it amongst a large number of overground workers, as well as, most importantly, young children, youth, encouraging them to pick up the gun against the Indian state. Yasin Malik led a charmed life. A large number of Indian journalists constantly flocked to him. They gave him prime-time news coverage. He was called into television studios. He was asked, what do you think is the solution to the Kashmir issue? And he made a fool out of everyone. And those that raised questions, demanded answers of him, they were attacked for being ultra-nationalists. Yes, viewers, that was the kind of binary. And today we have Sushil Pandit here with us. Sushil Pandit, this would be, at least in some ways, vindication for Kashmiri Hindus who have suffered diabolic hate directed at them because of Yasin Malik and those that gave him cover fire.
Had the charges been of committing a genocide, you know, when he was arrested in February and his organization JKLF banned, it was none other than the then Home Secretary, who is now the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Rajiv Gauba, who in writing said that he is guilty of Hindu genocide in Kashmir. Where are the genocide charges? Where are the charges of committing massacres, rapes, abductions, killings, targeted killing? Instead, he's being tried on charges of terror funding, terror organization, waging war against India. Tell me, in the last 75 years, has a single person being hanged for waging war against India?
That's a very important point. That's a very important point. And Sushil Pandit, one would want, in fact, that amendment to be made. And perhaps the next set of cases should be filed, as you have suggested, on genocide. Anuj Mishra, sending in this walkthrough from the court complex just a few moments ago. Viewers, even as in Pakistan, there are a large number of people speaking up for Yasin Malik.
एनआईए की तरफ से धारा 121 का हवाला देते हुए साफ तौर पे फांसी की मांग की गई थी और निश्चित तौर पर इस पूरे मामले की अगर हम बात करें तो इसमें मैक्सिमम सजा फांसी की और कम से कम उम्र कैद की सजा जो है वो हो सकती है। लेकिन इस बीच पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट की एक तस्वीर जो है वो हम आपको दिखाना चाहेंगे, जब कुछ लोग जो हैं वो तिरंगा लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं। आप कहाँ से आए हुए हैं?
मैं देश की राजधानी का एक नागरिक हूँ। मैंने बीते पिछले 2016 से जब बुरहान वानी का एनकाउंटर हुआ और घाटी को उन लोगों ने कितने गंदे तरीके से तोड़ा, आज ये देश का गद्दार यासिन मलिक, इसको कम से कम फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए, उसको लेकर आज सड़कों पे आए हैं। ये दर्द जो 1990 से आज 2022 तक हम लगातार झेल रहे हैं, उस आतंकवाद का उस नतीजे का रिजल्ट आज पहले जो रिजल्ट देखने में मिला है, उसके लिए हम आज गुहार करते हैं सरकार से कम फांसी, इससे नीचे नहीं कुछ भी।
क्या मांग है आपकी?
हमारी मांग है कि यासीन मलिक को फांसी मिलनी चाहिए।
Clamor building up, viewers, outside the courtroom to hang Yasin Malik, and many people believe that he has got away too lightly. You just heard Sushil Pandit, a Kashmiri Hindu who suffered, whose family suffered because of the diabolism of Yasin Malik, his hate for Hindus, his hate for those who did not want to secede from this country. I want to bring in General Bakshi. General Bakshi, the next step, set up a commission of inquiry. Colonel Arson also there with us. General Bakshi, set up a commission of inquiry, investigate crimes against Hindus, lock these people up, hang them.
Rahul, today I want to point out one very horrible fact. The simple fact is Yasin Malik is the gift of Robin Rafale. From 1990 to 1994, the Indian Army had broken the back of the JKLF, virtually destroyed this organization. This man had then come with his hands up to surrender. Then we had held election in Jammu and Kashmir, and a popularly elected government was installed. Robin Rafale very imperiously told us that won't do. It wasn't sufficient for her that elections had been held. She wanted us to talk to a special set of interlocutors which later became the Hurriyat, of which this man is a part. And because the diktat has come from Robin Raphael, her Empress Queen Highness herself, you know, the Indian state of that era bent over backward. Not only was the ISI paying the Hurriyat and this man, even our intelligence agencies joined in to pay him huge sums of money with which he enriched himself. He built huge mansions. He and his mentor, that Sayyid Gilani,
General
saw their houses,
the filmmaker, the man who just put out the entire truth really of what happened to people like Sushil Pandit and his family, Vivek Agnihotri says hang Yasin Malik. So I'm telling you viewers, big pressure now building, at least in the public sphere. They're expecting nothing less than a death sentence to be pronounced. Many people, and I want to bring in Priyank on this. Priyank, there is speculation that Yasin Malik in fact pleaded guilty of all the charges in the hope that he would get away with a lighter sentence. These particular crimes, do they attract the death penalty?
Yes, certainly, Rahul, he was thinking that when he will plead guilty, the charges and the punishment which is going to come to him will be a lesser in the numbers. It could be of life sentence, or it could be of life imprisonment. I'm sorry, but the fact remains that if anyone kills someone and he himself go to the court, then the court accept these kind of things, that by mistake you have committed this crime and now you have submitted yourself before the investigating officers. But that did not happen. We are talking about a case where this person was getting funding from Pakistan over the period of decades, and when in 2016 the National Investigating Agency started probing this case, and later to that they saw that they doing the searches, incriminating material were found, and there was a clear-cut evidence of him getting funding from the Pakistani handler. Then the National Investigating Agency filed the charge sheet, raids were carried out, and that clearly gives a message that he was not feeling guilty at that particular time period. When later to that, after filing of the charge sheet, Yasin Malik came out to the court and he says that I'm pleading guilty. If he could have himself gone to the agencies and said that, see, I have done something
Priyank,
wrong in the past and now I'm coming before you, I'm trying to willing the...
Our reporters now describing the scene within the court as we await the judge to enter the courtroom. Malik has been seated on a chair in a corner to await his fate, and in a very few moments he will then be called in. Colonel RSN, this is a moment that India has been waiting for, but as Sushil Pandit says, he must be tried for the genocide of Kashmiri Hindus, number one, and number two, all those who have provided him cover fires. You've written a book about certain people. You've written a book, Colonel RSN, about the people who gave anti-national forces such as these cover fire. These people must also be named and shamed, if nothing else.
Did you see the anger and anguish that Mehbooba Mufti has expressed? It is very obvious. It was her father who scripted this entire jihadi proxy war. Yasin Malik was an essential part. For God's sake, for those 8 years, this rascal was not a beacon of nationalism or something. What is he talking about? And leave alone. And I see a tendency to draw some kind of a balance. And look, he killed Muslims as well. I am not one of those, who by reflex, makes such does such a balancing act. I as a service personnel, ex-service personnel, I can only say that my heart goes out to that Air Force officer's wife.
Yes.
It destroyed so many lives. What were they doing? They were defending the nation. They were defending Kashmir from a wolf country like Pakistan, of which he was the biggest proxy, Yasin Malik. And Sushil Pandit rightly said that, has anybody been hanged before?
No.
For this, for waging war against the...
This is a fundamental point you're making. Fundamental point, viewers. And that's why today, even though this man is going to go to jail, people like Sushil Pandit are saying, let's not exult. Justice has been delayed, and it may as well have been denied, because he deserves a far greater punishment. And of course, all eyes now on that courtroom. General Bakshi is also there with us, and Praveen Peshin, Sanjay Peshin is also there with us. Sanjay Peshin, very quickly, I'm coming out to you. Expectations. What are your expectations?
Rahul, it's been 32 years. We have been waiting for this justice. And this is the self-proclaimed Gandhian who has been, welcomed from many conclaves, and he is the person who has been shaking hands with the ex-Prime Minister and stating cheers. This has been, nothing can be much shameful than this one out here. People like you and me are the taxpayers, and he is the person who has been feted with them and given them a special five-star treatment in the, AIMS-like institutions for them on our taxpayers out here.
This man who breathed fire against the Indian state, wanted to break up the Indian state, wanted to ensure that Kashmir seceded and joined the Pakistan. This man was provided security, free government accommodation. His petrol, diesel, electricity bills were paid. In some cases, those people who conspired with him, their kids got jobs, government jobs, which we have never given. Till the last few years, viewers, our own martyrs. This lot, this murderous lot, were being treated as VVIPs of the Indian state. General Bakshi, you were in Kashmir. You served there. You saw these. You saw these elements. And you told me yourself that you were called upon by the Indian state at that time not to pull the trigger on these chaps.
Yes. Rahul, the simple fact is that in a very strange, perverted definition of secularism, we were told that it is not our job to get involved in Hindu-Muslim fracas. I said, I'm not talking of a Hindu-Muslim fracas. I'm talking of providing security to the citizen. And does a person cease to be an Indian citizen if he belongs to the Hindu faith? Please tell me. If a Hindu is killed, one is supposed to look the other way because we are the majority community. Then I was told, look, you can't do it. It's only some of my bosses at the very top who held my hand, and they said, go right ahead. So my immediate boss at that time had told me, look, can you defend them? There are so many, they are so scattered. Can you go to every household? I said, sir, leave that to me. I will attack those who are attacking them. And I will see that they die a horrible death. And we used thermobaric weapons against those who had massacred the Dogra Hindu community in Kishtwar. We used thermobaric weapons. And believe you me, Rahul, that was the last time any of the Hindu Dogras there in that area were touched. Had this been done in the valley, the pundits would not have had to flee. I'm telling you today, had we taken that stringent action, had those strange definitions of secularism, it is perfectly okay if Hindus are killed. Particular other communities cannot be touched because they are in the minority. Hindus are for the killing. I mean, that's a very strange definition of secularism, man. I am secular.
General Saab, more updates coming in. Malik sitting cross-legged with his files on his lap, looking slightly pensive, no, not very worried, looking out the room at the cops, lawyers and the media. Updates coming in from Nilashish, who is there in the courtroom observing this man. Viewers, he has not been repentant even for a moment. He has never apologized for what he has done, which is wage war against the idea of India. Forget about anything else. He has blood on his hands. He has confessed on national TV, but even after that, viewers, this man was feted by the Latyams ecosystem. Why? Why? There are intellectual conspirators also. There are people who are ideological conspirators. All of them need to be identified and booked. Sushil Pandit, tell us a little bit about the intellectual support this man got, this mass murderer got.
Rahul, it was almost like dying again, for the community which barely escaped death from Kashmir, to see this man get a passport, roam the world. When Indian government lobbied with other governments to give him visa, this school dropout street urchin of a man who became God because he got a gun, was feted around, even declared youth icon by certain media organization in its conclaves.
Can you believe
that Yasin Malik, who should have been hanged by the nearest lamppost at the first available opportunity, gloated around having killed our Air Force officers,
yes,
our retired judges, our academics and editors. I couldn't believe when I would see this man straddling like an albatross, like some kind of a colossus. That man today, I'm afraid, will get away cheaply because it looks like a very, staged kind of show where he's confessing to his guilt and quickly being sentenced. I don't know whether he's being readied for a swap someday later with some prized prisoner or a hostage. I don't know why we are going through this charade and not trying him for his real guilt of having committed a genocide, and those who actually helped him, those who gave him comfort, who gave him status, who gave him riches, who turned him into a tycoon.
Well,
all of them.
Let me go back. These are important words being expressed, sentiments being expressed, and let's hope that these words make a difference today to the outcome, viewers. I want to go back to Priyank, and we are now awaiting. This particular quantum was to be announced at noon. Then we were told at 3 o'clock, then 3:30, 4, 4:30, 5. Now it's almost 6 o'clock. What's happening, Priyank? What is the wait for? It's an open and shut case. The man is confessed.
See, Rahul, what we have seen in the past on previous incidents of the order, whenever the order is delayed, which means that the judges are writing it a more detailed copy in the order copy, so that even if the accused side try to move to the higher court, there's the ample amount of observation from the honorable judges, which is mentioned in this order copy, so that no one can win these win-overs whenever they move to the higher courts. So that is what it appears, and what I can sense that there's more, the more there's a delay, there's more trouble which is mounting up for Yasin Malik. But look at the manner, Rahul. The Pakistanis have started jumping into making statements before the order could come out from the Indians lower court here in Patiala House Court, which is in the national capital. You are getting response from the former prime ministers, you are getting response from the politicians, even those sportsmen who have played in India, but they are working on the behest of ISI. So the propaganda machinery of Pakistan have already started crying for the foot soldier who was trying to promote the hatred, who was trying to vitiate the atmosphere in India on the behest of the Pakistanis. So that is also an ample amount of clear message which is going out when these foul cries of these crocodile tears are coming out from the Pakistanis, because they are not losing out on anything. They have invested on Yasin Malik, and that is the reason because of which they are crying. While talking about the location here, Rahul, everyone in the media and everyone who is passing through from this road of Patiala House Court at this Tilak Marg has been looking here, because history is going to be made here. This is the same court which has seen series of important judgment coming out from here, and today is the day when the justice will be given to all those Kashmiri pundits, Rahul, who have faced the trauma by this killer who had butchered several individuals.
If Kashmiri Hindus are actually looking upon this as a moment of vindication for them. We heard Sushil Pandit, he's underwhelmed. He says that death penalty and he should be tried for genocide. Ashok Pandit joins me. Ashok Pandit, of course, you're a filmmaker. You have captured the trauma of Kashmiri Hindus. You're a fellow co-traveler. You know exactly what we are talking about. What are you going through? What are you going through? What are you feeling?
Rahul, at the outset, let me thank you for continuously supporting us, our cause, and questioning these so-called terrorists and the terror supporters in this country.
Well,
today, We are all waiting. We are all waiting since last 32 years to see that this man should be hanged. We want to see him being hanged. We want to hear that voice of him being hanged, and he is accepted the death. Because this is what I might be sounding very jingoistic. I might be sounding very emotional. But the point is that this is the real sense, emotions from the heart of not only me, but all those 3.5 to 4 lakh Kashmiri pundits, the security forces, and all those innocent lives which this man and his people have drawn to death. He's responsible for the killings, he's responsible for my genocide, he's responsible for my ethnic cleansing. And I also want to say, Rahul, that all those people who supported him, who stood by him, who used to call themselves as rebels, there are journalists, there are media houses, big media houses, they all should be questioned and they all should be punished under terror laws.
More updates coming in. Ashokji, more updates coming in. We are being told that security personnel have been told to shift Yasin Malik immediately to the lockup. A separate jail van with armed escort and police jeeps will accompany his jail van. We're now only expecting the quantum. Clearly, viewers, nothing is being left to chance. High value. This is a high value target. For years altogether, he has been cosseted. He has been given all sorts of privileges. However, his luck has run out over the last 4 years. Things have changed. A no-nonsense approach to those who wage war against the Indian state has been unleashed in Kashmir, and he is one of the most high-profile convictions. No wonder there is this extra layer of security being provided to ensure that nothing untoward happens, that this man goes to where he belongs. We will know where he belongs in just a short while, whether he will be sentenced to death or life in prison. We don't know right now. But those are the two options. There can be no others. He has confessed to his guilt. There is going to be nothing else except the maximum for this man. Maximum in life, or he will be hanged. Personally, I would hope that he is locked up for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, however long he lives, biologically, and the keys are thrown away in solitary confinement, never to see a sunny day again, and left to stew in that cell to think over all the sins he's committed. Viewers, his thoughts must be allowed to torture him, if that is, he has any conscience left within him. I want to go back to Priyank Tripathi. Also, of course, we are joined by Pradeep, who has been reporting on the internal security situation in the state of Jammu and Kashmir for 20 long years. I want to go first across to Priyank. Priyank, he is being put in a holding cell, lock-up.
Rahul, he's presently inside the courtroom. He's sitting in the corner, and the body language which our colleague Nirashish has described, which is certainly showing his restlessness. Also, he is a person who has promoted all these false propaganda, so he's keeping his face very straight. But the fact remains that the way he's looking around the courtroom, whosoever is coming and going out, is certainly giving an indication that Yasin Malik is finally very restless. But what we were also earlier showing to our viewers, that emotions are running high. There have been several people who have been coming here. There are small children who have come out at this Patiala house court with national flag. There's a heavy police deployment which is continuing to be there. But what I can say is, Rahul, that the delay in passing of the judgment by the Honorable Court is certainly something which is very worrying for Yasin Malik, because there would be, if there's a delay, that means the punishment is going to be very harsher and the justice will finally be given to those people. We are talking about the conduct of the investigation of these NIA officials who carried out searches, and they found that the manner in which since 2016 Yasin Malik was trying to make these calendars for the protests and he was trying to create unrest in the valley was on the behest of the Pakistanis, because he was getting funding from there, and that has also been accepted by him. If this is thing, if the order comes out from the court, Rahul, this will be very important for India in the international forum, because this order copy and the punishment which is being given to Yasin Malik can be a very substantial proof for the Indians to go out in the international community and show it to the world that how Pakistanis have been funding to create unrest in the country, which they have never accepted. Yasin Malik himself is the biggest example, and him being pleading guilty is one of the biggest examples to show it to the world that how Pakistanis have been pumping money in the country through these separatists to promote enmity and hatred and to create terrorism in the country. Back to you, Rahul.
Okay, let me now bring across Pradeep into this conversation. Ashok Pandit there with us, Colonel RSN. Pradeep, what is the sense that you're getting from Jammu? You're there, where of course a large number of Kashmiri Hindus who had to leave the valley after this man perpetrated a genocide. What are they saying?
Rahul, right now I'm in Jagti camp. You can see large number of Kashmiri Hindu women and men sitting here. They are waiting for that moment finally when the verdict will be pronounced. And I'll be talking to them and finding out what they really feel. आप बता सकते हैं कि आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं समय जजमेंट में?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, उनको फांसी होने वाली है।
आपको लगता है फांसी होनी चाहिए?
हाँ, होनी चाहिए।
कैसा लगता था जब यासीन मलिक घूमा करता था, फ्री कॉन्क्लेव में जाता था, मीटिंग्स अटेंड करता था और सरमन्स दिया करता था?
बहुत गंदा लगता था। आपके दुश्मन अगर आपके सामने जब घूमते हैं सही सलामत अच्छे, तो आपको कैसे लगता है? जैसे कलेजा चीर जाता ना, ऐसे लगता है। उनको फांसी होनी चाहिए।
Rahul, everybody here wants that Yasin Malik should be sent to gallows. They want that there should be a capital punishment because the kind of the crime this man has committed. See, over the period of time, what really was happening? A, there was an appeasement policy. B, there were blame game was going on. They were trying to shift blame on then Governor Jagmohan. C, they were trying to, in fact, give clean sheet to people like Yasin Malik. And
we're getting more updates. We are being told, viewers, that it's quite possible that the scanner next will be on those who allowed Yasin Malik to legitimize himself, or those who legitimized Yasin Malik. Ashok Pandit, that must be music for your ears. Colonel RSN, you've written a book about these type of individuals. This is an important development. Yes, Ashok Pandit.
Well, Rahul, this is a good news because I have always felt, you see, the journey which we have gone through since last, 32 years, we always used to ask this question to us. In fact, our next generation, our kids used to ask us that when people who have always moved around with guns, people know that these people are killers, these people are rapists, and these people have burned schools, temples, and everything. How can these people be called Gandhis? This man was labeled as Gandhis by the pseudo-liberals and pseudo-secularies of this country. People like Arundhati Roy, Kuldip Nair used to go and break his fast by feeding him, orange juice. So we always used to ask ourselves that have we committed a mistake by adopting non-violence or Gandhi's principles? So this country, under the Congress rule, under the earlier regime, has always protected terrorism and terrorists. They funded their treatment. Gilani was, lakhs and lakhs of rupees were spent on Gilani for his treatment at Tata Memorial. They were all been given security, they were given properties, they were given lands. So they've enjoyed their lives. And now when I see an image that this man is taken to jail, this man is going to be hanged most probably, there's punishment on this man.
Well, let me tell you,
supporters, all the supporters are
Ashok ji, let me tell you, Colonel RSN is here with us. We are also joined by Sajid Yusuf Shah. Colonel RSN, let me tell you one thing, that today, in Kashmir, there are many Kashmiris, Muslim Kashmiri brothers, who are glad this man is going to jail. Colonel RSN, some things have changed since the abrogation of Article 370. We are also hearing Kashmiri nationalist voices. Colonel RSN.
Look, you talked about the scanner, but I don't know what is the size of the aperture of that scanner, because that aperture, I must say, it encompass no less than a former Prime Minister and a Home Minister. At least two of them I know. There is a photograph, I'm not talking out of my hat, there is a photograph of a Prime Minister sharing, breaking bread with this man. Very famous photograph. This Prime Minister must realize that it was his Air Force officers who were killed. But so I don't know who all were, it is not very unusual for Home Ministers and Prime Ministers to be part of that, part of that proxy war. So the aperture has to be big, a little.
Okay.
The size has to be
The courtroom is now been sealed off. All doors to the courtroom have been shut. The order is going to be pronounced any moment now. Malik is speaking to the cops, requesting that the hands that were being clutched, the one hand that was being clutched must be changed so that the other hand can be held. Now they switch seats so that they can hold his right hand. The judge has sat down in his chair. The court premises, as I told you, viewers, sealed off. All galleries leading to the courtroom, all doors giving access to those galleries have been locked. Yasin now comes to the front of the court. This is the moment. Judgment was given a few days ago. The quantum will be announced today. We will know in a few minutes, viewers, if he's going to hang or if he's going to stew in jail for life. Priyank Tripathi there with us. Priyank, he has been kept in almost solitary confinement all these months in Tihar. What are you hearing from your sources? What's happening?
See, Rahul, any moment from now, the orders, the latest update which we are getting, that the judge Praveen Singh, who's a special NIA judge, is pronouncing the order now. This is the latest update which we are getting from our colleague Nilashish. Yasin Malik was told to come right in front of the judge's, chair. He is standing there with his hands folded. He's waiting for the order to be pronounced. And what we also got to know that Yasin Malik has been told to stand there till the time the judgment is being pronounced. So it's a very important time period. The judge is saying that I will read from the various sections and the punishment for which the quantum of sentence will be given for Yasin Malik in this particular court.
So the judge has told us,
which has
so you're saying that the judge is saying, Priyank, is very important, that he will go section by section and read out the respective punishments. 10-year imprisonment for 120B and 10,000 fines. So criminal conspiracy is going to attract 10 years imprisonment, that's the least, and 10,000 fines. So that's one of the charges, 120B. So 120B. Now we don't know whether these sentences are going to run concurrently or they're going to be added up, viewers, to amount to 130 years in prison, or what is it that these sentences attract. But quite clearly 120B, 10 years in imprisonment, that's the minimum. And we are being told that he is going to be sentenced to life in prison, viewers. That's really what's going to happen. Life in prison is what we are being told is the biggest likely. 121-year life imprisonment, 10,000 fine. It's the big news breaking here on Times Now. Life sentence. He is going to get life in prison. He's going to stew for the rest of his life in prison, hopefully in solitary confinement, hopefully till his last breath. And one also hopes that over the next few months he will be charged for the genocide of Kashmiri Hindus and eventually hanged till his last breath. Let me go back to Priyank. Big news coming, Priyank.
Yes, Rahul, the latest update which we are getting, that 121 years of life imprisonment. This appears that the court has given life imprisonment and 10,000 rupees fine for Yasin Malik. And this is the latest update which we are bringing for viewers. For the section 120B, which is of criminal conspiracy, we have got to know that he has been sentenced for 10 years. So on one on one of the sections, he has been given life imprisonment. On one section, which is of criminal conspiracy, he has been given 10 years of fine. But the sections of UAPA is very important, Rahul, because UAPA, yes, the latest update which we are getting, that 5 years for section 13 of the UAPA, for section 16 of UAPA, 10 years for Section 17 of UAPA, again life imprisonment, and for Section 18, 10 years of imprisonment and 10,000 rupees of fine for Yasin Malik. So the judge has very specifically told the media persons to come inside the courtroom, because over the period of few years, Rahul, we have not seen that media was allowed to come inside the court. The court wanted this message to go loud and clear for all those anti-nationals who have been working against the country. The judge wanted this message to go very loud and clear to all those individuals who have been based in Jammu and Kashmir and have been spewing venom over the period of time. That's why the judge, Praveen Singh, had called the reporters inside the courtroom, which is generally an in-camera hearing. But this is the latest which we are getting, that Yasin Malik, who has created unrest in the valley over the period of 3 decades, has been sentenced.
Let's quickly go across to the widow of one of Yasin Malik's targets. Let's go listen in straight away.
लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट के दौरान ही उनको कई ऐसी चीजें और चाहिए हैं जो वो पता लगाते रहेंगे। मेरी बुद्धि तो इतनी बात कहती है कि अभी हुकूमतों ने अपना काम करना है।
Do you think that now the cases, other cases that are pending against Yasin Malik, like the killing of the Air Force personnel and Rubia Saeed kidnapping case, those cases will be expedited and Yasin Malik will be brought to justice? Do you feel that in those cases he will get death sentence?
Right across to Bhavtosh, who's been reporting. He's got the lawyer with him. Let's listen in.
Sir, can you be a bit louder, sir? What are the sentences that have been given?
So he has been convicted under 120B and for 10 years and 10,000 fine, and 121 for life imprisonment, 121A 10 years serious imprisonment, and section 13 UAPA 5 years, section 15, 16 UAPA 10 years, section 17 UAPA life imprisonment, section 18 UAPA 10 years, section 20 UAPA 10 years, section 38 and 39 5 years and 5,000 fines.
Sir, will this life sentence run till life, or
no, it will be concurrent and it will run till life?
Well, this is one of the
all the sentence will run concurrently.
Yeah, so it will run concurrently and till life, or
till life.
Yeah. So that's the order that has been given by the special court here in Delhi, and here in Delhi by the special judge Praveen Singh. In fact, this is the order that has been awaited by several people, and the court has said that this will be a concurrent sentence that will be run till life. Many were expecting death sentence will be given, but a harsh
10 offences besides monetary penalty, and all the punishments will run concurrently.
Okay. So that's the latest.
Death sentence was sought, but life imprisonment has been given.
Death has been declined. Death has been declined.
Can you tell us in detail as to what really transpired?
No, I have not read the order. You will get the entire detailed order. That court will justify what court has considered, what are the circumstances, whatever has been considered, that will get.
What is the final quantum of punishment besides
2 life imprisonments and 5-10 years, all to run concurrently. 1 life means everything, entire life.
यानी दोनों जो उम्र कैद, 2 मामलों में जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है साथ चलेगी, ये कोर्ट ने साथ किया है। अच्छा, कितना जुर्माना किया गया है?
10 लाख है और 10,000, 5,000 सब में अलग अलग है।
कुल मिलाकर के कितना जुर्माना है?
ये जोड़ा नहीं मैंने, वो जोड़ा नहीं मैंने।
अच्छा, जज साहब ने क्या फैसले में की जो ये निष्कर्ष निकाला है कि उम्र कैद की सजा है, इसका आधार भी बताया है कुछ ऑपरेटिव पार्ट जो पढ़ा गया है?
उन्होंने प्लीड गिल्टी किया था, तो सेंटेंसिंग है, आज कोई जजमेंट नहीं हुई है, सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है। ये सिर्फ सेंटेंसिंग है।
तो जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है 121 के तहत हुई है, और दूसरा कौन सा सेक्शन?
121 और दूसरा शायद 17 है, अभी ऑर्डर में आएगा।
अच्छा, जो यूएपीए का जो सेक्शन है। ओके, ठीक।
सर, एक बार अपना पूरा नाम बता दीजिए। उमेश शर्मा। सर, आज क्या कोर्ट में हुआ? अभी सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है।
Well, viewers, you've heard it first here on Times Now. Yasin Malik to rot in jail for life. Massive vindication for all patriots, all those who have suffered at his hand, viewers. This man has been the architect of anarchy in Kashmir. He has pushed terror. He has funded it. He has presided over a genocide. He has not still been tried for that genocide, but he will. He will be made to pay. One is quite sure about that. As he lives, more cases will be brought against him, and there will be, of course, a huge, viewers, sigh of relief running through all those who have waited for this day. Now I want to quickly go back and listen in to the other lawyers who are speaking on this matter. Let's go.
Yeah, read with 120B IPC, 5-year fine, 5-year, 5,000 fine, 15 UAPA, punishment under 16 UAPA, 10 years, 10,000 fine, 17 UAPA, life, 10 lakh fine, 18 UAPA, 10 years, 10,000 fine, 38 UAPA, 5 years, 5,000 fine, 39 UAPA, 5 year, 5,000 fine, Section 20 UAPA, 10 year, 10,000 fine. Anything else you people want to ask? Any questions from your side?
The court is life imprisonment in all the sections. I mean, in few sections it has been given 10 years against imprisonment, but the maximum punishment is life imprisonment. So basically, all will run concurrently.
फाइन कितने का लगाएगा जुर्माना?
10,000 on each sections basically, and there is one section in which he has given 5,000.
जो उम्र कैद की दो सेक्शंस में हुई है सजा, वो दो सेक्शन कौन कौन से हैं?
वो सेक्शन 121 है और सेक्शन 17,
और दोनों एक साथ चलेगी?
All the sentence will run concurrent.
And second for the terror funding.
Yes, he has been punished for life and 120. He has been punished for life under 121 IPC with 10,000 fine.
Yeah. So you were the amicus curiae?
Yes, I am amicus curiae. I am Advocate Akhand Pratap Singh.
Yes, sir. Please.
And under section 17 also, he has been imprisoned with life imprisonment with 10 lakh fine.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically, Yasin Malik has been given 2 life sentences for terror funding and raging war.
And all the sentences will run concurrently.
Just said something else.
Yes, it was declined by the Honorable Court. No capital punishment has been awarded in the present case. Only life. Sir, for that I have to go through the detailed sentencing order. Then only I can tell you the details.
Sir, do you have this? What is this copy, sir?
This is the copy regarding for what offences he has been punished under what. Okay. This is my copy. So this is my copy.
Accused number 14, Yasin Malik. These are the sections.
No, these are the sections. 10 years, life, 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, life, 10 years, 5, 10 years.
So once again, for the benefit of our viewers, can you please tell us which are the sections under which he has been given life imprisonment?
Section 121 IPC and Section 17 IPC. Section 17 UAPA.
Akhand ji, ek baar there you heard, Akhand Pratap, who is the amicus curiae from the state side for Yasin Malik. He has also stated, Rahul, that Yasin Malik has been given 2 life sentences, one for waging war against the country and second one is for terror funding. So the detailed order copy is expected to come in a short while from now. So these are the details which the law is on roll worth telling it to us.
Stay with me. I want to go straight across to Pradeep Datta, who's in Jammu at the Kashmiri Hindu camp. Transit camp. Big day, Pradeep.
No doubt about that, Rahul. This is really a big day. That's one of the reasons that ever since they came to know life imprisonment for Yasin Malik, that he's going to rot in jail throughout his life, they are celebrating, holding tricolor in hand, raising slogan Bharat Mata ki Jai. कितना खुश महसूस कर रहे हैं
आज हम बहुत खुशी महसूस कर रहे हैं कि 32 साल के बाद किसी सरकार ने एक निर्णायक फैसला ले लिया और जुडिशरी ने जो निर्णायक फैसला ले लिया 32 साल के बाद जितने भी लोगों के परिजन मारे गए हैं उनको आज कहीं ना कहीं खुशी होगी और आइंदा एक सबक मिलेगा जो भी कोई देशद्रोही होगा वो 10 बार सोचेगा देश के खिलाफ बोलने में और देश के खिलाफ बंदूक उठाने के लिए वो 10 बार सोचेगा।
ये 32 साल का इंतजार कम नहीं था। आज फाइनली वो घड़ी आई जब यासीन मलिक के लिए सेंटेंस आता है कोर्ट की तरफ से कि पूरी उम्र के लिए अब वो जेल में सड़ेगा।
हम बहुत खुश हैं। इतना भी हमको जुडिशरी पे पूरा विश्वास था कि कोई न कोई निर्णायक फैसला जरूर आएगा। हमारी कश्मीरी कम्युनिटी जो पिछले 32 साल से इस दिन का इंतजार कर रही थी, किसी हद तक हमारे जख्मों पे मलहम लगा है, लेकिन अभी भी ऐसे उग्रवादी बाहर बैठे हैं, अभी भी ऐसे अलगाववादी बाहर बैठे हैं जिनको भी हमको सबक देना अभी बाकी है। हमें पूरी जुडिशरी पे और हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट पे पूरा विश्वास है कि वो कोई निर्णायक फैसला लेगी इसमें और आगे जो भी ये फैसले लेंगे इनके अगेंस्ट में वो पॉजिटिवली फैसले होंगे। किसी हद तक हमको थोड़ा सा मलहम लगा।
जब हिंदुस्तानी को तिरंगा उठाने की इजाजत नहीं थी कश्मीर में, आज आप तिरंगा उठा के भारत माता की जय कितने जोर से बोलना चाहेंगे?
भारत जिस
कश्मीर को खून से सींचा
वो कश्मीर
कश्मीर पे लाल लुटाए
वो कश्मीर
लाल
चौक के घंटाघर पे आज भारत माता का तिरंगा लहराता है। ये बहुत अचीवमेंट है और आने वाले समय में जो टेररिस्ट बाहर घूम रहे हैं उनको फांसी मिलेगी, उनको भी उम्र कैद मिलेगी।
Rahul, these people had been carrying pain in their heart. They had been suffering for the last 32 years. We have seen that how these people have suffered. And today they are celebrating this moment for 32 years. They waited for this day. क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
आज हम बहुत खुश है। आज हम बहुत खुश है, मगर ये भी अधूरा है। अभी इसको पूरी फांसी मिलनी चाहिए, इसको तवा की कढ़ाई में डालनी चाहिए ऐसे बंदे को।
See, if you look at the list of the crime that has been committed by Yasin Malik, it was in January 1990. He killed Air Force officer, squadron leader Ravi Khanna and 3 other people. After that, he abducted Rubeya Singh's daughter, then Tikalal Chaplu, Sarla Bhatt, all these people, Prananath Bhatt, Prananath Ganchu, they were all killed by JKLF. And Yasin Malik was the one who had been getting money from Pakistan and he had been carrying orders on their behest. And he today tried to once again play a victim card. He said that for the last 28 years, he had not been into any kind of a terror-related activity. But look at the charge sheet which Times Now has accessed, an NI charge sheet, which he had pleaded guilty also. These activities he had carried out after 2016 when Burhan Wani was killed. He was getting funds from across the border. He had been to terror training center in Murree where he was rubbing shoulders with Hafiz Saeed, 2611 plotter. One killer felicitated other killer. Hafiz Saeed felicitated Yasin Malik in terror training camp. He was sharing podium with him. Then he came back to this place. I've seen on several occasions, Rahul, that how senior police officer used to open door of the vehicle whenever he was arrested. That symbolic arrest, how they were making hero out of him. And I've seen that how he had been sharing VVIP launch and how he was sent to America for treatment. So he was treated like a VVIP. And today you can yourself see that how their people are happy. Let me take you to more people here. They had also been celebrating. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज जो ये उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है?
बहुत अच्छा हुआ। वैसे उम्र कैद की सजा नहीं होनी चाहिए थी, इनको फांसी होनी चाहिए थी। चलो
क्या फांसी होनी चाहिए थी, उम्र कैद क्या है, कुछ नहीं है।
कुछ संतुष्टि मिली है कि जस्टिस थोड़ा बहुत तो हुआ? कभी तो ऐसा सोच रहे थे हम कि कुछ भी नहीं होगा।
बीजेपी के कार्यकाल में ये होना बहुत बड़ी बात है और हम तो यही सोच रहे थे कि इनकी उम्र कैद की सजा तो नहीं होनी चाहिए, इनको होनी चाहिए थी फांसी की सजा। और हम चाहते भी है कि ये वहीं पे इसको मतलब और इसको सजा मिल जाए और ये इसी कार्यकाल में मर जाए, इसको वहीं भगवान की सजा।
See, they really want that he should be hanged. That would have been the justice for them, but still they're happy that at least something has happened, that finally he's going to rot behind bars, and that's why the people here are celebrating here in Jammu region, especially here in the Jakti camp.
Okay, well, Times Now has been able to access the order copy, viewers, which only confirms what we have been telling you over the last 15-20 minutes. The order copy very clearly mentions, and let me go back to both Bhavtosh as well as Priyank on the ground. Bhavtosh, you were, of course, okay, Priyank, let me go straight across to Priyank. Priyank, you actually saw Yasin Malik pass you by from where you were reporting. He didn't look unrepentant at all. He didn't even look particularly contrite, apologetic or nervous. Priyank, if you can hear me, Yasin Malik, when you saw him, did not look very repentant. He didn't look very apologetic. He also didn't seem to be too nervous.
Yesterday, Rahul, while he was going inside the lockup, he rather posed for the cameras because all these camera persons and the media crew, which was waiting here since morning because the order was expected to come at around 11 a.m. and later it got delayed after the argument. He stopped there, he posed for the camera, he looked right towards us, and there was no sense of remorse which we could see in the eyes of Yasin Malik. But when he was sitting inside the court, which Nilashish has also described, his legs, he was sitting cross-legged. He was looking at everyone who was coming and going out of the courtroom. He was looking at the security deployment, which means he was very restless. During the course of the argument which happened on the sentencing of Yasin Malik, on the quantum of punishment which was supposed to be given to him, which has been given right now. Yasin Malik argued before the court about what has been his conduct over the period previous few decades.
Let me go straight across to Priya, who joins us from the newsroom with a copy of the order. Priya, over to you.
Right, so the crux of the judgment that has come out today, Rahul, is the quantum of punishment, because remember the conviction had already happened earlier after confessions made by Yasin Malik himself. These are the various sections which will now ensure that this terrorist now will spend rest of his life in jail. Which of the two sections? 121 IPC is the one waging war against the country, in which he has been given life until death in jail. The fine here is 10,000 rupees. The other section is section 17 of the UAPA. This is for terror funding, which also calls for a punishment of life imprisonment. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 other cases in which he has been given 10 years in jail. There are 2 other cases in which 3 in fact where he has been given 5 years in jail. But because all these punishments will run concurrently, it would mean that Yasin Malik will not be seeing the light of the day outside of jail unless his plea in another court probably bears some fruit. These are the details of all the charges in which this particular man has been booked. This particular section, Rahul, is of the fine that he will be paying. The maximum is here 10 lakhs here, rest is all 10,000, 5,000, because remember in the previous hearing, the judge had also said that let us determine the financial condition of Yasin Malik before deciding on what kind of financial punishment should be given to him, what kind of fine should be levied on him.
Well, concurrent sentence means that over 100 years is the real sentence. Priyanka, reactions from across have been absolutely emphatically celebratory. India is rejoicing. A 32-year-old wait ends. Now, I want to know, why is it that he wasn't given a death sentence? Why wasn't he pronounced to hang? Can you explain to the viewer?
See, Rahul, we will have to wait for the order copy to come out, because the Honorable Judge did not specifically state it while he was dictating the order and he was pronouncing the judgment before everyone who was present inside the court, that why this particular death sentence has not been given. But what it appears that the amicus curiae who was representing Yasin Malik when he refused to come on this issue did not state it. Let's talk to the amicus himself. Sir, क्या हुआ सर? एक मिनट डेथ सेंटेंस क्यों नहीं दिया गया? डेथ सेंटेंस क्यों नहीं दिया गया? डेथ सेंटेंस क्यों नहीं दिया गया? इसके ऊपर क्या लॉजिक?
सर, डेथ सेंटेंस क्यों नहीं दिया गया अभी मैं बता दूंगा ऑर्डर ऑन सेंटेंस देख के, जिसकी कॉपी मैं आप लोगों को प्रोवाइड भी करा दूंगा। ठीक है, मेरा नंबर ले लीजिएगा, आई विल प्रोवाइड। माय
साहब ने कुछ बोला इस बारे में कि
कोर्ट हैज ओनली प्रोनाउंस्ड द ऑर्डर ऑन सेंटेंस इन विच ही हैज गिवन सेंटेंसेस इन वेरियस सेक्शंस। कई धाराओं में सजा सुनाई है, उसमें 121 आईपीसी और 17 यूएपीए के अंदर उन्होंने उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई है।
But the maximum sentence could have been a death sentence.
Maximum sentence, but लेकिन court has also looked into the past antecedent and also the probability of the reformation of any of the accused whenever any sentence is decided.
टोटल जुर्माना कितना होगा लगभग?
टोटल जुर्माना मेरे हिसाब से जो देख के समझ में आ रहा है 11 के आसपास आएगा।
There you heard Rahul, the amicus himself is saying that the order copy is yet to be received by him. He will certainly share it for the
Ujjwal Nikam, the special public prosecutor in the 2611 Mumbai blast case, is here with us also. Ujjwal Nikam, always a pleasure to speak with you. You're a man who did yeoman service by putting terrorists behind bars. What's your first reaction today to Yasin Malik getting life sentence?
The founder of Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front, Yasin Malik, has been sentenced for life imprisonment and some sentence and the fine up to rupees 11 lakhs. I'm glad because you see Yasin Malik's arrogance and rude behavior in the court also, that he admitted his guilt in the court, number one. Number two, he was involved in past also in number of terrorist activity, especially funding of terror to the other terrorists. And recently I came to know that one cricketer from Pakistan has also made an appeal to the United Nations. It means that there are strong supporters of Yasin Malik in Pakistan also. And therefore, I welcome this judgment of life imprisonment. Only I expect that after conviction and after sentence, he should not be lodged in the Kashmir jail, but he should be lodged in the other jail, because we have a bad experience so far as the Mufti Sahib's daughter is concerned. And he was also, Yasin Malik was also involved. That is what the charge was against him. And ENI has collected certain documentary evidence also against Yasin Malik. And Yasin Malik has admitted his guilt in the court.
Yes, I think, Ujjwal Nikam, that's a very, very important point you're making. He should be not held in a prison in Kashmir, but he should be locked up in Tihar, in Delhi, and perhaps in solitary confinement for life, where he can rot in jail and somehow live with his own polluted thoughts. Ujjwal Nikam, I just want to ask you, are you surprised that it has taken so long to snare this person who was celebrated as a Gandhian with a gun by the Lutyens lobby? And do you believe that those people who gave him this sort of cover should also be investigated?
Of course, ENI would take into account all the activities of the supporter of Yasin Malik, because Yasin Malik in explicit terms has admitted his guilt in the court. And terror funding is a very serious offense. And not only serious offense, but Yasin Malik, by his acts and the speeches, used to instigate the youths of the Kashmiri. Yes. And to make, and you see, propaganda that they should revolt against the India. I think this is a very serious matter. Well, and therefore the supporters who are supporting of Yasin Malik, they should be brought in the legal gauge. They should be brought and punished. Thank you, Ujjwal Nikam. I want to go across to SP Vaid, former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir. Majid Menem also with us. SP Vaid, let me ask you, your first reaction to this life sentence. Are you very, very relieved today, or are you certainly and slightly underwhelmed? Tell us.
Rahul, life sentence to Yasin Malik is I think some justice is done, but I would be satisfied only if he is made to pay for his main crimes which he committed in the early 1990s, the killing of 4 Air Force men. You heard the Mrs. Khanna's statement, how those families are still waiting for justice after 32 years. And the genocide of Kashmiri pundits, so many of them got killed and raped. Their families are waiting for justice. So I would be completely satisfied after those cases he is hanged to death. And I think, but some forward movement has taken place. The tragedy of Kashmir, Rahul, is people like Maqbool Sherwani, who in 47 held Pakistan raiders by telling them that the Indian army has reached and saved thousands of Kashmiri women and men from being slaughtered and raped. He should have been the icon, but tragedy is people like Yasin Malik have been made youth icon. That is why the whole generation of Kashmiris got into the business of stone pelting and terrorism, and so many houses have been deprived of their children.
Absolutely. This man was malevolent to the core. SP Vaid, I want to ask you a little bit about the reasons why he was never tried for genocide and why he's only been convicted for funding terror against the Indian state.
See, everyone has seen how he was being patronized by a particular lobby, not only in Kashmir, even in Delhi, and posing him as a Gandhian. What Gandhian? He is not even worth Chuti of Gandhi, somebody who is a murderer. How can he compare himself, misusing the name of Mahatma Gandhi? Murderer who should have been bloody hanged long back. You are making him youth icon, getting money from ISI through Pakistan handlers, getting money from all across in the name of jihad and in the name of independence of Kashmir, and working against neighbors living in and spoiling lives of thousands of homes in Kashmir itself.
So I want to ask you, SP Ved, is it possible, is it still possible to open cases of genocide against Yasin Malik and try him for his role in the ethnic cleansing of Kashmiri Hindus?
Yes, Rahul, I don't think it is difficult. But again, since so many years have passed, evidence would be, a lot of evidence would have been lost. But still, I think if a dedicated team is put this, there are difficulty in building up a proper case in the Honorable Court.
Do you think this man was ever reformed? Many people have said that he was reformed. You see, he gave up the gun and he then became a conscientious objector. Do you think he was ever reformed, or was he pulling the wool over everyone's eyes?
If he was reformed, Rahul, then my question is, why did he do the case after the Hawala transaction case, the Hawala funding, terror funding of 2007, in which he has been convicted? So that itself proves that he was not reformed. He was world by donning the hat of Gandhian peace-loving murderer. I don't think any such thing was there. I think more than 100 people died because of violence in 2008, 9 and 10 when row happened, and that time also these people were in the prominence. And in the early 90s, when JKL was the most prominent terror outfit, Hizbul Mujahideen and LET and Jash came much later. So the JKL was headed by him, and most of the crimes committed by JKL were by him. So I don't think he was reformed. It was only a Mokota he was wearing.
SP Ved, thank you very much. Very important sentiments being expressed. Viewers, a short while back we also heard from the widow of a senior Air Force officer who was shot by Yasin Malik and his organization. But before that, I want to go straight across to Sajid Yusuf Shah, who joins us on the broadcast. Sajid Bhai, thank you for speaking to Times Now. What's your first reaction?
See, Rahul, when it comes to this Yasin Malik is concerned, first I must appreciate the NI court who just passed their judgment today that this so-called Yasin Malik, so-called a Gandhian, like he mentioned that I am right now a Ghanaian. So I get so much peace when I see these people using the word Ghanaian with them, because they are the mass murderers. Like I was just listening the DGP Dev Saab, he was saying that there's a lot of difference that this Yasin Malik is saying that I am not holding any gun. I have left this culture of gun culture long back. I will tell you one thing straightforward. It's not only one that a person who is holding a gun, he's a terrorist.
Okay, we're having some problems. We are having some problems with your audio, sir. It's a bit muffled. Could you please clear up the audio? I want to bring in Vikas Raina, who is a genocide victim, and others, of course. Let's open this up, viewers. I also want to go straight across now to our reporters, as well as Ravi Khanna's widow, who spoke to us a short while back. Okay, Vikas Raina also joins us. Vikas Raina. Okay, so who do we have? Can I have some clarity on that? Because it's a little difficult to follow what Mr. Shah is saying, because we seem to have lost his audio. It's muffled. Let me try again. Mr. Shah, we couldn't quite clearly hear you. Hopefully the line is clearing up. You have welcomed this particular decision, but do you believe that he should be tried for crimes against humanity also next? Okay, we don't quite have him. Let's quickly listen in to some reactions that have been coming in over the last few moments. We were speaking, of course, to Ravi Khanna's wife. Ravi Khanna, senior Air Force officer, who was in fact killed by Yasin Malik and a group of others in broad daylight while trying to cross a street in Srinagar killed 32 to 33 years ago, viewers. And this was her first reaction. Let's play it out. I think we are ready with it. Okay, we're not ready with it, viewers. We're not ready with it. I'm a bit lost here because I don't quite know who to go to next, but we're going to try and go across to our reporters on the ground in Srinagar. Viewers, just a short while ago. Okay, let's go to Sabyasachi first, live at the courts. Let's go straight across. Yes, Sabyasachi, you were inside the courtroom. Yasin Malik, when the sentence was pronounced, was standing just yards away from you. How did he react?
Well, there was hardly any response from him, and right now let me tell you that the Delhi police and NIA team will be accompanying Yasin Malik to the Tihar jail, and this is the way through which Yasin Malik will be heading for Tihar jail. And few minutes back, a Delhi police van just went inside, so they are just waiting for the signed letter from the judge, and once they get the signed letter, they will be taking Yasin Malik to the Tihar jail. And we had followed Yasin Malik throughout the day. The moment he came inside the Tihar jail, there was hardly any sort of massive reaction from him. He even looked up quite a number of times towards the media, but did not give any reaction. He was seen smirking at two cops inside the court. So clearly these are some of the reactions that we had seen from Yasin Malik, but nothing major. And he has put out claims that he now follows Mahatma Gandhi's ideology. The Pakistan former PM are continuously supporting him. But what about the current scenario of minorities in Pakistan? Why aren't they reacting, and why aren't they focusing on that?
Okay, just stay with me, Sabyasachi. We have Mr. YC Modi, former DG of NIA, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Modi, your first reaction? Perhaps this is the biggest case in recent memory where a conviction has happened. Is this the beginning?
No, in fact, NIA already has conviction of more than 90%. There are many cases where conviction has taken place, but undoubtedly he is one of the senior-most terrorist, I would say, of Jammu Kashmir, who has been punished for life. He has been convicted and punished for life. It's a matter of great satisfaction for NIA, which put a lot of hard work to ensure that this man gets the punishment which he deserves.
So the fact a lot of people are still rueing is that it has taken more than 3 decades. This man and the likes of others in the JKLF wreaked havoc in Kashmir in the decade of the 90s. And yet it's only in 2022 that he gets sent to life imprisonment. Your comments?
No, I wouldn't like to comment on the past. But what I can say is that with the efforts by investigation team of NIA, we could collect irrefutable evidence against this man, and this man got punished.
Sir, also today in the court, Mr. Yasin Malik said that since I laid down arms, I have followed the path of Gandhi. Your thoughts on that?
No. Once you have committed a crime and later on you say that you have laid down the arms, does that clear you from the sins which you committed in the past?
And
he had been instrumental in killing of so many people, and even now he was indulging when we arrested him. Even at that time, in the name of Hurriyat, they were day and night they were committing acts of terrorism. They were collecting money for terror. They were acting as tools of Pakistan, and then to say that they have laid down arms is I mean, it's not acceptable. We can't, as an investigating agency, we can't accept these type of arguments.
Absolutely. My final question to you, do you hope Of course, this terror funding is the least of this man's crimes. He has the blood of innocent civilians, of men in uniform on his hands. Will he hang one day? Mr. Modi.
I can't predict the future, but in our case, he committed the heinous crime of waging war against the state, and he has been duly punished for that. He has been punished for life. So I feel now that things have started moving with the present government, and we expect that he will have to face the consequences of the acts committed by him in the past.
All right, Mr. Modi, thank you very much for speaking to us. Interesting, the last bit that Mr. Modi said, that the things have started moving, the wheel has started turning, and eventually the worst of his crimes will catch up with Yasin Malik. My colleagues Sabyasachi, Pradeep Datta and Priyank continue with us. We also have, in fact, Mr. Rajendra Premi, somebody who has lost a dear one to the likes of Yasin Malik. But before I come across to you, sir, I want to first ask you, Priyank, explain to us the sentencing as it has happened. He's been convicted under 7 sections of UAPA. Additionally, he has been convicted for conspiracy and then waging war against the state. Does that mean all of these sentences will run concurrently and essentially he will be in prison for life?
Yes, certainly, Padmaja. All these punishment which has been given for Yasin Malik will run concurrently, and since life imprisonment means till his natural life, that means that he will be sentenced. He has been sentenced till death. I have my colleague Nilashish, who have been reporting on every minute-by-minute detail which of what was happening inside the court. What was the mood of the courtroom? Yasin Malik was sitting in the corner. Was he looking impatient, restless? What happened? Please tell us.
Well, absolutely. When Yasin Malik came into court, Priyank, there was a great amount of security deployment. Yasin Malik was made to sit on a corner in a chair where he was sitting with his file on his lap. He looked pensively. He looked a little impatient. Of course, the wait for the judge to come in was also weighing on his mind. There were times when he used to try and fidget. He was in conversation with the police officials there. When you are brought from lockup, the police officials clutch your hand and bring you into court. So he complained of a pain in one hand, and he said that his hand should be changed because there was some pain. So he was trying to, of course, wait, but he seemed pensive and also a little unabashed in a way, because it didn't seem that anything really mattered to him. He was there in court in a very unabashed manner, no remorse on his face.
He knew what is going to be the fate of Yasin Malik because of the previous conduct. What happened when he was told to come right in front of the judge's chair?
Well, the judge came in, and of course, as per court norms, he moved forward towards the judge. He crossed his arms and he sat there. He stood there waiting for the judgment. The judge addressed Yasin Malik and said, "I will inform you of each sentence that I will pronounce as per the charges against you." And he went on to list these charges. Of course, IPC, under IPC, there were 2 charges. Okay. He has been sentenced to life under 121 for waging war against the country.
It's very
and as far as the UAPA is concerned,
and Nilashish are telling us about the sheer body language of this man as he sat in court. Stay with me, because I also want to go across to Rajendra Kaulji, because now all of these years later, Rajendraji, when you hear that Yasin Malik was sitting inside the courtroom, he was occasionally smirking, he looked a little bored also with what was going on. Do you think he really even has a sense of what he has done to people's lives for which he's been sentenced today?
नो इन लोगों को क्या बताएं? इन लोगों में कोई रिमोर्स नहीं है, इन लोगों में कोई ह्यूमैनिटी नहीं है, इन लोगों में कोई रिलीजन ही नहीं है, इन लोगों का कोई दिल दिमाग नहीं है। इन लोगों ने जो मासूम बच्चों का कत्ल किया, इन लोगों ने कवियों को मार दिया, इन लोगों ने उन लोगों को मार दिया जो इंटेलेक्चुअल कम्युनिटी के लोग थे, इन लोगों ने उन निहत्ते लोगों को मार दिया। They are responsible for our genocide in Kashmir. अब हमारी न्यायपालिका से यह उम्मीद रहेगी इसके आगे कि जैसे आज शुरुआत हुई है, इसी सिलसिले की कड़ी में जितने भी कश्मीरी पंडितों के किलर्स हैं, जो उनके असैसिनेट्स हैं, उनको भी न्याय दिलाया जाए, उनको भी they should also be brought to the book. और दूसरी बात यह है कि हाल ही में 2 दिन पहले राहुल भट्ट की हत्या की गई, वो भी इनके ही चेले हैं, उनको भी दे शुड आल्सो बी ब्रॉट टू द बुक। और जो कश्मीर का इन्होंने बहुत पोल्यूशन कर दिया, उन्होंने हमारी बिरादरी को खत्म कर दिया। 5000 साल की हमारी वहां पे हिस्ट्री है, इतिहास है, उस इतिहास को इन्होंने रातों में खत्म कर दिया। एंड दिस मैन वाज बीइंग प्रेज्ड, हाईली प्रेज्ड। And और हमारे आज vindication हुआ।
He has connections at the highest places. Let us not forget that he has hobnobbed with prime ministers of our country. That a chief minister, a former chief minister of Jammu Kashmir, even today, Mehbooba Mufti said that टांग इनको फांसी देने से या फिर जेल में रखने से क्या हो जाएगा, रिफॉर्म का मौका होना चाहिए। ये मस्कुलर पॉलिसी काम नहीं करेगी। जो लोग हमें देख रहे हैं वो जानते ही होंगे कि राजेंद्र जी के पिताजी और उनके बड़े भाई को आतंकवादियों ने 1990 में, सर्वानंद कौल प्रेमी, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट वेल नोन पोएट्स, people who were chronicling the history of Kashmir, of Kashmiri Hindus, they were shot dead in cold blood, and years later Rajinder ji is still fighting that battle. Let me go across again. Please stay with me, Rajinder ji. I want to go across again to our colleagues Priyank and Sabyasachi who are there with us. A quick word also from Pradeep. Pradeep, what's the situation like? First of all, tell us about the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Parts of Kashmir have seen an internet lockdown. What more can you tell us?
Yes, internet facility has been blocked in many parts of Kashmir Valley. Besides this, the security has also been beefed up, especially in Mysoma area. While the judgment was to be pronounced, we saw that many people, they came out on streets, they started raising slogans. And I am right now here in Jakti. Here, the mood is really very good because people had been waiting for the last 32 years. Kashmiri Hindu community, they have suffered a lot because of Pak-sponsored genocide. And so, when the judgment was pronounced, I saw them celebrating. They were dancing. And let's speak to some of them again. Let me ask them. क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो आज ये जजमेंट आई है, उम्र कैद की सजा, आप कितने संतुष्ट महसूस कर रहे हैं? 32 साल का इंतजार था आपका।
मुझे तो खुशी हो गई, इसकी उम्र कैद की सजा हो गई। अगर इसको सजा मौत हो जाती तो 2 मिनट में इसका एंड हो जाता है, फिर उसकी आंखें देखती कि बाहर क्या हुआ। इसलिए तड़प कर।
I'm sorry to interrupt you for just a second. We've got Mohammad Yusuf Tarigami, senior leader of the left and of course also a member of the Gupkar Alliance joining us. All right, he seems to have disconnected. Back to you, Pradeep.
उसको उम्र कैद हो गया।
We had been talking to the people here. They wanted that there should be capital punishment for this man, but still they're happy. It is better to be late than never, because for 32 years they have seen how Yasin Malik was treated like VVIP, how he was made a youth icon, a killer was glorified, eulogized, and even today we found that Mehbooba Mufti, this ecosystem of terror, they are supporting Yasin Malik, and they say that Yasin Malik should be given a chance to reform. The person who did not reform in the last 32 years, how come during 32 hours he is definitely going to reform? I think this is the question everybody here is asking. क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो ये वर्डिक्ट आया है? कितने खुश हैं? आप देख रहा था सेलिब्रेट कर रहे थे, भारत माता की जय के नारे लगा रहे थे।
पूरा कश्मीरी समुदाय ये सेलिब्रेट कर रहा है इस चीज़ को, क्योंकि 32 साल के बाद एक निर्णायक फैसला है जो जुडिशरी ने आज दे दिया है, और ये तड़प तड़प के देखेगा बाहर क्या हो रहा है हमारे साथ, और इस फैसले से आने वाले जो भी है देशद्रोही वो भी 10 बार सोचेंगे आप।
Let me also go across. Very important voices that you are getting for us. We also have Amit Raina, Kashmiri activist, Vithal Chaudhary, activist and member of the Youth for Panun Kashmir, Ahmad Ayaz, lawyer and political analyst. Finally, Mr. Ayaz, and of course, Rajinder Kaul continues with us. Mr. Ahmad Ayaz, you finally believe that justice is being done? All right, we will just go across to him in a second. Amit Raina is here with us. There's still hope that this is the beginning, Amit Raina, that eventually this man will also hang. He's a murderer.
Yes, I think the wheels of justice have finally started moving. It has been a long wait of 32 years. While I'm personally disappointed with the judgment, we were expecting capital punishment for Yasin Malik, but it still is a welcome step because the wheels of justice have started moving, and we hope that Supreme Court will take suo motu cognizance on the cases of Yasin Malik. Will also accept the petition which Roots in Kashmir has filed in the Supreme Court, and
will continue to fight and get justice for the community.
All right, the fight will continue. First reaction also from you, Vittal Chaudhary. We are just getting news that a separate jail van, an armed escort and police jeeps will be accompanying the van which will carry Yasin Malik back to jail for him to be there for the rest of his life. Let's go across to our colleagues outside the court, in fact, for this quick update. Yes, over to you. Sabyasachi.
Well, the police is waiting for the signed letter. After that, they would be taking Yasin Malik to the Tihar jail. With me is Neelashish. Neelashish, you were present inside the court when the hearing was going on. What more details can you share with us?
Well, as far as the order was pronounced, as far as the court is concerned, they pronounced the order. It was very clear that there were two sections as per the IPCs, specifically as far as waging war against the nation and the government is concerned. The court was very clear that life imprisonment is to be granted, and also in terms of the UAPA, Section 17 attracts life imprisonment, and that is the main punishment that was sentenced, that Yasin Malik has been sentenced to, along with a fine of close to 11 lakh rupees for various sections of the UAPA and the IPC. As far as Yasin Malik is concerned, he seemed a little pensive sitting in court. When the judge came, he was looking towards the door to await his fate and see what the verdict would be. Of course, when the judge walked in, Yasin Malik came forward towards the front of the court. There was heavy deployment of security. Police personnel as well as the CRPF was deployed inside the courtroom, and Yasin Malik was sitting in a corner before that. As far as the judge is concerned, he in fact addressed Yasin Malik directly and said that he will pronounce the order as far as the sentences as well as the fine is concerned. In terms of his imprisonment, of course, all the imprisonment orders will run concurrently.
All the imprisonment orders will run concurrently. We have now lawyer and political analyst Ahmed Ayaz also here with us. Is it the beginning of the end of the likes of Yasin Malik, Mr. Ayaz?
No, nothing can be said as on date. Why? Because there are many steps yet to go so far as legal battle is concerned, and it can't be said that it would be end of it. And it will all depend.
Do you think, as a Kashmiri, this should be the beginning of the end of the likes of Yasin Malik?
No, it's not a question of Yasin Malik alone. But what I am concerned is that with all this, what is going to happen? We have been going through all these killings right from 1990. And the results are that we get killed, we kill people, people are getting killed. Ultimately, it seems that the larger point is that how is...
Sir, the larger point is very simple. Do you think that Yasin Malik eventually should be hanged one day? Right now, he is going to spend his life in jail. One day, he should be hanged. I'm just going to stop you for a second. I think Yasin Malik is just going to exit. Bhavtosh is live from there. Over to you, Bhavtosh.
Yes, Padmaja, if we can show you the visuals, security has been tightened. In fact, from this staircase onwards, Yasin Malik will be shifted to the lockup. Now, we'll trying to seek a statement from Yasin Malik. Since last week, we have been trying to do so, but Yasin Malik has remained very tight-lipped. And you can see the kind of security we are talking about. And since for Yasin, well, Yasin, Padmaja, as we have always said that he had never spoken to the media, and he has just left the court premises, and now he's moving towards the lockup. And you can we can show our viewers the kind of security arrangements that we have been telling them. We just see that's at least 100 odd police personnel that have been to the lockup. These are exclusive visuals that we are presenting, giving to our viewers. In fact, now you can see from the lockup, from the courtroom, he has been shifted to the lockup, and the distance of 20 to 30 kilometers will be covered in a separate jail van. and in that separate jail van that will be escorted by at least 3 police escorts. He will be moved to jail number 7, and jail number 7 is for convicts who have been given their sentence. Yasin Malik has been given 2 life imprisonment and a fine of 10.75 lakh rupees, and if he fails to pay that fine, then 7 months of 7 years of more sentence he has to undergo. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much. We're going to keep a close eye. There is Yasin Malik's first images right there on your screens as he is taken away. This man will be in jail for the rest of his life, perhaps more. Hopefully, the other cases also will now be expedited against him, that of the murder of 4 Air Force men, among others. Former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Kavinder Gupta, is also live with us now. Kavinder Gupta ji, aakhirkar, the law is catching up with Yasin Malik and others, पर आप क्या थोड़े से disappointed हैं कि सिर्फ लाइफ ही मिली है, डेथ नहीं मिली?
देखिए, जिन लोगों के साथ ज्यादती हुई है, जिन लोगों की शहादत हुई है, उनके परिवारों को बहुत सी उम्मीद थी, लेकिन यह भी मानना पड़ेगा, माननीय न्यायालय ने जो भी फैसला किया है, अभी टेरर फंडिंग का मामला हुआ है, जिसमें जो भी प्रावधान है उसी हिसाब से होता होगा। अब जो केसेस पेंडिंग पड़े हैं, शहीद रवि खन्ना की पत्नी सही कह रही थी कि 32 साल 4 महीने आज 25 तारीख को हो गए हैं। अगर इसी तरह से रहा तो उनको शायद इंसाफ न मिले, और कई 5 लाख हिंदुओं को वहां से निकालना, एयरफोर्स के अफसरों को मारा जाना, और इसके साथ ही 30 साल एक पीढ़ी को तबाह करना, कश्मीर में देशद्रोह करना, पाकिस्तान के इशारे पर काम करना।
पर यहाँ पर अहमद अयाज जैसे लोग हैं जो कह रहे हैं अब क्या फायदा, 30 साल हो गए, 40 साल हो गए, अब आगे देखिए, पीछे मत देखिए।
बिल्कुल, जिस प्रकार की लोगों की अपेक्षा थी, इस प्रकार के दरिंदे को फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए थी, लेकिन लोगों को सेटिस्फेक्शन शायद बहुत लोगों को नहीं है, जिनके साथ बहुत सी जातियां हुई हैं, और उम्मीद करते हैं माननीय अदालत से उनके जो पुरानी केसेस अभी पेंडिंग है उसको जल्द से जल्द किया जाए। इस दरिंदे को ना तो कभी ये पूरी उम्र के लिए जेल से बाहर आए, और इसको फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए, ताकि कश्मीर में जो लोगों को गुमराह किया है, ब्रेन वॉश किया है, या उन शहीदों के परिवारों को न्याय चाहिए, तो सब चीजों का प्रावधान।
गुप्ता जी इज कनेक्टेड, गुप्ता इज स्लाइटली मेकिंग पॉलिटिक्स आउट ऑफ इट, he is connecting it with the KP's exodus and then the murder of the Air Force officer. Then none of these cases are in the charge sheet. If he has been only convicted for terror funding.
तो ये तो अभी एक केस है ना, अभी और केसेस पे भी सुनवाई होनी चाहिए, उसमें भी सेंटेंसिंग होनी चाहिए।
Wait a bit. To say that Kavinder Gupta ji, he is connecting with your KPs.
Vittal Chaudhary, आदमी तो वही है ना।
It is not that.
Vittal Chaudhary.
That again I say.
People like Ahmad Fayaz and people who are protesting on the streets of Kashmir to save their Gandhi are rattled at this point of time, because they know that law is coming after them also. These all people, everyone are genocide enablers. They have enabled genocide. They have supported the people. They have hailed them as heroes who have enabled the genocide. But here,
anyway, I am sorry to tell you, you are not to make a judgment. I am sorry to interrupt you. You are not here to make a judgment. You can make your opinion. You can make your opinion.
जो आप बोल रहे हैं वो प्रत्यक्ष रूप में बता रहे हैं कि आप उसको सपोर्ट करते हैं, आप आतंकवादियों को डिफेंड कर रहे हैं। You are defending the genociders. You are defending the people who enabled the genocide. आप ये बोल रहे हैं कि जिन लोगों ने, you are telling me that the people who have committed atrocities, killings on Kashmiri Hindus should not be, they have got nothing to do with this.
It is not only Kashmiri Hindus.
What are you talking about? आप जैसे लोगों ने यासिन मलिक बिट्टा को हीरो बनाया।
अहमद अयाज, today was a study in contrast, अमित रैना। जम्मू में पटाखे फोड़े जा रहे थे और कश्मीर में लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे। For this man, इस आदमी के लिए
नहीं, कश्मीर में लोग प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर रहे थे. This is a wrong information. Maisuma is the stronghold of Yasin Malik. It was his loafers, it was his lafangas which did some minor stone pelting. Otherwise, Kashmir largely has been peaceful because a man. See, no one in Kashmir likes this Yasin Malik. He calls himself a Gandhian who never who feels proud about killing 4 Air Force officers, a Gandhian who feels proud of picking up gun, a Gandhian who indulged in killing of 110 people in 2010 stone pelting riots in Kashmir, a Gandhian who was part of the JRL Joint Resistance Leadership which led to the killing of 120 people in 2016. What kind of Gandhian this is? And Gandhian followers have started doing stone pelting. Is this Gandhian way of approach? Unfortunately, certain section of media and certain section of politicians in this country treated him a fake Gandhian, and that has happened. We are unhappy with this.
Very good point that needs to be underlined, that this man is responsible for the death of Kashmiri Muslims as much as Kashmiri Hindus. So for him to say that he stands for one set of people is absolute bunkum. He is the kind of people who used to give band calls. Ahmed Ayaz, before you respond, this is the jail van which you see going inside the Patiala House Court right now with an armed escort and more security. It is now going to be taken away to prison. This is going to carry Yasin Malik to a fate that should have befallen him much, much earlier. He will be in jail for the rest of his life, Ahmed Ayaz, and people are hoping perhaps he will face harsher punishment in the days to come. Respond to what Amit Raina said, that this is a fake narrative, that he's being punished for being some kind of revolutionary. He's not a revolutionary, he's a genocide enabler and a murderer.
It is not that way in harsh punishment. You see, we have seen people being hanged like Maqbool Butt and then the other one in the parliament case. But the point is, how does it impact the situation? Does it help in
when you lose someone, it impacts.
Does it help?
Because you want to see them hanged and you want to see them rot.
It does not help. Then had it helped, then with the hanging of Maqbool Butt, things would have changed. Then with the hanging of
you should get punishment. You are a member of Muslim Law Board. Muslim Law Board, you should get punishment. They deleted from Sharia.
You are making him the
you should get punishment. You should get punishment from Sharia. You should go to Sabah's family yesterday, whose father was killed when she was in the
Vital Chaudhary, answer this. Today Ahmed Ayaz is sitting here and saying, what will happen? What difference will it make?
The people like Ahmed Fayaz who are citing the name of Maqbool Butt, when Maqbool Butt was hanged, they made him the hero. Yasin Malik and his JKLF is convicted to kill Neelkant Ganju, who sentenced Maqbool Butt, who sentenced Maqbool Butt to be hanged. So these people, Maqbool Butt and the courtiers that there is in Kashmir, ये लोग इनको hero बनाते हैं, and they want to make Yasin Malik another Maqbool Butt so that the situation in Kashmir becomes ये लोगों का कार्य ही ऐसा है.
I am telling you, this hanging and killing is not
terrorists को वहाँ जाके these people are the guys who embolden terrorists because they get money from them.
Point is that we living with all this, see, today also we have seen, even if in a limited manner, shops have been shut, some stone pelting has taken place. My point of telling you,
Amit Raina is saying it's exactly those handful of people in those little pockets of JKLF who think they are still relevant. They got out on the streets, they were met with tear gas shells, and then they went back.
Ahmed Ali Fayaz, I am personally very unhappy with the judgment because this man will sit in prison and have roti, dal, biryani at our cost, at my taxpayers' money, at our taxpayers' money. He should be hanged. That is the only solution. मेरे पैसों से अब वो दाल रोटी खाएगा जेल में बैठ के. He should be hanged, and trust me, we will ensure that this man gets hanged. We are not going to take rest till he gets hanged.
This is your point of view. We can't say what you say is not correct. But what my point is, that with all this, whether situation is going to be improvised. My whole point is that how does the situation improvise?
So what do you want to do? आप क्या करना चाहते हैं यासिन मलिक के साथ? आप यासिन मलिक के साथ क्या करना चाहते हैं? आप उसको घर पे बुला के खाना खिलाएंगे क्या? जिसने लोगों को मारा है,
I'm not concerned with Yasin Malik or anything else. I am concerned how to improve the situation in Kashmir.
That's a great question. So answer me this, Mr. Fayaz. Mr. Fayaz, answer me this: that when 9/11 happened, America launched a full-fledged war on terror. They went into Afghanistan, they passed a Patriot Act. You should immediately go to America and say, why? How does it make a difference? Why are you doing all this? अब Twin Tower दोबारा तो खड़े होंगे नहीं, छोड़ दो.
No.
Forget it. हो गया. That is the difference, sir. That if somebody has hit you, where you hurt the most, you make them pay for it. And that is why Yasin Malik will also have to pay for what he has done to individuals and to a community and to a country and to a state. That is why Yasin Malik must rot in jail. That is your answer.
Joshi, do you think then that security forces have been playing right from 1990? They are not working. They are working.
They are working. And that is why Yasin Malik will be in jail, but others like him will be killed also. They will be killed in encounters. That is what is happening since 1990.
It is not normalized. They are working on
Amit Rana.
No, he is trying to justify saying that the criminal should never be punished. What kind of logic is he giving? I don't know. It will make a difference because it will create a sense of fear in all your friends who are there out creating trouble in Kashmir, who are out there to kill innocent people, even today in Kashmir, who are out there to ensure Kashmiri Pandits do not return, do not come back.
This is being done from 90.
Every criminal will pay the price, and he has to pay the price.
I'm not protecting the criminals, not at all. But the point is, I am suggesting is that this is not going to help the situation. We have been seeing it from 90 onwards. It is not going to help the situation. I never mean criminals should be secured. But my point is that it is not going to help. We should see something which helps the situation to bring Kashmir out of all this trouble and see that normal. That is what my point is.
If that is your logic, with the greatest of respect, let me tell you, it is the most facetious logic that one has heard in the recent past. It is like saying if a murder happens, then don't punish the murderer because punish करने से murdered आदमी तो वापस आएगा नहीं, situation तो improve होगी नहीं. But that man must pay for the people that he has murdered. Please stay with me, gentlemen. Let me quickly cut across to Mr. Ram Madhav as well, a member of the RSS. So you've had a very deep connection with the RSS as well, especially with Jammu and Kashmir and what happens there. What message do you think the final sentencing of Yasin Malik is going to send out?
No, definitely a very strong message will go out. But this is not the main case that Yasin Malik is facing. We all know that NIA has started filing cases against the overground funding activity of terrorism in Kashmir Valley. This whole process began. We had our government there in 2017 NIA registering its first cases. There are people, more than a dozen of them in jails today for charges of the nature of funding terrorism. Yasin was one among them, and justice caught up with him very quickly. The credit should go to NIA. But Yasin's crimes are much bigger. This is only the tip of the crimes of Yasin.
Does it make you angry that he is not hanging? That he hasn't been given death sentence? Life?
Remember, this case is related to terror funding. This is not related to the other crimes, terror crimes that he has committed. The killing of Kashmiri Pandits, the killing of 4 Indian Air Force personnel in broad daylight, about which he had publicly boasted. That case is still pending. I'm sure in that case, Yasin will get real justice. I mean, the desire of many people that he should be given capital punishment. Court will definitely consider it, I hope. But in this particular case, whatever maximum punishment could be given was given, I believe. And credit should go to NIA for bringing it to a logical conclusion in just 4 or 5 years' time.
Do you think there's also a case for all such similar please cases which are still at the level of special courts to be fast-tracked. Bitta karate for one. These people who are right now only being tried for charges of terror funding, of smaller offences, but the murders that they have committed, when will they hang at the neck?
Yeah, that speaks of our judicial system also. Even in Yasin Malik's case, 32 years have passed since he openly murdered 4 IAF personnel outside a bus stop, and he openly boasted about it. I mean, you don't need any other evidence. His own oral evidence was enough to, punish him, but still that case is dragging on. But I hope that after this NIA's, doggedness in bringing this criminal to justice quickly, the terrorist Yasin Malik also will get justice very soon.
Final question I want to ask you, sir. Today morning, the lady who you've also been in alliance with in Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti, said it's a political problem. किसी को फांसी पे चढ़ा के या किसी को जेल में भेज के आजीवन कारावास देके क्या फर्क हो जाएगा, क्या बदल जाएगा? कश्मीर तो वैसा ही रहेगा. What will you say?
No, Mehbooba Mufti can say whatever she wants. Today, people like Yasin Malik do not enjoy any support in Kashmir anymore. Do you know today when there was a call for protest against this life sentence, not even 100 people gathered in his own conscience, in his own town, Mysuma. So that is the kind of situation that is there in Kashmir. People like Mehbooba also do not enjoy any credibility anymore. They continue to peddle those kind of arguments, but please don't take them seriously anymore.
In a sense, the ideological affiliates.
It's about simple anti-national activity and terror.
In a sense, Mr. Ram Madhav, the ideological affiliates of certain parties in Jammu and Kashmir are becoming very clear, because what Ms. Mufti said is almost identical to what Shehbaz Sharif and Bilawal Bhutto are saying. That don't do anything to Yasin Malik. It's terrible.
Mehbooba has been doing this line for years. Ever since she is out of our alliance, she has returned to her separatist, soft separatist line. This is very well known to everybody. But today, please remember, he is very much isolated. She doesn't enjoy any popular support anymore. So let her say whatever she wants to say. The fact remains that there is increasing rejection of separatist and terrorist politics even in Kashmir Valley today.
All right, Mr. Ram Madhav, thank you very much. You're saying that this is just the beginning. There are bigger cases, more serious cases, more heinous offences against Yasin Malik. Let's hope that in our lifetime we are going to see this man hang by the neck. Shehbaz Sharif has just tweeted a while ago, in fact, condemning the sentencing of Yasin Malik. He has said, and I quote, "The Prime Minister of Pakistan has said today is a black day for Indian democracy and its justice system. India can imprison Yasin Malik physically, but it can never imprison the idea of the freedom he symbolizes. Life imprisonment for supposed valiant freedom fighter will provide fresh impetus to Kashmiris' right to self-determination." In a sense, Vittal Chaudhary, it becomes extremely clear, like I was saying earlier. Look at the language. The language of certain political parties in Jammu and Kashmir and the language of the Prime Minister of Pakistan. These are perhaps the only two sections who are shedding any tears for Yasin Malik.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I was listening to Mr. Ram Madhav when he said that Mehbooba has suddenly changed things and all that. The Muftis were never patriotic. It was evident right since 1986 when they orchestrated riots against Kashmiri Hindus. And that said, Yasin Malik is being funded by Pakistan. He has been invited there. He was awarded with a he was married to a Pakistani politician's daughter. It is all evident, and they want Pakistan's ISI and the Pakistan's policy want to make him another hero like Maqbool Butt, which will instigate the people in Kashmir to again, pick up arms against Indian state, and people like Ahmad Fayaz and everyone will always fuel that thing, that because he will want them. They wanted him to be hanged. I mean, and he should be hanged. बिकॉज वो इनको दोबारा से इसको हीरो की तरह वहां प्रेजेंट करेंगे, इसको मार्टियर वहां पे बताना चाहते हैं. दिस इज व्हाट यासिन मलिक आल्सो सेड इन द कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ दैट
Ahmad Ayaz, do you really want to be the ideological fellows of people like Bilawal Bhutto, of people like Shehbaz Sharif. They are heading a failed state. They are failed people of a failed state. And Bilawal Bhutto today is saying unjust sentencing of Hurriyat leader Yasin Malik in a sham trial. India can never silence Kashmiri's voice for freedom and self-determination. Pakistan stands with Kashmiri brothers and sisters. It's another story that they barely have anyone standing with them, but they want to stand with Kashmiri brothers and sisters. Will continue to provide all possible support in their just struggle. Again, another open admission that they are trying to fuel terrorism in Kashmir. But really, Ahmad Ayaz, are these the kind of ideological fellows that you want to have kinship with?
You see, I tell you, so far as Pakistan is concerned, they will always try to see that. So they find opportunities, they will try to exploit it. It's not a point to be discussed, and they have also announced earlier that they are giving moral support. They have announced it openly, moral support they have given. That's a different thing. They have been doing other things also, but they have openly said that we are giving the moral support, and they may be doing it now also. They may continue doing the future also. Neither I am concerned about that, but the point is, major point, what I am concerned, I am limiting myself to the Kashmir to the extent that normalcy should prevail. By doing certain things which does not help normalcy, I will definitely say, yes, this does not help. Well, there must be something done. It could be a
mercy for what, sir?
Normalcy.
Yeah, not mercy, something such to be done which helps normalization.
Sir, what makes you think that there won't be normalcy because Yasin Malik is convicted?
No,
who is he?
Today he may get hanged.
Who is he? Why won't there be normalcy because Yasin Malik is getting sentenced? Who is he? To disturb normalcy.
Today Malik is getting hanged. Maybe some more people are getting hanged in the near future. But the point is, will that help the situation? That's my concern. Let the people be hanged.
That will definitely help. That will definitely help.
No, not at all. Not at all, because our experience is we have hanged people in the past.
Mr. Rajinder, Paul wants to quickly respond to you. Mr. Rajinder, yes.
अहमद अली फयाज साहब, जब रुबिया को इन्होंने किडनैप किया और इसमें चार्जशीट भी है, तो क्या आप उस समय अगर इसको मलामत नहीं कर सकते, क्या आज आप यासीन मलिक के ऊपर इसकी मलामत कर सकते हैं? क्या इस्लाम इसकी इजाजत देता है कि महिलाओं के ऊपर, नहती महिला के ऊपर उसका अत्याचार किया जाए, उसको किडनैप किया जाए?
बताइए फयाज साहब.
You are getting religious in between. Religious.
So this is no religion. This is no religion.
जैसे आप शरई बात किए ना, आप बोले ना कि आपने बोला ना कि क्या इस्लाम इसकी इजाजत देता है?
क्या तुम इसकी मलामत करोगे? क्या इसकी तुम मलामत करोगे? क्या तुम इसकी मलामत करोगे? मैं जानना चाहता हूँ.
देखो, मेरे चलाने से, आपके चलाने से, मेरी मलामत करने से कुछ नहीं होना है. Unless there is something done practically, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. I tell you, even if Yasin Malik is hanged, though he has not been given the capital punishment, even if he is hanged, things are not going to change. Maybe things worsen further. That's what I am concerned.
I want you to see something. Let me cut across, because you keep thinking that Mehbooba is Jammu and Kashmir. Mehbooba पूरा कश्मीर नहीं है. हैदरपुरा पूरा जम्मू कश्मीर नहीं है. इसीलिए I want you to see what is happening in Jammu. Over to you, Pradeep.
You're absolutely right. Mehbooba is not Jammu and Kashmir. It's only one small lane there in Jammu and Kashmir. Look at the sentiment here in Jammu region. Kashmiri Pundit community, they're holding a candlelight march here, and after that they're going to hold special prayers also, because this is a momentous occasion for them. This is the time for them to celebrate. For 32 years they had been suffering. क्या कहना चाहेंगे ये जो candlelight march आपने किया?
ये जो candlelight march हम कर रहे हैं, हम जो यासिन मलिक को सज़ा मिली है सुप्रीम कोर्ट से उम्र कैद की, हम उससे बड़े खुश हैं. हमारे कम्युनिटी में उससे बड़ी खुशी है. ये हम जो यासिन मलिक को सज़ा मिली है उम्र कैद की, हम चाहते हैं कि उसे फांसी की सज़ा दी जाए, क्योंकि हमारे पास
स्पेशल प्रेयर्स भी कर रहे हैं आप.
हाँ, उसके बाद कैंडल मार्च के बाद हम स्पेशल प्रेयर्स भी करेंगे अपने घरों में.
आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो सज़ा मिली है? कुछ बोलेंगे? हाँ बताओ.
अभी याद नहीं आ रहा मैं क्या बोलूँ.
आप क्या कहेंगे?
वो बोल सर.
जो ये सज़ा मिली, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे जो कैंडल मार्च आप कर रहे हैं?
ठीक है, वो जो जैसा करेगा उसको वैसा ही होना चाहिए. इसके साथ साथ उसके जो साथी हैं उनको भी मिलना चाहिए. ये एक आदमी नहीं है, ये हज़ारों ऐसे हैं
See, Padmaja, Yasin Malik is just a beginning. They are saying that whosoever is a part of that ecosystem providing oxygen to terror, they all should be punished. And definitely this is going to discourage many people, especially the lobby, who have been trying to project Yasin Malik as a hero, who have been trying to make this villain one of the stakeholders. Many like Ayaz Amir, they keep on saying that this thing should not happen. I feel that people like Yasin Malik should have been punished long back. This is the first ever conviction. People had lost faith in the system. But today, the zero tolerance policy of the government seems to be working. But unfortunately, leaders like Mehbooba Mufti, they are speaking the same language what actually Shahbaz Sharif is saying. Why Shahbaz Sharif is right now crying horse? Reason being, Yasin Malik is a Pakistani agent, he's a Pakistani dalal. So I don't think that there is any rocket science
that we
required
are getting right now. We in fact have accessed the court order in the sentencing of Yasin Malik. First on Times now, we have the order of the court and each one of the charges that have now been proven against Yasin Malik. Let us quickly in fact go across the findings which are there. I have considered rival submission and perused record very closely. The prosecution has demanded maximum penalty as provided. An amicus curiae for convict has prayed for minimum sentence. The prosecution has based its claim on the deterrent theory of punishment and has contended that undue leniency towards convict need not be shown and a message needs to be sent to the society that in such cases law shall deal with offenders with a heavy hand, so that others who are considering to take the same path think twice before acting upon such an idea. On the other hand, amicus curiae contended that convict need not be made an example. All right, let's go straight across to Pranesh, who's joining us with the latest copy of the order. First on Times now. Over to you.
We've accessed the order copy here. Padmaja, you read the opening remarks of what the judge said. Let me get to the operative bit. Here is para number 13 on the big screen. This is the finding, the list of the findings. I have considered the rival submission and perused the record very carefully. The prosecution has demanded the maximum penalty as provided, as the learned amicus curiae for convict has prayed for minimum sentence. The prosecution has based its claim on the deterrent theory of punishment, has contended that undue leniency towards convict need not be shown and that a message needs to be sent to society that in such cases law shall deal with the offenders with a heavy hand, so that the others...
Okay, let me quickly come to a very important part, which is point 22 onwards. The crimes for which convict has been convicted are of a very serious nature. These crimes, let's underline point number 22 that says these crimes were intended to strike at the heart of the idea of India and intended to forcefully secede Jammu and Kashmir from Union of India. The crime becomes more serious as it was committed with the assistance of foreign powers and designated terrorists. Take it away. 22 point onwards. Pranesh.
Yes, point number 22. The crimes for which convict has been convicted are of very serious nature. These crimes were intended to strike at the heart of the idea of India and intended to forcefully secede Jammu and Kashmir from the Union of India. The crime becomes more serious as it was committed with the assistance of foreign powers and designated terrorists. Not mincing it words, the seriousness of crime is further increased by the fact that it was committed behind the smoke screen of an alleged peaceful political movement. And this is not just about Yasin Malik, the entire ecosystem.
Absolutely. Now let's quickly go across to point number 25. Bhavtosh also joins us on this broadcast. Quickly, point number 25, very importantly, talks about Bhavtosh, where Yasin Malik argued that I have given up the gun, I have become a political player, I have reformed. However, the judgment says, however, in my opinion, there was no reformation of this convict. It may be correct that the convict may have given up the gun in 1994, but he never expressed any regret for violence he committed to the years prior to 1994. When he claimed to have given up the path of violence, the government of India took it at face value and gave him an opportunity to reform. So the whole argument that I am some kind of a Gandhi now, that not something that the court really bought into. Bhavtosh.
Yes, Padmaja, in fact, this matter has been heard in the court of Special Judge Praveen Singh for a long time, and he virtually punctured hole into all the arguments that were being presented by Yasin Malik, and it in fact clearly said that Yasin Malik and other convicts, as far as other suspects as far as this case is concerned, had wanted to secede from India. And this is what the court had said when it framed charges against other accused in this case, that the court said that they all in fact admitted that they wanted to secede from the country, from India. And this is what the court had said while sentencing Yasin Malik in this case, in which 2 life imprisonment has been given. Padmaja, remember earlier in the day when Yasin Malik was produced in the court, he in fact said that in the 28 years he and his organization has never ever indulged in violence and no one has been killed. And this was something that shocked everyone who was present in the courtroom, including the NIA officials and others. And in the order that has been accessed first by the Times now.
I think you're in a moving car. We'll try and fix the audio with you in just a second. Let me quickly get Pranesh to read out more from the order while we'll fix that. Pranesh.
Yes, point number 25. Admittedly, the convict had been engaged in violent terrorist activities prior to 1994. The claim of the convict is that he gave up the gun in the year 1994 and thereafter he was recognized as a legitimate political player, which is evident by the fact that the government of India has been engaging with him and had been providing him the platforms to express his opinions. On the face of it, it seems to be a very sound argument, which would give an impression that convict has already reformed. However, in my opinion, there was no reformation of this convict. It may be correct that the convict may have given up the gun in the year 94, but he had never expressed any regret for the violence he committed prior to the year 1994. It is to be noticed, when he claimed to have given up the path of violence after the year 94, the government of India took it upon its face value and gave him an opportunity to reform, and in good faith tried to engage in a meaningful dialogue with him, and as admitted by him, gave him every platform to express his opinion. However, as discussed in the order on charge, the convict did not desist from violence. Rather, betraying the good intentions of the government, he took a different path to orchestrate violence in guise of political struggle.
Yes.
Written in as many words, the convict has claimed that he had followed Gandhian principle of non-violence and was spearheading a peaceful non-violent struggle. However, the evidence on the basis of which charges were framed and to which convict has pleaded guilty speaks otherwise. The entire movement was planned to be a violent movement and large-scale violence ensued is a matter of fact. I must observe here that the convict cannot invoke the Mahatma and claim to be his follower, because in Mahatma Gandhi's principle there was no place for violence. Howsoever high the objective might be, it only took one small incident of violence at Chauri Chaura for the Mahatma to call off the entire non-cooperation movement. But the convict, despite large scale of violence engulfing the valley, neither condemned the violence nor withdrew his calendar of protests which had led to the said violence. So the court calling out the Gandhian farce completely.
Absolutely. And what is worse is that this man claimed that he had laid down arms. He was given a chance for reform and he used that. Let's go over that part again, Pranesh, where he used that as a ruse, where again the court has said that he belied, he betrayed the good intentions of the government and took a different path to orchestrate violence in the guise of political struggle. This part of the order is perhaps the best answer to those who are saying, what will this punishment achieve? He should be given a chance to reform. So yes, he was given a chance to reform and he used it as a guise to shed more blood. Pranesh.
Let me underline that part once again for our viewers. It is to be noticed that when he claimed to have given up the path of violence after the year 94, the government of India took it upon its face value and gave him an opportunity to reform, and in good faith tried to engage in a meaningful dialogue with him, and as admitted by him, gave him every platform to express his opinion. However, as discussed in the order on charge, the convict did not desist from violence, rather betraying the good intentions, and he took a different path to orchestrate violence in guise of political struggle. The convict has claimed that he had followed Gandhian principle of non-violence and was spearheading a peaceful violent struggle. However, the evidence on the basis of which charges were framed and to which convict has pleaded guilty speaks otherwise. The entire movement, every word of this sentence is crucial. The entire movement was planned to be a violent movement and large-scale violence ensued is a matter of fact.
Absolutely. Let me quickly go across even to Pradeep Datta, because these are words which will sound like redemption to a lot of people who've been saying for long that the entire excuse we'll get former DGP SP Vaid also on the phone line. This entire attempt, excuse is nothing but full of holes. Pranesh.
Absolutely, and we have more voices joining us, Padmaja, now. Former Jammu and Kashmir DG, Mr. SP Vaidya, also with us. Sir, if you can hear me, Times Now has accessed the full order of Yasin Malik, and in this, the judge is calling out the Gandhian farce by saying you had every opportunity to reform, the government gave you every platform, but you continued to engage in violence.
All right, we'll try and go across to Mr. Vaid in just a second, taking a very, very quick break at this point. But the first reactions, the big voices and the voices that matter of people who have waited for 3 decades, more than 3 decades, simply to hear the words, Yasin Malik will be in jail till the time he dies. But this is not a moment for vindication. He deserves much harsher punishment. A very quick break, more big points from the order coming up on the other side.
Times Now. Action begins here.
back. For 32 years, the wheels of justice were crippled with political patronage and appeasement for votes, but that is not going to happen anymore, because today, Yasin Malik, the man who butchered innocent Kashmiris and funded a war against India, has been